Welcome to the Ada K Show. I'm your host, Ada K, and I am a criminal justice major. I am also a deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama while providing full ASL interpretation, making justice accessible to everyone. Grab a cup of Java and let's dive in. And don't forget, comment, like, and subscribe. And if you love this channel, please become a member. Hello, all you lovely people. Good morning. I hope this finds you well. I need to get this back where it's supposed to be. Let me do it the right way. How are y'all doing this morning? We got 2 trials going, y'all. 2. I said it. We got 2 trials going today. So I'm going to be double streaming it, and it is going to be, and that's interesting. Why do I have 20 of these up? We are going to be, let me do this. Let me get it. I'm trying to get everything set up. Like I said, I have 2 different streams simultaneously live. So the way this works, for those of you who don't know, is when I am talking on stream A, stream B will have my avatar up, unless it pertains to both streams and vice versa. So let me show on stage. There we go. So I had everything all messed up over here. So there we go. We got me on both of them. How was everybody doing this lovely Tuesday morning? I can't believe I actually woke up this morning feeling pretty decent. Still have a little bit of RA flare up, but allergies are still a little bit there. But at least I got some good sleep last night. Hallelujah. So today we have birthdays we need to do. So I need to get the birthday music going on both of these, and it's going to be real quick.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
All right. Happy birthday, Angela. Happy birthday. And happy birthday, Megan, Marcella, Alisa, Melinda, Crystalline, Michelle. Happy birthday, Boo. Scott, happy birthday. Katie, happy birthday. Susan, Rochelle, Brittany, Alice, and Linda. Happy birthday to all of you guys. And if I miss your birthday, put it in comments. We'll sing again. Happy birthday, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. This is going to be a little bit of a different live today, guys, because we got 2 courts going, 2 lives going at the exact same time. So it's going to be a little bit crazy this morning, but we can do it. Okay, I got some things for us to catch up on while I wait for the court to go live. Well, we have something in the news. I remembered hearing about this. We didn't follow it, but we'll see about following the trial. A son, 19 years old, who was the sole survivor in a father's red room self-harming rampage, dies unexpectedly only a week after starting college. The 19-year-old man who was the sole survivor of his father's red room self-harm rampage which claimed the lives of both of his parents and 3 of his younger siblings. He was the 1 out of 6 that survived. He died unexpectedly at his extended family Utah's home just 1 week after starting college as a freshman. Shay Ray, 17 years old, when the police said his father unalived his mother, 8-year-old and 2-year-old sisters, and his 11-year-old brother in December of 24. Ra was found in the garage with a lead shot wound to the head and miraculously survived, though he was permanently blinded as a result of the attack. His extended family confirmed his death in a GoFundMe. They wrote that he died of natural causes on Sunday. So our hearts go out to them and their families. What a shame. What a shame. My heart goes out. Good morning, Jackie, and Facebook. Good morning, Jackie. Good morning. Hello to Brit. Good morning, Angela. Good morning, Ari. The band. I had to go buy more beads to finish your band. It is done. So as soon as I get to the post office, probably today or tomorrow, depending on what time I can get out of the live, I may have to leave the live to go get it in the post office because they're done. I just got to get to the post office before they close at 4. So we'll get it there in the next day or two. Also, June, she's not on yet. I don't believe. I'm waiting to see. Miss Angela, your package should be arriving on the 14th. All right. Now we're going to jump to the Norfolk County District Attorney. Michael Morrissey announces he will not be seeking re-election. Woohoo! That is like, yay! Yes, thank you, Jesus. Norfolk County District Attorney Michael Morrissey announces Monday he will not seek re-election in his office in November. Morrissey served the county district attorney for 15 years, and his office has prosecuted several high-profile cases, including the Karen Reed and the Brian Walsh trial. Morrissey was notably silent and absent from public eye in the days after Karen Reed was found not guilty of red rooming her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe. Why do I have a priority? Oh. Sorry, when I get a priority warning on my phone, I think it's somebody emergent, but it's not. Okay. Delete. So, Morrissey only released a 4-word statement after Reed's verdict saying the jury has spoken. Salty much? Do we believe he's a little bit on that salty side? Yep, I would believe he is. Angela, Turtle Mom, thank you for joining me this morning. Appreciate you so much. Okay. Reed appeared on Rotten Mango podcast before Morrissey's announcement saying politics played a role in her trial. Do we believe that? Yeah, I think we do. We got Banfield's starting first. Wow. Okay, we'll pause Banfield. We've got district attorney who has a war chest despite not having opposition. Reed said, it is dangerous is why I got into this. It's dangerous. Why I got into this position and why until it's charges, there will be There will be other Karen Reeds. David Yannetti represented Reed and questioned Morrissey's motive to retry Reed a second time. A fish rots from the head down in the DA office. The DA is responsible for everyone who works under him, Yannetti said. I think that's also given an impression that this was more of a vendetta than a prosecution. Wasn't happy with the publicity that office was getting. The last time Morrissey was in the public eye was following the redrum of Walsh, who was found guilty of redrum in connection with his wife Anna Walsh's death. Morrissey thanked the jury for their work in the case and stated it was very difficult. In the statement released Monday, Morrissey said that he was proud to have given a voice to countless victims over the years, and I'm very deeply grateful for the trust placed in me in the Norfolk District County office. He thanked members of the law enforcement as well as employees of Norfolk District Attorney's Office and noted that his decision not to run in November would be given a new chapter in his life. Former Assistant U.S. District Adam Dietich announced November that he would run for Norfolk District Attorney, at the time challenging Morrissey's incumbency. So this is going to be something to watch because there will be a fight for the district attorney's office. Who all will get up there, we don't know. So I am going to get us all on stage. Why is this one not working the way it should? I have to do. Okay, so we have Court TV, and we are going into, for those of you who were on the Garcia side, we are still waiting. For those of you who are on the Banfield side, trial has begun. Good morning, Miss June. Did you find your package? I can't see you because I got to let everybody know y'all is small. I've got 2 courts here, 2 courts here, court. I everything is small, so I can't see you. But let me know in private chat if you got it. I really want you to see it. Okay, it looks like the judge is entering into the room for Garcia's trial. And we have no sound over here. Okay, everybody, if you want captioning, you will need to click on the caption sign in my page and you will have live captioning. Okay. You will have live captioning. Oh, let me fix this. I've taken it off of Court TV because it is not dark enough.
Today. I really do appreciate it. Just a reminder.
And you guys will have more control.
These seats you're in now are the seats.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning.
Statements from the Commonwealth? Just one.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. I appreciate that you all came back. I know yesterday was a short day. Today might be a long one, and you're in for several more following that, but we'll try to keep your attention and ask you to please remember that your job here is to listen to the evidence, right? Take notes if you need to, Follow along with the details. There will be many, and then be thoughtful in how you consider this evidence when it's time to deliberate. We're here today because Brendan Banfield, the man seated behind me, killed his wife, Christine Banfield, and another man named Joseph Ryan. Those two individuals had no reason to know each other, but for the plotting and planning of Brendan Banfield. Christine, back in 2022, was 37 years old. She was an ICU nurse working at Inova Fairfax. She was married to Brendan, who was then 38, and they had a daughter, 4-year-old Valerie. Christine worked odd shifts. She was a nurse. If any of you know what nurses' hours are, she could work nights. The schedule was irregular. It didn't occur with a 9-to-5 pattern, so regular daycare was not an option for the family. They hired an au pair, Juliana Peres Magalhães. She was from Brazil. She was 22 years old when she joined the family. She provided care while Brendan traveled for work and Christine worked her nurse's hours. The family lived in the Reston area of Fairfax County at 13230 Stablebrook Way. You'll hear that address referenced. You'll see pictures of the home. You'll have the opportunity to understand what the layout of the house was, as it is very relevant to what happened in February of 2023. Taking you back, in August of 2022, Brendan began an affair with Juliana. Initially, it was just sex when Christine was at work or asleep, but eventually it developed into a relationship. They went on dates. They went to bars, clubs, dancing. They went on romantic bike rides. By the fall of 2022, they were fully in love, planning their future. On a trip to New York, Brendan revealed his desire to get rid of Christine. Divorce was not an option for him. He didn't want to lose custody of Valerie. He didn't even want to share custody of Valerie. He thought Christine was a terrible mother. He wanted her out of the picture. And he convinced young Juliana, 22 years old, not from the United States, living in his home, in love with him, that they should get rid of Christine. He talked about hiring a hitman, finding someone to kill her for money. But he was concerned that that would tie back to him, that there would be too much evidence against him and that he could end up at risk. So they crafted a plan. They would use Christine's email accounts to create a fake profile to lure someone in who was into kinky sex, violent sex. And they would get this guy to come into the house and fake rape Christine. Brendan would be the hero of the day. He would show up, kill the guy, kill his wife, pretending that it had been that guy. That was the plan. They put it into action. Brendan created a FetLife account. If you're not familiar with it, it's a social networking app for people interested in fetishes, sexual kink. He posted as Christine, seeking fulfillment of this stranger rape fantasy. He and Juliana spent weeks chatting with potential victims, searching for just the right guy who would follow Brendan's plan to a T. Because remember, this plan hinged on several things. Christine never knowing that it existed, and Christine never being expected to meet with her potential fake rapist. In this community of people, there weren't many takers for such a risky plan. It had red flags all over the place. But by January 24th, 2022, Brendan had found his target, Joseph Ryan, posting as Taco Supreme 7000. Joe engaged in friendly conversation with who he thought was an attractive woman new to kink. Brendan, posting as Christine, spent a month creating this relationship with Joe that would eventually lead to Joe's murder. Meanwhile, other things were going on to prepare for this murder. Brendan bought Juliana a gun and took her to the shooting range to teach her to shoot. Brendan had Juliana help him test out the soundproofing of the new windows that had been installed at Stablebrook Way. By the time this plan was ready to be hatched, Joe was fully on board. He had not questioned any of the asks of him. He had continued to engage in this relationship and appeared to be the perfect willing victim. Brendan created the narrative that Christine desperately wanted to be raped. Posing as Christine, he told Joe what to do. Come to the home in Reston. The door will be unlocked. Christine will be asleep in bed. Come straight upstairs, cut off her clothing, tie her, rape her. Simple and fun. That was how it was posed. Joe was willing to follow these rules that Brendan set out posing as Christine. They would not meet in person beforehand. Joe's phones would be left in the car. Joe was to bring a knife, zip ties, chains, and most importantly, he was not to stop. Even if she looked terrified, even if she was calling for help, he was to follow through because that's what she really wanted. On February 24th, 2023, Brendan Banfield's birthday, the plan was put into action. Knowing that Christine had the day off, Brendan and Juliana arranged a fake outing for the zoo a fake outing at the zoo for Valerie. Juliana and Valerie packed a lunch, prepared for this fake outing. Christine, still in bed, asleep, at 6 a.m. Brendan takes her phone and Valerie downstairs. He chats with Joe to confirm a 7:20 arrival for the execution of the fake rape. And Brendan then disables the door lock, preventing it from automatically locking, turns off Christine's phone, and puts it in a drawer in the kitchen where she couldn't possibly find it to call for help when she finds an intruder in her home. Brendan leaves the house, followed shortly by Juliana. Brendan drives to a nearby McDonald's. Juliana waits in the cul-de-sac. The plan to give a call out to Brendan as soon as she sees Joe. Valerie's in the back seat, and Juliana has a gun in her pocket. When Joe arrives, Juliana calls Christine's cell phone first to create a record of a fake warning, even knowing that the phone is turned off. She then calls Brendan to let him know that Joe is in the house. Brendan leaves the McDonald's, drives directly to the home, meets up with Juliana, and with Valerie in tow, they re-enter the house through the basement. Juliana, nervous, screws up the plan and calls 911, too early. She hangs up as soon as Brendan's giving her the signal that this wasn't the plan. They leave Valerie in the basement. They sneak up the stairs to the bedroom where they hear Joe Ryan and Christine. Brendan enters the bedroom first, shooting Joe in the head, picks up the knife that Joe had brought, and stabs Christine repeatedly in the neck. He directs Juliana to shoot Joe a second time with her gun. This time the bullet enters Joe's chest. With Christine dead or dying, Brendan spends the next several minutes manipulating Joe Ryan's body, in the process leaving Christine's blood on Joe's hands and pants. Juliana calls 911, this time as scheduled, to report the intruder, and Brendan tells the police, "I shot him, he stabbed her." You'll hear all of this from Juliana, but we're not asking you to believe her alone. You'll hear from witnesses and experts about all of the evidence that corroborates the facts presented. You'll see the FetLife chats. You'll see the Telegram messages. You'll hear and see the phone call details. You'll hear the 911 calls where Brendan admits to shooting Joe. You'll see body-worn camera video from the responding officers. You'll see photos of the crime scene and the physical evidence collected. And that's where you should focus your attention. Because while Juliana presents us with the narrative, that story that we wouldn't necessarily know but for her details, it is the blood evidence that you can rely upon without a doubt. The blood cannot lie. And the blood puts Brendan Banfield standing over Christine, stabbing her in the neck until she died. With that evidence, we will ask you to find Brendan Banfield guilty of these murders, the associated charges of neglecting his child, and of creating a danger for her in that home. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sands. All right.
Thank you.
Defense, you're,
I think I can probably.
no. Yes.
We do.
No, you want to check Ms. Sands? You're off.
Here, I can check. Yep. I did, because I didn't want it to make all the banging noises. There you go. Green, let's go.
Yes,
Okay.
you can put that in your pocket if you want.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we had a long day yesterday, and we talked about a lot of the issues that would possibly come up, and they're going to come up today in terms of the story that the Commonwealth just told you, and what I think you should be looking out for in terms of the evidence. There's some interesting things that, in order to assess, first of all, what they're saying, and second of all, the evidence that's going to be before you, is you have to look at certain timelines. So the murder of Christine Banfield by Joe Ryan occurred on February 24th, 2023. The arrest of Juliana Peres Magalhães took place in October of 2023. She was held for nearly another year before she made the statements that are the full and complete support of what the Commonwealth just told you. And she did that because the Commonwealth decided that they were going to give her something certain. They were going to give her a plea of guilty to a manslaughter, which is a lesser included offense, and guaranteed time served upon her testimony here today or tomorrow or whenever that testimony is. You're going to hear a timeline of events and evidence that you'll have an opportunity to look at, where she was arrested in October of 2023. And the whole reason she was arrested was to flip her against my client. You'll hear that evidence from someone other than her and other than me. And they tried, and they tried. In a correspondence that she wrote to my client on January 1st, that was given to him, she says, they want you. All they want is to get you in this case. They want me to say things that aren't true. They want me to say things that I did that aren't true. They offered me a misdemeanor. She declined a misdemeanor, facing second-degree murder at the time. And then as the case went on, it became very clear that they wanted him so badly that they were willing to do anything. They made offers, not as good as a misdemeanor, but as time went on, for a manslaughter, suspended time, but she had to testify against Brendan. You'll hear there were at least 4 or 5 times during that year leading up to Brendan Banfield being charged, where they came to her, they went through her attorney, and they offered that deal that she now stands to have taken. Now, why is it that she wouldn't have taken that then? Well, we heard in the first instance, she said, they're asking me to say something that isn't true. And so let's look at another timeline that I think is appropriate. After she was arrested, she had a preliminary hearing in April of 2024. And you'll see communications that show real anxiety in terms of what was going to happen. After the preliminary hearing, then the first trial is set for July of 2024. Her attorney continues the case against her will. There's correspondence that says, I want her to go forward. I want her to show my innocence. Continued it to October, I believe. No, to November 12th. During that point in time, she'd lost trust in her attorney. She lost hope because he was the only person for someone who was thousands of miles away from her home, from her family, from the people that supported her. She lost hope in the person who was there to represent her. Whether that's true, whether that's right or not, I don't know. But what you'll see in this timeline that I'm going to create for you through evidence is that she was upset, and she said at one point, I can't believe he continued this case. I didn't want that, I don't want that, I just want to go forward. He better not do that again. We go through a period of time into September. The stress and the anxiety starts to really ramp up for her. Approaching her November 12th court date. My client gets arrested. In her mind, she loses even more hope because he was the person who was on the outside who she really was depending on. They had an affair. You're not going to get any disputes from us. But he played a role, a supportive role to her while she was in jail, while they tried to do their little experiment on what would she take in order to come forward and tell a story. You'll hear in October, she went for emergency surgery, had a gallbladder surgery, spent 2 weeks in the hospital. And soon after she got out, she received word that her attorney was going to continue the case again because he needed to get a digital forensics examiner in order to review the evidence. That hadn't been done up until that point. That was the last straw. Whatever deals that had been rejected, the most recent time was September 30th. Whatever deals had been rejected, she was in for now. One of the deals was suggested by her attorney after she was upset with her, after she was upset with him in July. They get together, they arrive at this, and they have a recording of the questions that they're asking her during what they call the recant. You're going to hear some of those recordings. Now, any of you who have any sort of investigative roles in anything that you do, when you're talking to someone who's deciding to flip, you don't just take their word for it, you challenge them. Investigators challenge the statements that are being made. And so October 25th marks the first day that statements were made. Many of you may have seen that because it's showing up on media. And you hear someone asking her questions and then she answers those questions. Well, what we're going to be able to show you is that those answers are wrong based upon other evidence that we have in this case. But no one ever challenged her. No one ever questioned her. And so in order to have this narrative and this story that you received, Juliana Peres Magalhães is at the center of all of it. She's going to talk about where the gun was at one point, and then I think in the next recant she says it was a different situation with the gun. She said she ran into the bedroom and used the combination on the safe to get the gun, and then she had it been given to him by, or it was given to him by Brendan Banfield. I'm sorry, given to her by Brendan Banfield. You're going to hear there are significant differences in many of the things that she's providing to the Commonwealth, some of which are changing even up to most recent prep sessions, which we had access to of December 30th. So the question will be, what's the final statement? I think we're all going to get that. But you're also going to see what she's done all along the way. Now, the Commonwealth used her for their case. I understand the situation that she's in, and I understand the fact that she's away from home and she's young and she's dependent on people, and she's also depending on the Commonwealth. And they've put her in this situation. And she's accepted it gladly, and I'm sorry to say, many people would. But it's the devastation that causes when you ask for that kind of testimony to be included in your case. Now let's just talk a little bit. Here, I may just get a sip of water. Sorry, a little dry mouth. Let's just talk a little bit about some of the other things that are going on in this case. And I think you'll find this through the evidence. So what essentially, and you may have heard it in media, is there's a theory called catfishing. And catfishing, for those who don't know it, and people more experienced and more expert than I will be able to tell you specifically, essentially is assuming the devices of someone in order to get something done, is the easy, quick. There's probably more sophisticated explanation for it. But what they're saying is Brendan Banfield assumed his wife's devices, his computer, her phone, any other devices, in order to take on take on her persona in order to invite this gentleman, Joe Ryan, in. Catfishing is a theory that requires a conclusion that Christine Banfield gave up her devices. The Commonwealth's experts have concluded from the moment that the devices were examined and extracted that she did not give up her devices. And so then started the turmoil within the police department that I think is going to come out here. I doubt it'll be in the Commonwealth's case, but there were people within the command staff who were trying to change what the experts said about Christine Banfield's devices. They were trying to say that Christine Banfield did give up these devices or was away when those devices were being used. But you're going to have a conclusion that was from the very early moments that she had not given that up. Now that's significant because all of the things that Juliana Peres Magalhães has talked to you about is inextricably intertwined with catfishing. And so you're going to hear evidence from their expert witness. You're going to hear evidence from an expert witness that I have that concurs in their expert witness's findings. And in the world of digital forensics, there's a saying, digital forensics doesn't lie. People lie. And there are going to be plenty to see. You're going to see manipulation within the police department where if those that wanted the catfishing theory, if the line homicide prosecutors, homicide detectives didn't agree with this theory, they were transferred. When this case started, there were 12 people in the homicide squad. As this case goes to trial now, there's only 4 of those 12 there. Important ones that were removed in part because they didn't agree with the people that peddled the catfish theory, the lead homicide detective, the digital forensics detective. And this was back in late 2024. I don't know how many of you are familiar with criminal prosecutions and investigations. I was a prosecutor myself here in Fairfax. I've never experienced a homicide investigation where the lead homicide detective was moved. Forensics, I probably aged out of digital forensics, but that's a very important aspect of this. So I couldn't say personally whether that would have happened back in my day, but there are factors here that I think that haven't been brought forth by the Commonwealth. And in my efforts at presenting evidence, I'm going to be trying to bring that to light. As I indicated, there are serious timelines. There's a vulnerable person who's open to pray for what it is that they need. And I would respectfully suggest that Juliana Peres Magalhães is the linchpin to all of that. Now, ultimately, it's the evidence. It's not what I say. It's not what the Commonwealth says. But I say these things to you so that your ear is ready, because you're going to see a presentation of a horrible, tragic, awful event for everyone involved. And there's no disputing that. And as I said earlier, we're not disputing, you won't hear any dispute as to the relationship between Brendan Banfield and Juliana Peres Magalhães. But there's an awful lot more to look for, ladies and gentlemen, and that's what I'm asking you to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Carey. All right, your first witness, Ms. Sands.
Judge, it's going to be Alicia Dale.
Thank you, Ms. Priscilla.
Your Honor, we had spoken to your clerk about his shield for the screen.
Okay. We don't have it as of now.
Okay.
Well, you know what? What kind of computer is that?
I was going to say, I'll just turn it this way. I think the camera angle.
Is that, do you want to use mine?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. Does this come up?
Swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law.
I do.
Thank you.
Can you give me the thumb drive? doesn't have an HDMI. No, thank you. I don't know, I need mine. Because it's HDMI. Well, so this antique piece of, you know what? Super. Can I see yours? We're in a double dongle. No, the other dongle. If not, we'll just use my computer. Nope, okay. Will you text Mario and see if we have a connection HDMI to USB? And
Few technical difficulties. I'm going to first ask you to state and spell your name for the court record.
My name is Alicia Dale, Alicia Dale.
And what is your occupation?
I'm the custodian of records for the Department of Public Safety Communications in Fairfax County
And how long have you been employed in that capacity?
since May of 2021.
Can you explain your duties and your responsibilities in that position, please?
I am to maintain the records within the custody of our department, whether that's retention, disbursement, or destruction.
And can you explain the 911 call system in the Fairfax County Police Department and how it operates?
Once a call is placed, a 911 call is placed within the confines of the Fairfax County, the telephone system actually routes it to the corresponding public safety answering point, and we are that within Fairfax County. The call is then dispersed to a call taker and it's processed.
And is the recording of each call each call taken, is that recording made in the ordinary course of business and then maintained for a period of time?
Yes,
And are these recordings created when the call is made?
yes,
Is it part of your job to keep and maintain these recordings?
yes,
And were you asked to pull recorded calls made on February 24th, 2023?
yes.
At this point in time, I'm going to ask Madam Clerk to display my screen to the witness and to counsel, but no one else at this point. And I am going to mute my computer first so we don't get unwanted sound. I'm going to ask you to take a look at 3 files, and then I'm going to ask you to identify them. This is the first one. And I'm going to show you all three and then ask you about them if that's okay.
Okay.
Just for the record, what evidence number would
This is
first one-
Commonwealth's Exhibit 1.
Would be the first one you showed
Yep.
her? Okay, thank you.
The second one, Your Honor, is Commonwealth's Exhibit 2.
Okay.
So if you're seeing on your screen Commonwealth's Exhibit 2, that's the second one that I'm going to talk to you about. And then I'm going to show Commonwealth's Exhibit 3. And this would be the third one that I'm going to talk to you about.
Okay.
Now, I showed you three files. Do you recognize those files?
Yes,
And how do you recognize them?
I actually reviewed them this morning before court.
I was just going to ask you if you've reviewed these exhibits before today. You've already answered that. Have you modified these calls in any way?
No.
At this point, Judge, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask the court to, I'm going to move these in as Commonwealth's Exhibit 1, 2, and 3.
Any objection to Commonwealth's 1, 2, and 3? All right, 1, 2, and 3 are in evidence.
Before I play them, what I would like to do is ask you some questions about the timing of them. When we're looking at Commonwealth's Exhibit 1, and I'm going to go back to Commonwealth's Exhibit 1 on your screen, hopefully for you. At the bottom, it's at the bottom left-hand side of my screen.
Yes.
The numbers 74732. What do those numbers indicate?
That means the call was received, answered at 7:47 a.m.
Okay. And then the timestamp on Commonwealth's Exhibit 2, likewise, I'm going to put that back up on the screen. And we see 7:47:49.
And that call was placed, that was an outgoing call at 7:49 a.m.
Okay. And then looking at Commonwealth's Exhibit number 3, we see that that is 8:02:05.
And that was a 911 call received, answered at 8:02 a.m.
Okay. Thank you. At this point, Judge, what I'm going to do is I'm going to play the 911 calls.
All right.
This is one.
February 24, 2023, 7:47:32.
Fairfax County 911, where's your emergency? Hello, Fairfax County 911.
February 24, 2023, 7:47:39.
And this is 2.
24, 2023, 7:47:49.
Please leave your message for 57142621112.
Hello, this is Fairfax County 911. We had a call from this number. If you have an emergency, please hang up and dial 911. This call was named error. You can disregard this message. Thank you.
February 24, 2023, 7:48:40.
And this is 3.
24, 2023, 8:02:05.
Fairfax County 911, where's your emergency?
I need help. There is my
my friend, she just was stuck in the knife now. She's bleeding a lot. I don't know what to do anymore.
Okay, where are you located? What's your address?
Oh my God.
Take a deep breath for me. Just let me know your address. Okay, 13. Take a deep breath for me. You're on Stablebrook Way. Are you on Stablebrook Way?
Yes.
What's your house number?
It's what's the number of
Is there somebody else there that can give me the address?
13230 Stablebrook Way.
Okay. And what's your name and what's going on?
My name is Brendan Banfield. I'm a federal agent. This is my house. There's somebody here. I shot him. But he stabbed her. She's bleeding. She's got several marks on her neck. What do I do?
Okay. So what I need you to do is apply direct pressure directly to where she's bleeding from, okay? And if it becomes soaked, just add more cloth to what is already there. How old is the person?
I don't know.
The person that's bleeding?
37.
Okay. Okay, so the person that you shot, where is he?
I don't know him.
Okay, where is he though?
He's here. He's on the ground.
Okay. Okay. And the person that he stabbed, where are they now? Are they still in the hospital? I have rescue coming to you.
He's bleeding. It's my wife.
It's just bleeding. I just know what to do.
Okay, so I want you to get a clean cloth and apply direct pressure to where you're bleeding from, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, are you the one that's bleeding? Just keep applying pressure, don't remove it. If it becomes soaked, just add more cloth to what is already there. Do not use a tourniquet. If one is already on, don't remove it, and don't throw or flush any blood-soaked items, okay? And sir, I need you not to touch the weapons or disturb the scene at all, and don't touch or remove any impaled object, okay? Sir, hello? Ma'am, can you hear me? Okay. Are you the one that was injured?
She's not responding.
Okay. Can you tell me how her breathing is?
She's heart's still beating. She's
Okay.
still breathing.
Okay. Just keep applying pressure to where she's bleeding from and just put her on her side, okay?
On her side?
Yeah, on her side. You said she's breathing normally, she's just not responding to you?
She's got a very big hole in her neck.
Okay. Just keep applying pressure, okay? Just keep adding more cloth what's already there. And who am I speaking to? Who are you, dear? Are you? Okay, so who's the person? Where's the person that's bleeding? Where are they in the house?
They're upstairs.
Okay.
In the bedroom.
Okay, and where is the person that was shot? Are they also in the house downstairs?
Yes.
Yeah, in the bedroom too.
Okay. Okay.
Help, please?
Yeah, they're on the way. They're coming to you now, lights and sirens, okay? And any weapon is secured, correct?
Again?
Any weapon is secured?
I have the weapon.
Okay, can you just leave it where it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
And you say you don't know the individual that was shot?
No. I don't know.
Whenever things that the person. And sir, where are you? Are you taking care of the person upstairs?
I'm trying.
I'm trying, but
Okay.
it's too long. Okay, I have officers that are pulling up outside, okay? So just make sure the weapon is placed where it is and it's secure, and just keep applying pressure. And make sure your door is unlocked. Can we make sure that's done? All right. Okay. And if there's any animals, please make sure they're put away.
I'm up the door.
Okay. I'm gonna lock the door. What is it again? Okay, so make sure your weapon is down, sir, and that you're coming to the door with your hands up so the officers can see you. Okay, I'm locked. Okay, and the weapon is down? Are you there? Are you there? Yeah, I'm still here. Okay. Are they coming? Yeah, they're on the way. You should see them soon. They're pulling up outside right now. Let me know when you can see them, okay? I just see them? Mm-hmm. You should be able to see them soon. Huh? I hear them. Okay, so are we? Okay, and no one has a weapon, right? The weapon's down?
The weapons are down.
Okay.
That one's down.
I hear them. Okay, they're pulling up outside. Just keep applying pressure to where she's bleeding from and just make sure she's okay. Okay. Here we're doing this. It's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let me know if the officers are with you. When they come here? Yeah, they're pulling up now. They're gonna make their way to you. Mhm. Okay. I'm showing them outside.
I'm here.
They're here. They can come in. I'll go ahead and disconnect with you. Speak, okay? Come in. You guys. It's right here.
Where's the gun at?
We need help.
Where's the gun at?
It's up here.
Right here on the deck.
He's in the house with you. So you just
My house.
this is going on. My God.
February 24, 2023, 8:10:38.
Judge, I don't have any further questions. Mr. Carroll may have some questions.
Cross-examination.
Ms. Dale, I've heard that before, but when I was listening now, it appeared that there was a lot of typing going on. Do you know, was that typing verbatim what was being said to the dispatch?
Verbatim, no.
Okay. Do you know if the dispatcher typed what my client said, that he was a federal law enforcement officer and that he had shot someone who was in his bedroom? Do you know if they typed that?
I don't remember exactly what was typed into the CAT event as
Okay.
far as what was surmised from the phone call.
Would that be part of the records that you're the custodian of?
Yes,
Okay. Do you recall if it was typed in what he said, which was that he stabbed my wife in the neck?
Objection. I don't think that that was what was said, and we can listen to the call.
What's your legal objection, please?
Seems facts, not in evidence.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Was that transcribed?
in the
or-
actual event.
Yes.
I would have to review the record.
Okay. Did you review the record this morning?
I reviewed the phone calls.
The phone calls, okay. So an additional review would be required to know what was sent out that was typed to the by dispatch.
Correct.
Okay. I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
All right, redirect? No redirect, Judge. All right, is this witness subject to recall?
Not by me.
Is she subject to recall, Mr. Kira? No. Okay, ma'am, you're free to go. Thank you.
Okay.
Your next witness?
Judge, it's going to be Officer Hugh, Justin Hugh.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself by telling us your name and spelling your first and last name for the court record?
Justin Hugh, Justin. Last name Hugh, Hugh.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm a detective with the Fairfax County Police Department in the Child Abuse Unit.
And how long have you been with the Fairfax County Police Department?
Almost 4 years.
And when were you assigned in February of 2023?
I was patrolling Reston.
And I'm going to direct your attention to February 24th, 2023. Were you on duty in uniform and displaying your badge of authority that day?
Yes.
And did you respond to a call for service that morning?
Yes.
What was the call for, if you recall?
The call was for somebody that had been shot and then somebody else in the residence had been stabbed.
And where did you respond?
I responded to area 521, which was my patrol area.
And where is Patrol 521?
It's in Reston. It's kind of near the town of Herndon.
And is that a location in Fairfax County?
Yes.
Is your uniform equipped with department-issued body-worn camera?
Yes.
And how does your body-worn camera work?
You click it twice in the middle and it activates the body-worn camera and starts recording.
And then when you are done with your shift, what happens?
We dock it at the station where it will upload everything is recorded for the day.
And was your body-worn camera working properly that day?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Commonwealth's Exhibit 4, and I have I've got my computer muted, so we should only see a picture.
All right.
I would ask if we could just have that for the stand, the defense attorneys, and the witness at this point. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
It's my body-worn camera from that day.
And have you had the opportunity to review this before today?
Yes.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of what you did and saw as you responded to this call for service that morning that you described earlier?
Yes.
Judge, at this point, what I'd like to do is admit this as Commonwealth's Exhibit 4.
Any objection to 4? All right, 4 in evidence.
Judge, I am going to ask if we could have this displayed to the jury, the witness, counsel, and the stand only, not on the screens,
Not in the gallery.
not in the gallery.
Okay.
And there will be sound.
Okay,
But-
that's fine.
Well, I got voices inside. Let's do something quick. Stack up on me, I guess. County police, call out. Where's the gun at? Where's the gun?
Anybody else downstairs?
Where's the shot person?
Who else? Just us? Guns on the belt.
One of the patients is outside now.
We got him.
Can you turn the lights on in here?
Yeah. Give me a, what can I do to help? Chest seal, give me chest seal. Yep. Anything I can do to help? What else was she stabbed? Right on the stab wound. Tank, come here. Got something on their hand. Okay. Here. You get it there. Stand right here. Yep. You got multiple stab wounds to the neck. Okay. Secure those guns.
Ma'am, I need you outside now.
She's breathing.
What do you need?
Get medics in here now.
Get a chest seal.
Seems full for medics. He grabbed my arm. He grabbed my arm when I started to find. Okay. Someone get with him. I don't know where he shot at.
Who's that chest wound seal?
I need it from the back right now. You got stabbed by him, so someone watch him. Guys, chest seal. Now
We're looking for it, buddy. We're looking for it. Get calls. He called out.
Here's Gauze.
up this way.
Here's
Upstairs.
Gauze.
I need chest seal on her and how's
Wound
that
seal.
right now?
Just stay right there. Stay right there. There's another one behind me.
Open this up the longer.
Yeah, I can't do anything with this right now.
Go.
Can't do anything with this right now. Someone check the pulse of the guy behind me.
Yeah.
He's breathing, so.
We got one guy up here, gunshot wound, one female, multiple stab wounds.
Can someone do this for me? I got one hand kind of tied up now. Up this way. He's in the bathroom, up here.
Where you get chest seal?
On our neck. Multiple stab wounds on our neck. You ready? Let's do that. Go. Come here, ready? Go for it. This one. Chest up. Give this one. There's another half. Ready? Go for it. Yep. Hold this down. Okay. Sit in the top.
You need another chest seal?
Yeah, for the rehab.
Hey, get another. Hey, LT, get more block kids.
Come my brother.
This one we have behind me.
I don't know.
Is he shot in the head too?
No, shot in the chest.
That's a lot of blood. Looks like it's probably from a lot.
They're in for K9 or healer at this point. K9 10.
No, it's securing firearm.
Just leave it where it is.
Tank.
Yep.
Since we got this kind of waiting for medics, can you talk with him? Shoot him.
Stand by 1 second.
Medics expediting, and where are they at?
I can feel him.
Guys.
Breathing.
Hey, you have a pulse on me?
No.
No pulse on him.
CPR, go ahead.
Multiple stab wounds.
CPR on him.
Yeah, if you have anything, start going.
All right, we got medics
Who's
over
most viable, you guys know?
She is.
Alright,
Multiple stab wounds to the neck.
James, where is he? To the right, we have a pulse, multiple stab wounds, to the left, either the CPR or the gunshot wound.
Alright. Who's still breathing?
Multiple stab wounds to the
This
neck.
is Bob.
Don't know if we actually have it.
Don't know if it's one behind my side.
Okay.
So she's still
Put it right
breathing?
there. You can feel blood moving.
You can stop doing CPR.
Yeah, stop doing
Yeah,
CPR.
we're gonna get her.
He's gonna be way over there.
Yeah, this. She's breathing over here. She's breathing. That's why we're looking. Grab him, take him downstairs. You can't feel pulse? It's hard to feel. Are you hurt? Stand by. Sorry. There's no pulse. No, there's no. What do we need?
I think that guy's gonna definitely be away from the shot. I mean, we can. I think that might be obvious over there. Here. What do you want to do? You want to grab that and go? We're done. No, this is, she's done. All right, that's fine. You want to get a rhythm on that?
Yeah.
It's right there behind.
I got one right here. Okay. All right.
Where is
Hey,
he?
Justin,
Yeah.
grab the guy out there, get him down, don't worry about it.
All right. Wait, is that not Bombers? I don't know
This
whose
is not
that
Bombers, it might be his, he's his.
There was two on the bed when I came in.
Okay,
Okay, this one's got blood on it.
all right.
So stay with him, he might have, I'm not sure if he shot the guy that shot him.
Sir?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm gonna wait till they're done getting her out of the way before I'm willing to walk over.
You don't know that guy at all? I don't know.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out where's the gun currently?
We have two firearms right here.
Leave them right where they are. That's where we found them. We moved them away. All right, that's fine. They were on the other hand. Where you want?
Hey Sarge, do you want us to escort him outside? Stay with, okay.
So,
Okay.
I'm not sure. We're not working. But, we'll get them out. So once they. All right. Yeah. All right. Hey. All right, we're gonna move them. Very close to that, storm down. Don't touch anything.
Got a knife here.
Yeah. Is there kids down there?
Zach?
The kids are out of the way.
Kids are outside. Of course, we're gonna clear the rest of the house.
Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that.
Okay.
Just grab them on.
Monitor, we'll go with it, that's fine. Zach, stay here. You're with me. We'll get you close to the house.
I'm escorting him down.
He's gonna say, we're gonna make sure no one else is hurt in the house.
Okay, all right. We're gonna get husband downstairs. All right.
Just for the record, we'll admit that under seal, Commonwealth's 4.
Understood. Let's talk about what we just saw. When you entered the house, we saw one officer ahead of you. Were the two of you the first two officers to enter the house?
Yes,
And when you came upstairs to the bedroom, did you see any unsecured firearms in the room?
yes,
Can you tell us how many?
2.
And can you describe the unsecured firearms that were in that room? Did you note anything about either one of them?
One had a flashlight on it and the other one did not.
Okay. Did you handle either of the unsecured firearms?
The one with the flashlight on it, I handled that one.
And what did you do with it?
I moved it twice. The first time I moved it just from the corner of the bed to in front of me, and then the second time I moved it to the other side of the bed near the other firearm.
And did you note anything about that firearm when you were handling it?
There was blood on it.
And Judge, at this time, I'm going to show Commonwealth's Exhibit 5 and ask that, and it's going to be a still photo, just to witness and counsel.
Okay.
It's not the greatest picture, but. Is this the firearm that you handled?
Yes,
And is this the position that it was in when you entered the room?
yes.
Can you describe the position, what we're looking at here?
The gun is in the bottom right corner of the bed. It's pointing towards whatever's kind of behind me.
And when we're talking about the bottom right corner of the bed, are you standing at the foot of the bed facing the headboard, or are
Yeah.
you? Okay.
Yes,
And Judge, I'd ask to admit this as Commonwealth's Exhibit 5.
Any objection?
If we could publish that to the jury.
In the gallery.
Got it. And when you handled this firearm, did you have gloves on when you handled the firearm on February 24th?
yes.
And when you left the bedroom, where had those two firearms come to rest? This one and the other one?
On the left side of the bed. If I'm facing the headboard, that's where the last place I saw them at.
Okay. And then when you, the rest of your morning, when you left the bedroom, who was with you?
When I left the bedroom, I was with Officer Beckner. I believe there's another officer walking down the stairs with us and Mr. Banfield.
And where did you go?
We walked outside and then we took Mr. Banfield to an ambulance.
And when you got to the ambulance, what, if anything, did you take from him?
A jacket that he was wearing.
And what did you do with that jacket?
I held on to the jacket, and then Detective Falk, who's a crime scene detective, showed up, and then I transferred custody of the jacket to him.
And I'm sorry, you said Detective Falk?
Falk.
Is that OJ Falk?
Yes.
After you left the defendant's company that day, did you remain at the scene? Did you go back into service? What was the rest of your morning like?
We remained at the scene for a while outside, didn't go back inside the house, left the scene for a bit to do other things. And then I ended up coming back to the scene and stayed there until the end of my shift, just on the outside of the house.
I don't have any more questions for you. Mr. Carroll may have some questions.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Officer Hugh.
Good morning.
Were you right after Officer Gibbons as an arrival on the scene?
When I walked into the house, Officer Baumler was the one in front of me.
Officer Baumler?
Yes.
But Officer Gibbons was in front of him, is that correct?
No.
When was Officer Gibbons there?
He would have walked in behind me at some point. I don't remember when.
Okay.
Eventually, there was like a stack of us that all went in. I don't remember the exact lineup.
And I understand, but Officer Gibbons was the one who was in the bathroom with my client, correct?
Yes.
So when you saw, when you walked in, you observed my client rendering aid to his wife, is that right?
I don't recall what I saw when I first turned into the room. I know he was in the room. I don't remember the positioning now.
Okay. Do you recall Officer Beckner arriving?
I remember Officer Beckner coming in the room.
Okay. And were you present when Officer Beckner started, getting chest seals and chest compressions and things like that all of you were doing?
Yes.
Okay. And did you observe, according to Officer Beckner, a panic attack on my client's part?
I wouldn't really know. I wouldn't say a panic attack. I would say I witnessed his behavior.
Okay.
I don't know how you exactly would define a panic attack. I didn't think of it. I didn't think it was anything super.
His words, not mine.
Yeah.
You observed, but you observed my client, correct?
I did.
And around that same time, Officer Beckner reports that some firefighter was kicking items on the ground. Let me see. Kicking the blankets near Joe Ryan, and he was advised to stop by Officer Beckner. Do you recall that?
I was told about what a firefighter did after, but I never really witnessed that in the moment.
And I understand, I mean, it's a fast evolving situation, but that's what I wanted to find out is if you had recollection of it, but you were told thereafter?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you arrived on scene, Christine Banfield was breathing, correct?
I never touched her, so I don't know.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you.
Were you aware based on what people were saying regarding her condition?
Listening to the body camera footage after, yes. It sounds like someone was saying that there might have been breathing or there was breathing, but
Okay.
I don't have direct knowledge.
But the firefighters ended up connecting her and actually found a pulse, right?
That I don't know. I know they found something, but I know there's like electrical readings I've had on other scenes.
Was that not what we just watched on that they actually connected her up to whatever device the one firefighter was saying?
They did connect her to something. I don't know what, I'm not versed in what machine they would have connected her
Okay,
to.
and I'm not asking you to be an expert on this. I'm just asking you as the person on the scene what you observed.
Yes, the firefighters worked on her.
Okay, they were tending to her.
Yes.
Okay, that's probably the best way to say it without knowing what exactly they did.
Yes.
And then while you were there, or at least that's what your body camera video shows, they secured her and they brought her out of the house, correct?
Yes.
And then, I'm sorry, I thought somebody was saying something. And then after she was secured and out of the house, is when, how long after that was it when you and Officer Beckner and my client all walked out?
I'd say pretty shortly after, I would guess a minute tops.
Okay. Now, in terms of the, I guess that's the exhibit number 5, and I just keep pointing over here because that's where I saw it, but it's not there. That was a screenshot from the body-worn camera, is that right?
Correct. The picture of the gun they showed.
Do you want to show them the picture again?
I can't judge. I
I
better,
think you have to get back on the screen.
I don't want to mess your,
Okay. Okay.
do you see that?
Yes.
And is this your body-worn camera?
Yes.
Okay. And did you take any actions to prepare this screenshot?
No.
Okay. Now, do you know where this gun was before it was sitting at that situation that's shown in the picture?
No.
Okay. And I think you said after that, you know, it was moved to the left side of the bed, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall who did that?
I moved it.
You moved it, okay. And then if I understand your testimony correctly, you then got involved in the scene and then you ended up escorting my client out, and that was the last that you were in this room?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect?
I don't have any redirect.
All right, is this witness subject to recall?
I don't think so, Judge.
Is he subject to recall? All right, sir, since you are subject to recall, you cannot discuss this case with anybody and you cannot look at anything from this case, okay? You're still a witness, so the rule of witness is still on you at this time, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
You are free to go today. If they need you, they will contact you, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, do you have a short witness or is this a good time for a morning break?
Judges, is probably a good time for a break.
For a break?
Next witness is going to be a smidge longer than the first.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our morning recess for 15 minutes, okay? So we'll get you back in the jury room. Just remember, do not discuss the case with anyone to include yourselves, and don't do any outside research in that 15 minutes, okay? So we'll come back then at 11:30, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, guys, we are on our morning break. I'm going to flip us over to the Gonzalez trial while we're on break so everybody can catch up, and we'll be back. We'll be back in a minute when they come back from this trial. So here we go. See if I can do this.
Table. I sat down beside them and just kind of scanned the room. You moved over. I did. I moved some furniture over. I went while I was sitting there next to my
Good morning,
students,
Sarah. Good morning.
I kept looking at the windows, and that was kind of the direction of the gunfire, or the sounds we could hear. And so I thought to myself, I'm going to die today. I felt like a sitting duck, just waiting to die.
you rearrange the furniture to make like a cover for the children?
Yes. So we have these little square wooden desks, and I started flipping them over, and I flipped them over their side, and I made like a wall, and I stacked a desk on top of the other, so I had 4, and I kind of crouched behind those, and I could see the door between the 2 cracks. I could see the window of the door. And we just sat there waiting.
Did you keep your eyes on the door?
I did.
And can you explain to the jury why that was?
While I was sitting there, my students complied with everything that I told them. They were very quiet. I did have some students crying. Sorry. So then, while we were sitting there, they were very quiet, and I heard something outside my room, like a voice. It was either like a shouting, yelling, something. And I thought, oh, what is that? You know, who is that?
So what did you do then?
I got on my hands and knees, and I crawled to the window at the door. And I stayed on my knees, and I looked out the window. And when I peered out the window,
what area were you looking? When you looked out the window, can you point to the jury and tell the jury what area you were looking towards?
I was looking at this direction.
And for the record, you're pointing to the south end of the 4th grade building. That's the area you were looking towards.
Yes.
And once you looked out the window, what did you see? Explain that to the jury.
I saw a white police vehicle. It was a car.
Do you remember if it was a police vehicle for the Uvalde Independent School District?
Yes, ma'am. I know it was a school vehicle because it was just plain white.
Okay. And approximately where was that vehicle parked? Where did you see it?
It was parked right here.
Okay. And did you see a police officer with the vehicle?
I did.
And what did you see the police officer doing?
I saw him go from like the driver's side around the front to the passenger side. The door was open. I don't remember if he was looking in the car for something or if he was using like on top of the car, using it as like a shield, I guess.
Okay. And what else did you see the police officer doing?
Just kind of moving around.
The car?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, was he saying anything?
I didn't hear anything.
Okay. You didn't hear him yelling anything?
No, not while I was looking out the window.
Now, Ms. Robin, once you saw, let me back up, did you recognize the police officer?
No, ma'am.
Once you saw the police officer, can you tell the jury what your thoughts were at this time?
My first thought was, the good guys are here. The police are here. We're going to be okay. You know, they're here. They responded.
Now, after you saw the police officer through the window, what did you do?
I got back on my hands and knees, and I crawled back to my students, and I sat with them, and I told them, you know, it's going to be okay. The police are here. I still sat there continuing to monitor through the crack between the 2 desks that I could see the window.
Now, what was your initial thought process regarding where you had put the students? And I just want to clarify, where did you have the students along what wall?
Along the like center block wall.
And did you question that decision of yours at some point? As to whether or not they would be safe there?
Yes, and then I thought I need desks, I need more. So I moved more items closer to us.
Okay. Now, Were you eventually evacuated?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how were you evacuated?
We sat there for a while.
Stop.
I continued to look through the crack of the desk, and eventually a man stuck his face into the window of our classroom. And at the time he said, "I'm officer," and then I don't know what he said. I don't know if he said his name and then like who he was with, or I don't know. He identified himself as "I'm officer," and that's all I remember. And then he left. And so I got up from where I was sitting with the kids and I went to the door. And when I looked out the window, I could see another officer that was like a cross in the grass, wearing a vest, and he had a gun. And I also saw another officer, and then I could see him going down to the other classrooms.
Was this time that you saw these officers, was it a considerable amount of time after you saw that initial police officer with the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So can you tell the jury how you got your students out of that classroom?
The officer did come back to the door. And so I went ahead and cracked open the door, and he came to the door, and he said, "I'm officer so-and-so with whatever agency." He said, "Prepare your students to evacuate." And I said, "Okay." So I'm just thinking back to, again, like our training, and, I'm thinking we just need to make sure we stay together. I went back to I closed the door, went back to my students. I crouched down and I said, "Guys, we're going to be okay. We're going to evacuate. We're leaving." I said, "Hold each other's hands and don't let go." And they did. They did exactly what I told them.
Did you explain to them that they were going to see a bunch of police officers?
I did. I said, "There's some people outside. They have guns." I said, "It's okay. They're the good ones."
And at that point, y'all were evacuated?
Yes, ma'am.
And in thinking about that day, Ms. Robin, what are your thoughts about your students that day?
They just did such a good job. They were such good listeners, and they followed me, and they did exactly what I said. And I'm just glad that we made it out.
And just to clarify, Ms. Robin, you are still a teacher as of today with the Uvalde Independent School District?
Yes, ma'am.
That's the witness.
May I proceed, sir? Please. Do you need a moment, Ms. Robin? Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you for coming in and testifying. And it's apparent it's very difficult for you and many other witnesses, so I think we all appreciate that. My name is Nico LaHood. I'm one of the lawyers that represents Adrian, okay? You've never testified before, I'm assuming? Okay, so this is cross-examination. I've been explaining that to each witness. I'm not gonna go at you. There's no trick questions. There's no gotcha moments. I'm just gonna ask questions to bring context and clarity. And the reason why is because this was a stressful situation to you, obviously, right? Mm-hmm. And just for the record, you have to say a word, yes or no.
Yes.
Yes, that's okay. It's for the court reporter. And so the reason why we ask is because we're asking people something and kind of reminding them of what they said maybe previously. So just for the jury's notice, you've said this, your experience to other people before, right?
Yes, sir.
And you I think interviewed with the Texas Rangers.
Yes, sir.
And you've also spoken with the government.
Yes, sir.
And have you spoken any other times before those two? Aside from those two?
Not publicly.
Right.
Maybe to my therapist.
Yes, ma'am. But you and I have never spoken.
No, sir.
Or you've never spoken to anybody on the defense side?
No, sir.
So I want to talk about these drills. I think the government opened up asking you questions about about the lockdown drills.
Mhm.
And if I heard you correctly, and it seems consistent, that there was only 1 or 2 drills the whole year.
Yes.
It sounds to me like you felt there should have been more. Do you still work for the Uvalde Independent School District?
Yes, sir.
I'm not trying to put you in a bad spot. If you don't want to answer that question, you don't have to, and I'll move on.
Okay.
Is that better?
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so, and it also sounds like you prepared your students yourself.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so there's some general, however many times a year, there's some general information shared with teachers, but then it sounds like each individual teacher, and you did a wonderful job of taking responsibility and you preparing your students yourself.
Sir.
That's
Yes.
right. Because you're with your students every day.
Yes.
And so, and it also sounds like you explained some practical things to them as well.
Yes, sir.
You said something, and I want to make sure we can get a feel for why you said it. You said you felt like you were a sitting duck out there.
Yes.
Is that because you were in a separate wing outside of a building, or is it because the school did not have a designated police officer full-time?
I felt like a sitting duck because of my room, of the wall of glass.
Okay, so we know that you're in the wing, you're in the D wing, D for Delta, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so A, B, C, D, E, you're a D, and you're in room 16?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so you just felt because you were kind of winged out, you weren't within the confines of a building, felt like a sitting duck.
Correct.
But I guess the second part of my earlier question was, it's also a fact that Robb Elementary unfortunately did not have a full-time officer assigned to it. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And so the high school had a full-time officer, but not the elementary school.
Yes.
I also want to bring your attention to the I guess the magnet system that the school approved. I believe you testified to this jury that these magnets they were used every day.
I used mine every day.
And that was allowed by the school?
Yes.
And I believe you said they were issued by the school?
Yes.
Okay. So the school issues these magnets, is it because that the school, and I'm not ragging on the school, they just didn't have the resources to do like a key fob for the teachers and install that?
Correct.
Have you worked at other schools where they had that, where it was easy access through some type of security mechanism? So it seemed like the school.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. All right, your next witness, Ms. Bristler?
Judge, is going to be Officer Beckner.
Officer Beckner. Please place, Madam Clerk, raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law?
I do.
Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself by telling us your name and spelling your first and last name for the court record?
I'm Zachary Beckner, Zachary-Beckner.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm employed as a police officer for Fairfax County.
And how long have you been employed by the Fairfax County Police Department?
February will be 4 years.
And how were you employed back on February 24th, 2023?
I was a police officer on patrol.
With Fairfax County?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you on duty that day?
I was.
Were you in uniform and displaying your badge of authority?
I was.
And is your department issued uniform equipped with body worn camera?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe how your body worn camera works for us?
You double tap the center button and it comes on, or it can be activated by lights and sirens.
And at the end of the day, what, if anything, do you do with your body worn camera?
We dock them so that they can be uploaded.
And was your body worn camera working on February 24th, 2023?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
And I'm going to draw your attention, Officer Beckner, to the morning hours on that date. Did you respond to a call for service?
I did.
And where did you respond?
I believe it was off Sablebrook Way. I don't remember the exact address. It was in area 521 of Ruston District Station.
And is that a location within Fairfax County?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Were other officers on scene when you arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how many other officers had entered the house before you that day?
I believe 3 or 4.
And did you yourself go into the house?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you were in the house, did you see anyone inside that you recognized in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you point that person out and describe an article of clothing or two that they're wearing?
Black suit and a striped tie.
And color of hair?
Brown or black.
Judge, I'd ask the court that the court recognize that the officer has identified the defendant.
All right, the record will so reflect.
I'm going to show you an exhibit that's been marked as Commonwealth's Exhibit 6. And I'm going to ask Madam Clerk that this is displayed to the witness and to counsel and to the judge at this point only. Do you recognize this? Can you see it?
No, ma'am. There's
Oh,
nothing
okay.
pulled up.
Sorry.
It's a blank screen on our.
I see. Okay.
I mean, all the connections are good. No. Still no.
You'd see it on the screen in front of you if it was.
Oh, yeah, it would be here.
Yeah.
You can see it. Okay.
All right, well. It flickered. Was that you or was that me?
We changed it just to make sure our system was working, so our system's working.
Okay, well. I'm gonna go back to you.
All righty, guys, we are now
Just go ahead and log in.
Okay. Take two. I am going to hopefully show you a clip on your screen. Can you see anything on your screen?
No, ma'am, it's still black.
Okay, his screen is still black. Still?
There's blue on there now.
No, that's just drawing.
Sorry.
Oh, I see what the problem is. Hold on. How about now?
Well, you should see here too. right?
Yeah, nope.
Okay, this is what we're, there it goes.
Okay, there it goes. Oop. All right, now can you see
Yes, ma'am.
on your screen? Okay. And do you recognize what's on your screen?
I do, ma'am. It's my body cam from that day.
Okay, and the video, have you had a chance to review this before today?
Yes, ma'am.
And is what you reviewed a fair and accurate depiction of what you initially did and saw that morning in the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Judge, what I'm going to ask the court to do is seal this, ask court to admit it as Commonwealth 6, publish it to the jury and the jury only, and I'm going to ask the court to seal this.
All right, any objection to 6? All right, 6 in evidence under seal. Okay, thank you, Mr. Carroll.
Now, as I'm playing this, I am going to stop it in places so that we can talk about what it is that we're seeing.
Anybody else downstairs?
Where's the shop person? Who else? Just us?
All right, hold down, somebody hold down.
Okay, here, where are you in the house?
I'm at the bottom of the stairs leading to the second story.
And what do you note about that door that is in front of you? Or what did you note about that door?
That it was open and had an exterior lock.
And did you see a light on inside of the door?
No, ma'am.
They're saying one of the patients is outside now.
So somebody's outside. In the back? Anybody else outside? Who else is outside? Anybody over here? Ma'am, stay here, ma'am. Stay right here. Who is the shooter? Who shot who?
I got a blowout kit if you need it.
Bring it up.
Is there anyone else in the house? Any kids in the house? Those guns.
Ma'am, I need you outside now.
Here, how many unsecured firearms did you note as when you came in?
2.
And I'm going to keep going.
What do you need? Get medics in there now. Scene's cold for medics.
He grabbed my arm. Who did? He grabbed my arm when I just heard that coming.
Okay. Someone get it. Someone go with him. I don't know where you shot at.
Who's that chest wound seal?
I need it from the back right now. You got stabbed by him, so watch him. Guys, chest seal. Now.
We're looking for it, buddy. We're looking for it. Get gauze out.
Up this way.
Upstairs. Hey, Chris, seal on her and I'll give her right now.
Just stay right there. Stay right there. There's another one behind me.
Hey, open this up for Ballmer. I got the other one for him. Okay, go.
Behind me.
Yeah. Zach, go ahead.
He's breathing, so.
We got one guy up here, gunshot wound, one female, small mistake.
Here, did you notice the knife as you moved over to where Joe was laying?
I noticed it first whenever I was checking for a pulse on him.
Can someone do I don't have anything.
Was that you saying, I don't have anything?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you mean when you said that?
I was checking for a pulse on the decedent there.
And is that at the point when you noticed the knife?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you were checking for his pulse, what part of his body were you checking?
His neck.
Up this way.
And then the officer that we just saw step on the knife, who was that?
Officer Sefiani.
Just to the top. He's in the bathroom, up here.
I don't have a pulse on him.
When you said, I don't have a pulse on him right there, the second time, who were you saying that to?
The other officers there to my left, particularly Officer Sefiani.
And the view that you have of the bed at this point, do you know at this point where the unsecured firearms that you saw when you entered the room?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us where they are?
They're both laying there at the foot of the bed, basically in the same position as whenever we saw them first on my body cam.
I don't have a pulse on him.
Where's the gunshot wound?
I'm not entirely certain, sir.
Let's check.
The officer here who, that is moving Joe's hands, who is that officer?
It's Officer Sefiani.
And had anyone moved Joe's hands that you saw before Officer Sefiani moved them?
No, ma'am.
Chest.
Okay. Hold this down. Let's work on her, okay? Just fucking hold her. Sit in the top. Sit in the top. Sit in the top.
You need another chest here?
Yeah, whatever you have.
Hey, get another ALT, get more blowout kits.
I don't know.
You shot in the head?
Oh,
No,
no.
shot in the chest.
It's a lot of blood. It looks like it's probably from a lung. I don't even know what to do.
Just leave it. Just leave it where it is. All right. Okay. Yep. Since we got this kind of wait for medics, can you talk with him?
I don't have a pulse.
Stand by 1 second.
When you said that time that he did not have a pulse, what did you mean?
I was checking again to confirm that I still did not have a pulse on him, ma'am.
So is that 3 times that you took a pulse?
I believe so, at least.
And that last time, were you also checking his neck?
Yes, ma'am.
Medics expediting, or where are they at?
I can feel him. Guys. Hey, do a pulse on him.
No, not at all. What do you need?
Good. Multiple stab wounds on her. Yeah. Go ahead and start going. Who's most liable, you guys know? She is. All right. Multiple stab wounds to the neck. Thing. To the right, we have a pulse. Multiple stab wounds to the left, you have a CPR or gunshot. All right. Are we still breathing? We're here. Don't know if it's one on the side. Okay, she's still breathing. We can feel blood moving. We can see her. You can stop him if you're trying. Yeah, we're gonna get her. He's gonna be way over there. Yeah, this. Is she breathing over here?
Where are the unsecured firearms in the room at this point?
They've been moved onto the opposite side of the bed from me.
And is that where they were when you left the room, if you recall?
Yes, ma'am, to the best of my knowledge.
Grab him, take him downstairs. I can't feel a pulse. You can't feel a pulse? It's hard to feel. Are you hurt? Stand by. Sorry. Nope, there's no pulse. Nothing. What do we need? I think that guy's gonna be definitely DOA. I mean, we can. I think that might be obvious over there. Here. I don't know.
Oh.
What do you want to do? You want to grab that and go?
This house, that's his wife. Don't know who this is.
Done. All right, that's fine. I don't know. You want to get a rhythm on that? Yeah. You want to? I got the monitor. It's right there behind you. You have it? Okay. All right. Where's? Grab the guy over there. Get him down. This is not Palmer's. There was 2 on the bed when I came in. Okay, this one's got blood on it. So stay with him. I'm not sure if he doesn't know. Yeah. Trying to figure out where's the gun currently.
On the bed.
Firearms right here. Leave them right where they are. That's where we found them. We moved them away. All right, that's fine. They were on the bed though. We have a knife right there.
Yeah.
Hey Sarge, what's up? You want us to escort him outside? Yeah, right now they're working, so we're gonna be. So, hey, I'm not sure. We're not working. No. Well, I'll get him out. All right. So once they get you. All right. Move her and go? Yeah. All right. Get you downstairs. Hey, we're gonna move you.
Got a knife here.
Yeah. Is there kids down there? Zach? Kids are out of the way. Kids are outside. We're gonna clear the rest of the house. Okay. Someone's gotta go with them. You guys want me to go with them? If you want to go with me, that's fine. Zach, stay here.
All right.
You're with me when we check the rest of the house. What are we doing here? We're gonna make sure no one else is hurt in the house. Okay, all right. We're gonna get them downstairs.
Okay. How long did you stay in that bedroom after Christine Banfield was removed from the bedroom?
A couple of minutes at the most.
And where did you go when you left the bedroom?
Outside.
And who was with you?
Officer Hugh and Mr. Banfield.
And where did you go with them?
Initially, we walked outside, allowed the first ambulance to leave, and then Mr. Banfield was taken into a second ambulance.
And what was the purpose of taking him to the ambulance?
Just to check on him, make sure that he didn't sustain any injuries that we weren't aware of.
And did he receive a medical evaluation while he was in the ambulance?
The medics did check him out. Again, look for any injuries or anything that we might have missed initially.
And what, if anything, did you do while you were with him in the ambulance?
I searched Mr. Banfield.
Okay. I'm going to show you Commonwealth's 9A, and I'm going to ask that it be displayed only to the witness and to counsel. Do you recognize these items depicted?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize them?
They were some of the items that I collected from Mr. Banfield.
And can you describe what they are?
It's 2 handgun magazines, a set of handcuffs, and a watch.
And do they appear in this photo in the same or similar condition to what you saw them in on February 24th, 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this point in time, I'm going to ask to admit Commonwealth's 9A. And this can be,
Sorry. No objection and published?
it can be published to
Yeah.
the jury.
All right.
When you receive these items, what'd you do with them?
I placed them in a bio bag, is what we call it. It's a plastic bag from the paramedics.
And who'd you give them to after you packaged them?
I relinquished them to the detectives that arrived at the hospital.
Did you take anything else from him during the search?
Yes, ma'am. 2 cell phones as well as his jacket.
And the jacket, did that just pass through your hands to Officer Hugh?
Correct.
Did the defendant make any statements in the ambulance about the firearms that you had noted in the house?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did he say?
He claimed ownership of them.
Did he distinguish between?
Men do you have working with you?
Any given time, it could be 4 or 5.
Duty weapon, essentially, and the other is his personal weapon.
Okay. And the duty weapon, was there anything that he noted about the duty weapon to distinguish it?
It had a flashlight on it, a TLR. I don't remember the exact model number.
Did he have blood on his hands when he was in the ambulance?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you go next with the defendant?
When we were in the ambulance, it transported us to Reston Hospital.
And when you arrived at the hospital, did he still have blood on his hands when you escorted him into the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he handcuffed when you escorted him into the hospital?
No, ma'am.
Was he handcuffed at any point that morning?
No, ma'am.
Did the defendant make any statements about his daughter while you were with him in the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
What did he say?
I believe he said something about her being 4 years old.
And what, if anything, did you see him do while you were in the hospital room with him?
He washed his hands.
And before he washed his hands, had anyone swabbed his hands to preserve samples of blood that were on his hands?
No, ma'am.
Why'd you let him wash his hands?
I felt bad for him blowing his nose and wiping his face with his bloody hands.
And what, if anything, did you do next?
I assisted with anything the detectives needed on scene, and then went back to maintain scene security for the residents.
I am going to show you a few still pictures that are Commonwealths 7, 8, and 9. And if I could have them displayed just to the witness.
Can we
And
make it 9B since you have a 9A?
oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I meant for them to be, yes, it can be 9B, but I had them as 9 and then 9A, and I just took 9A first, but that's fine.
Okay.
Yes,
gotcha. All right,
yep.
so 9 we'll have,
Yep.
that's fine, thank you.
So this picture is Commonwealth 7. I'm going to show you Commonwealth 8 and Commonwealth 9. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize them?
They're still images from my body cam.
Okay. Judge, I'm going to ask to admit Commonwealth 7, 8, and 9. They're still photos from the officer's body cam.
Okay, just a minute.
And 8 and 9 should be under seal.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so any objection, 7, 8, 9? So 7's admitted, 8 and 9 are admitted under seal.
Yes.
Okay.
And if we could publish 7 to the jury? And this view, is this a view of the door as you saw it coming around, coming into the house at first?
Yes, ma'am.
And this view here, is this the view that you had, the first view that you had of the defendant when you came into the room?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell what was on his hands here?
It appeared to be blood.
And this view here, what is this view?
It's a view of Officer Seffiani stepping on the knife.
Thank you. Judge, I don't have any further questions at this point for the officer. Mr. Carroll may have some questions for you.
Cross-examination?
Officer Beckner, do you have any idea what number entering the house you were of the Fairfax County Police Department?
I believe I was the 4th person in the house, sir.
Okay. Do you know who the first person in the house was?
I believe it was Officer Baumler.
Baumler?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was Gibbons anywhere near you there?
I couldn't honestly remember where he was until I saw him inside the actual bedroom, sir.
Okay. And the body worn camera that we were just looking at, that was a 6-minute. Was that a clip of your entire body worn camera?
It's a portion of it, yes, sir.
Okay, so because I think if I recall, your body worn camera went for nearly an hour.
It went all the way through till we were instructed by detectives at the hospital that we were able to turn them off, and essentially they took over from there.
So, so some of those things that you answered questions to, like searching my client or taking items from him, that would all be caught on the body worn camera if it were allowed to continue?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, at any point in this process, was my client not willing to accommodate you with whatever you asked him to do?
He did everything I asked him, sir. If that's
Okay.
if I'm understanding you correctly.
Yeah, that's, okay, that's what I wanted to make sure. And so if you were advised to get swabs from his hands, you didn't expect there would be any problems with that, would you?
At that point in time, no, sir.
Okay, so just if I recall correctly, in your body worn camera, the later portion, you're there when he's told by the chaplain at Reston Hospital that his wife had died, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you're talking about crying and blowing his nose, it was after that.
Yes,
Isn't that
sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
And so up until that time, he was in the original condition as you walked him out. Is that
Correct.
right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's fair to say he, based on your review of your body cam, he was very upset.
Yes, sir. He seemed pretty emotional at the time.
Okay. And after that, he went over or he was blowing his nose and he got blood on his face and things like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's when you acquiesced, I guess, to allowing him to do that?
Yes, sir. I was trying to be empathetic.
Yes. No, I understand. Was there anybody who told you not to do that?
No, sir.
Was there anybody who had gave you any advice as you were the person who was supposed to be watching him from that point forward that would suggest that you would know that washing his hands was a problem?
Not at the time, no, sir.
Okay. Did you get any sort of instructions other than just have him in a separate ambulance than his wife?
I didn't even have that instruction, to be honest with you, sir. I mean, his wife was taken as quickly as she could to the hospital to receive treatment, so.
Understand. And what we just talked about would show on your further body cam.
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you've previously reported that you observed him have a panic attack within the room.
Yes, sir. Whenever his wife had left.
So if you could, just to give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and the judge an idea, when you say panic attack, how did that show? How would that show to someone? Can you describe what you saw?
He seemed unable to walk and went kind of down to the ground to, I guess, steady himself.
Okay. And was that one of the reasons why he was taken in an ambulance to get checked out?
Again, we weren't fully aware if he had any injuries or anything like that. I believe in my body cam it shows that I asked him if he's okay, does he need anything? He said he was having some trouble with his right leg.
Okay. But that's not in what we have there.
Not in the clip.
Not in that clip. Okay, so if we watched the entire thing, we'd see that interaction.
Correct. It was
Okay.
As we were walking outside.
Wonderful. And were you present when the doctor addressed the spasms that were in his leg?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what did the doctor tell him?
I don't honestly remember, sir.
Okay. Now, Officer Sephion, as I understand it, Officer Sephion was the one who kicked the knife, correct?
He stepped on the knife.
Or it moved. After he stepped on it, it moved. I don't mean to suggest something more than that.
Yes, sir. He stepped on it with his heel.
And was that the original place where the knife was when you walked in?
I believe it to be, sir. Again, I didn't see it until I was taking the other gentleman's pulse.
Okay. That's right. And so you would have gone past it and you'd be looking back at it. Is that right?
That was the view that we saw.
And were you the first person to have walked in that direction toward where Mr. Ryan was?
I believe so, to the best of my knowledge.
Okay. You don't know what had happened before that?
No, sir.
And then when you There's a point in the body cam video where there's someone in front of you. Do you know which officer that is?
Which time, sir?
It would have been the person who said something like, "Oh my God, that's his wife."
That was Officer Baumler.
Officer Baumler, okay. Just bear with me, sorry. Oh, and I'm sorry, Officer Sephion, did you observe Officer Sephion, or I know your body camera did you see it as well? Moving Mr. Ryan's body parts around?
Correct.
Okay. What was it you observed?
He moved his hands so we could check for his injuries.
Okay. I don't have any further questions, Judge.
All right, redirect.
Judge, court's indulgence for
Yes,
one.
yes, ma'am.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, is this witness subject to recall?
Not from us, Judge.
Yes, that's fine. Oh, sorry. So, okay, you got to put your, okay, so sir, you're subject to recall, so you're free to go today, but you might be called again in this case, so you cannot talk to anybody about this case and do not do any research and avoid any news about this case, okay? You still have the rule of witnesses in place, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Judge, Lieutenant Gibbons.
Lieutenant Gibbons.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself by telling us your name and spelling your first and last name for the court record?
Yes, Michael Gibbons, Michael Gibbons.
And how are you currently employed?
I am a lieutenant with the Fairfax County Police Department.
And how long have you been with the police department?
I've been a police officer for 9 years.
And how were you employed on February 24th, 2023?
I was the Days A Sergeant of the Reston Squad for the
And-
Fairfax County Police Department.
Were you on duty that day?
I was.
Were you in uniform and displaying your badge of authority that morning?
I was.
And is your department issued uniform equipped with body worn camera?
It was.
And can you tell us how your body worn camera works?
Our body worn cameras are activated either manually or automatically upon activation of emergency lights and sirens.
a firearm being removed from the holster, or a taser also being removed from the holster or activated.
And at the end of the day, what happens with your body-worn camera?
They're put into a dock so they can be uploaded.
And Lieutenant Gibbons, drawing your attention to the morning of that date, February 24th, 2023, did you respond to a call for service that day?
I did.
And where did you respond?
I responded to 13230 Stablebrook Way, which is in Herndon, part of Fairfax County.
And can you describe the neighborhood as you saw it on that day?
Residential neighborhood in Fairfax County. That house is located at the end of a street with a shared driveway.
And when you responded to that address, what if any vehicles were in the driveway of the home that you responded to?
There were 2 vehicles in the driveway. There was a Jeep SUV and a Volkswagen SUV.
And did you note anything else about the home that you responded to?
Typical Fairfax County neighborhood, houses are relatively close together.
And upon arriving at that location, what'd you do?
I grabbed a blowout kit or a medical bag from my police cruiser, grabbed that, ran up to the residence, where I was instructed that the medical supplies were needed up in the master bedroom of the residence.
And did you respond to the bedroom?
I did.
And what did you see when you went into the bedroom?
First glance, I saw a female that was nude. She was covered in blood, laying on her left side, with a gentleman standing over her with bloody hands. There was an officer rendering aid to her, and then multiple officers surrounding the bed, gathering medical supplies.
And do you recognize anyone from that scene here today?
I did.
Who?
The defendant.
And can you point him out and describe something that he's wearing in his hair color?
What appears to be a black suit, brown hair.
Judge, I'd ask the court to recognize that Lieutenant Gibbons has identified the defendant.
All right, the record will so reflect.
And when you went into the bedroom, what did you do?
I immediately opened the medical bag. A chest seal was requested from the officers, so I opened that up, immediately applied pressure and the chest seal to the female.
And did fire department personnel ever arrive?
They did, and they relieved me from rendering aid.
And what did you do after the fire department arrived and relieved you?
Because it was a crowded space with a lot of people, I went into the bathroom, which was where the defendant was.
And what did you do in the bathroom?
I stood there, kept him separated, and spoke to him briefly for a few minutes.
So you had some conversation with him?
I did.
And what did you ask him?
I asked him first if he was injured, to which he replied no. And then I asked him how long they had been down.
And what was his response when you asked how long they had been down?
He said, I followed up that question with, since you called, to which he replied, she called. She had to find her phone. My hands were covered.
And did he ever ask about his wife or Joe Ryan?
He first asked, does he have a pulse? To which I believe I replied, I'm not sure, or I don't know. He did follow up with, is she breathing? Or is she going to be okay? Was what he said.
And did he say anything about his daughter?
Later in the conversation, it was mentioned that there was a child in the residence. He did ask about her, and I advised him that the au pair had gotten her out of the house.
And how long do you think that your conversation lasted with him in the bathroom?
Not more than a few minutes.
And what happened after the two of you spoke in the bathroom?
After we spoke, the fire department was carrying the female out of the residence. So I had 2 officers ready to escort the defendant out, to which he started to become upset. And we waited a minute so he could collect himself. Then they escorted him outside of the residence.
Okay. At this point in time, I am going to ask for Commonwealth 10 to be displayed to the witness and to counsel only. So if you look at your screen, can you tell me if you recognize what Commonwealth's Exhibit 10 is?
My body camera footage from that event.
And have you had a chance to review this before today?
I have.
And is the video that we see, that we're going to see, is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you initially saw and did that morning as you responded to this call for service?
It is.
Judge, I'm going to ask the court to admit Commonwealth 10. I'm going to ask that it be played to the jury and counsel only, and I'm going to ask for it to be sealed.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, 10 is an evidence under seal.
Senator is yet? They're working on that? No, not the shooting stuff, but I think it's upstairs.
Where do we block it? Top and bottom.
She's grabbing the 4-year-old.
Okay, perfect. Where you at, left or right?
I need chest seal on her and how's we're kind of fighting right now.
Just stay right there. Stay right there. There's another one behind me.
Hey, open this up for the longer. Yeah, I got it right there. Okay, go.
What do we need? Chest seal?
Check my pulse. The guy behind me. Yeah. Exactly.
He's breathing, so chest seal.
We got one guy up here, gunshot wound, one female, multiple stab wound.
Holy shit. Someone do this for me? I got one hand kind of tied up now. Up this way. Just go in the tub. Go sit in the tub. He's in the bathroom, up here. Where do you need chest seal?
He's got on the neck.
Multiple stab wounds on the neck. Ready? As soon as I let go. Come for it. Ready? Go for it. Ready? Miss one. Chest seal. Get another one. There's another half. Ready? Go for it. Yep. Pull this down. Let's work on her, okay? It's just fucking high pressure. Just sit in the tub. Just sit in the tub. You need another chest seal?
Yeah, whatever we have.
Just whatever you. Hey, get another ALT. Get more blowout kits. Is there anything else that we know of other than this? This one and the guy behind me. On this female. I don't know. I do not know.
No,
Brendan has defense wounds to the hand, but.
Everybody's in probably from needs their canine or healer at this point. Canine 10.
Just leave it. Where it is. Tank.
Yep.
Since we got this kind of weight from Max, can you talk with him? Shoot him.
Stand by 1 second.
Medics expedited.
Do we have a pulse on anybody? I can feel him breathing. Hey, do you have a pulse on him?
No.
No pulse.
Okay, so we have one. CPR on. Go ahead.
Multiple stab wounds.
CPR on. Yeah, if you don't have anything, start going. Start doing.
All right, who's the most viable, you guys know?
This one apparently has a pulse.
All right.
Multiple stab wounds to the neck.
Thanks. Where is he? To the right, we have a pulse, multiple stab wounds. To the left, you see CPR on the gunshot wound.
I felt the pulse when I was holding the neck.
All right.
We have multiple chest seals on the neck. We don't know if we have right here.
We don't know any of them.
Multiple stab wounds to the neck. Chest seals.
Yes.
Don't know if we actually have them.
Don't know if it's one on the side.
We don't know.
Okay, she's still breathing?
We can feel blood moving. We can see her. We can see her cheek.
You guys not doing CPR on him.
You guys good?
Yeah, we're gonna get her.
Okay. Get down. You do this.
Yeah, this. She's breathing over here. She's bleeding.
You're good.
That's why we're moving her. After him, take him downstairs. You can't feel both.
Are you hurt? Do you have any injuries?
Sorry, I don't think so.
You don't know. Okay, just stay where you are. Stay where you are. Nothing?
So what's the story?
Do you live here?
This is my house. This is my wife. I don't know him.
You don't know him. This is your wife.
The other woman is our au pair, nanny.
Where is she?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
How long have they been down?
It's right there.
How long? Right when you called us?
She called. She had to find her phone. My hands
Okay.
were covered.
All right. You're gonna stay right here with me until we get this sorted out a little bit, okay? You don't have any injuries that you know of? Okay. Okay. All right.
He doesn't know. That's your wife. This is my wife.
So he's. Yeah.
You don't know that guy at all?
I don't know. He's the shooter.
Yeah.
I know. I'm just trying to figure out where's the gun currently. Leave them right where they are. If that's where we found them.
We moved them away.
All right, that's fine. Just. Where do you want? Okay. You know what, sir? Just have a seat. We're gonna close these doors. This way they can work. If you guys are good right there.
Hey Sarge,
What's up?
you want us to escort him outside?
No, right now they're working, so we're just gonna let them work.
Does she have a pulse?
I'm not sure. Not working. Okay. Okay. All right.
So once they, is she gonna be okay? We're gonna let them work for a minute. We're gonna let them do what they need to do. We'll just get you downstairs. Hey, Stefiani, or Hugh, very closely, we're gonna escort him down. Just don't touch anything. Just, let's let them, sorry. Let them go first. I thought they were gonna. Yeah.
Is there kids down there?
Kids are out of the way.
My daughter's here. I don't know.
I think the affair got her out. Just grab them out. Come on, everyone go with it, that's fine. Zach, stay here. You're with me. Hold on. What are we doing here? We're gonna make sure no one else is hurt in the house. Okay, all right. We're gonna get husband downstairs. Give me a second. Yeah. Have a seat. Just write down. Just have a seat. He's starting to lose it a little bit. Hey, boss, can we get one of you guys to check him out?
Yeah, I got more units here. We'll check him out.
He's starting to break down a little bit.
If we could terminate the view. And then at some point after the view that we just saw, did the defendant leave the bedroom?
He did.
And who was left in the room with you when he left?
First, it was 2 personnel from the fire department, and then a third joined us.
And when you were in the bedroom after the defendant had left, were there any firearms, unsecured firearms in the room?
There were 2 unsecured firearms located on the bed.
And did you make any observations about the state of the bedroom when you were speaking with the firefighters?
Yes, I noticed and stated that the blood appeared to have been there a while. It appeared that it had been soaked into the carpet, started to dry in certain areas, and then there was a specific location near the female that appeared to be clotting or clumping together.
I don't have any more questions for you. Mr. Carroll is going to have some questions for you.
All right, cross-examination.
Officer Beckner, do you know, or Lieutenant Beckner, sorry.
Lieutenant Gibbons, sir.
Do you know what order you were there from FCPD?
For the record, Lieutenant Gibbons, and I do not know.
I'm sorry, Lieutenant Gibbons. I apologize.
Okay. First handful, 5 or 6 maybe.
Okay. Do you know who the first person was?
Top of my head, I do not.
Okay. And so you essentially at the moment you got in, you took over kind of custody or observation of my client, correct?
So I took command of the scene inside.
I'm sorry, I can't.
I took command of the inside of the residence. That was my role.
Okay. And were you asked to do that?
No, that was my job as the squad sergeant.
Okay, so did you provide a chest seal or anything like that?
I did.
Okay, and then that's when you went into the bathroom and told him to sit on the bathtub and all those sorts of things?
Correct.
Okay, and that was, were you observing that he wasn't able to stand at that point? Or were you just saying, this is where I want you to be while this is going on?
So in patrol capacity, my firearm is located on my thigh. And the stance I was in while rendering aid, my right thigh was directly facing him into the doorway of the bathroom. So to prevent any access to a firearm, as he was identified as the shooter of the event, but also it was a very crowded space. So I determined the tub was a safe location for him to be, either sitting in it, on it, outside of where we needed to work.
Okay, so he hadn't at that point experienced the issues regarding his legs that you saw later in your video?
Not that I had noticed.
Okay, you didn't notice that. Now, the dispatch told you that he was the shooter?
I don't recall.
Okay.
If it was dispatcher, I know officers on scene made comments or statements that he was the shooter.
Okay. Did any of those officers or people on the scene tell you that he was also a law enforcement officer?
I don't think so.
Did you notice that he had magazines on his belt or
no
handcuffs?
No.
Okay. You escorted him out, correct?
I did not.
Okay. Who do you remember escorting him out?
It was Officer Hugh was one of them.
Uh-huh.
And I don't know if it was now Sergeant Bell. He may have been the second officer.
Okay. Could it have been Officer Beckner?
Could have.
Okay. And were you aware that Officer Beckner in the ambulance took 2 magazine cases? I may not know the term, and handcuffs and a Garmin watch. Did you know that was taken from him?
I was aware that 2 magazines and a watch were removed. I was unaware of any handcuffs.
Okay, so when was it you were became aware of that?
Once he was in an ambulance.
Okay, so you didn't realize he was a law enforcement officer until well after the heat of the moment.
I don't think at that point I even knew he was a law enforcement officer.
Okay. And so is it fair to say dispatch didn't communicate any of that information, or would you have missed it if it was communicated?
There's always information that potentially gets missed, especially on a high priority call, where you're trying to get to a residence or a scene as fast as you can to render aid and try to save a life. So if they did, and it was voiced or written in a CAD, I did not notice.
Okay. And have you reviewed your CAD or any of those records from that day?
I've reviewed my body camera footage. I did not review the CAD comment, the CAD event.
Now, is the body cam footage that we just saw, is that a portion of it or is that all of it?
That's a portion.
Okay. And how many more minutes are there that we didn't see?
Without looking at the timestamp, a couple minutes.
Okay. When do you recall, so I think Ms. Bristler may have asked you about how the body camera works and how it gets started. How does it get shut off?
Excuse me. Usually manually, unless it runs out of battery.
Okay. Did you run out of battery?
No.
Okay. So manually you shut it off at some point.
Correct.
How long after the last scene we saw in that audio or video clip was it?
A few minutes.
Okay. No. And would it have been, do you know where it would have been?
After the defendant was in an ambulance,
Okay.
and I was told that there were 2 magazines and a watch removed from this person.
Okay. And then you shut it off?
Correct.
Okay, I gotcha. Now, your observations that you made regarding the room, do you have training in those observations?
As a law enforcement officer, we're trained to make observations, take note of things that'll help investigators. I have taken numerous classes through our academy, one of which, I don't know the specific name of it, is involving blood specifically.
Okay, and so you knew what clotting looked like?
I knew what dry blood looked like, and I knew the blood as it was clumping. I don't know the technical term.
Okay.
I'm not an expert for that.
Gotcha.
But my observations at the time,
Okay.
that's what it appeared to be.
Okay. Your Honor, court's indulgence. Now, you had testified that he had asked about his daughter, which we hear on the body cam, and then you testified that he became upset and broke down. Was that simultaneous to that?
I was within probably a minute or so
Okay.
without looking at the camera.
Do you remember?
I remember it all being very close to each other or close together. The scene as a whole, although it's multiple minutes, in your head.
And did you say anything to allay his concerns about his daughter, like she was with the nanny or with another officer or anything like that?
Yes, I did. I told him that I believe the au pair had gotten her out of the house.
Okay, and you'd heard that from others?
Yes.
Did that seem to work with regard to him being upset?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Did that seem to work? That the fact that you said that he had broken down?
No, it didn't change his demeanor. It didn't make him happier. If that's what you're looking for.
Well, I'm just curious what you saw.
He was upset. He was visually upset.
Excuse me one second.
All right, redirect.
Court's indulgence for 1 moment. Judge, I don't have any further questions. He is not subject to recall for us.
No need for recall.
Okay, sir, you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have a good day, Lieutenant.
You as well.
All right, your next witness.
Judge, the next witness I have is Dr. Kessler, Your Honor. This is going to be a longer.
Why don't you approach me? All right, ladies and gentlemen, in planning the nature of the course of the evidence in the afternoon, we're going to go ahead and take an early lunch recess at this point from 12:30 to 1:30. That way we'll have more continuity with the evidence as it comes in today, okay? So let's go ahead and do that. Go back with the deputy. She'll give you all your lunch options. Please do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you. We'll see you back at 1:30. Okay. Right. I have two other items. One of them is the technology. If we could make sure, and if you're going to use the document camera for the medical examiner, can you make sure that's up and running for your tangible evidence? And also whatever you need to do to get your technology, make sure it's ready before the jury comes in. I'd appreciate it. Other than that, one other thing is, I don't know how your evidence is going to go, but if you have sealed evidence and the unsealed evidence goes to the gallery, okay, automatically. So when you're going to go from an unsealed evidence to sealed evidence, please let us know, because we're not that fast on the button. So you just let us know that the next exhibit you're going to show is sealed, so we can take care of it.
That was Kelly stating terminate. We had spoken with your clerk about
Okay.
having a keyword to let her know we were ready.
Right, well, we had one with 7, 8, 9.
Yeah.
7 was unsealed, so that was shown in the gallery, and we went to 8 without any notification. So we were as quick as we could. But if we could keep that in mind.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. Anything else, Mr. Kara?
Yeah.
All right, we'll see you all at 1:30 then, okay?
All rise.
Okay, guys, we are on a lunch break. I'm going to go ahead and pop up the Gonzalez trial while we are on lunch. It's getting interesting, y'all. Be right back.
Really critical, because even if you have 1,000 officers that are willing to go in, I mean, they're all going to be picked off eventually if the attacker inside has enough firepower.
Possibly.
If you had a choice, have you ever been in a gunfight?
Not before that.
Okay. If you had a choice, this.
It's more accurate, easy to shoot somebody. A pistol, any little deviation and it goes off feet.
Right. And also you can shoot a target at a long distance with a rifle versus a handgun.
Yes, sir.
Now a handgun, you can shoot a certain amount of distance, right?
Yes.
But now, would you agree that combat shooting or training tactically with a handgun, usually train within 2 to 5 yards, 7 yards, right?
Up to 20 at the range.
Right. And so when you pull, when you draw, you can do a fast draw. You usually at a high rate is pop, 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 double tap, triple tap, and you're doing rapid fire. Correct?
Yes.
But after a certain distance, a handgun is not as reliable, right?
Right.
And so you're typically if you're gonna shoot with a handgun from a distance, you're going to really take your time, sit down on your grip, make sure your sights are aligned, take a deep breath, and slowly squeeze that trigger. It's not going to be a fast shot, right?
Right.
But with a high-powered rifle, you can pick up a rifle and you can shoot a lot quicker at longer distances because it has the power and the velocity.
Yes, sir.
So now I want to ask you about potential activity by officers outside the building. So you now know where some of the early officers were in this incident?
Yes.
And just really quick, before we get to this part, the breach to that door was at 12:50, correct?
Yes.
It was almost an hour after.
Yes.
You guys, everyone got there.
Yes.
Okay. And that wasn't your decision, by the way.
No.
I'm going to direct your attention to the defense exhibit 10. So, are you orienting yourself now? This is Rob Elementary.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So Geraldine, right? Groves over there, and this is the east entrance is over here. West entrance where the shooter came in. South entrance.
Yes, sir.
You now know that Adrian Gonzalez drove all the way into this incident early on, and the jury will hear about the dispatch later. And he was parked over here. Do you know that now?
Are you telling me now?
Yeah, now now,
Yes.
okay. And so we can see that. Yes, sir. Yeah, give me a different view. Thank you very much. Thank you. You want to get oriented a little bit?
I got it. I understand the west, the east.
Yes, sir. You see that vehicle over there?
Yes.
Okay. That's, excuse me. That's a police officer unit?
Yes, sir.
And it's where Adrian Gonzalez parked. Okay. And so if an officer is here, there's no line of sight to a shooter that entered into the west building, correct?
Correct.
And so, this officer here, after hearing gunfire without a line of sight, it's reasonable to take cover for some period of time to observe and orient yourself to what's going on and what's going on around you, correct?
Makes sense.
And if the officer's by himself, it's different. Do you think tactically it's different than an officer that shows up to a potentially dangerous situation by themselves versus having backup?
Yes.
And so your tactics have to be a little bit different, right?
Yes.
As you described and educated the jury about tactics of breaching, there's tactics of trying to assess a situation when there's shooting if you're by yourself.
Yes.
Right? And so, would you agree with me that in this area there is no cover that you can see?
Just the car. But I mean, it's not going to stop bullets.
Okay, I want to talk about that. Why did you say that? Why did you tell this jury that a car is not going to stop bullets?
I mean, it could travel on the hood. It can go through doors. It'd have to hit the engine block to stop. More likely.
Right. So with a vehicle, there's the difference between cover and concealment, right?
Yes.
And the jury's heard this already. Let's say this was covered. I'm concealed. My upper body's concealed from you. I'm not covered from you, right?
No.
You could shoot through this
Yes.
tiki, but you couldn't see me. So a car is mainly concealment, and only portions of it is cover, right?
Yes.
And you said the engine block is pretty much maybe the wheel frame, whatever, but is the only cover in a vehicle, right?
Yes.
A tree is not cover. No. An open field is not cover, correct?
No.
This tree is not cover, right?
I can't tell how large the root is, but
Fair
that's
enough.
all you got. Yeah.
Right. And so an officer is by themselves is going to take some time to assess sounds of fire, right? Not visual of the fire, sounds of fire. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And there's no special training on being able to hear. If I hear a gunshot, that's a 9mm AR-15 on the south side of a building because there's echo.
Yes.
So you hear fire, it might sound different vibrating off this building versus inside of a courtroom or outside in an open field, right?
That's true.
And there's no special training that you can tell where fire is coming from.
No.
So there it is. Now we're back to this one. So we have an officer over here, and let's say for hypothetical, maybe you know now there were 3 officers over here, right? And that these 3 officers arrived 25 seconds after Adrian to the scene. Would you agree that these 3 officers have a different line of sight to the west side of the building than Adrian over there in this southeast corner?
Yes.
Line of sight meaning that I can get a visual. Like I can see the people, the person at the back, I even don't have my glasses on, the person at the back of the courtroom, I have line of sight to the gentleman at the back of the courtroom, right?
Yes.
These officers potentially, you may or may not have personal knowledge, have line of sight to the west side of the building, right?
Yes.
And if an officer had a long rifle, a long gun on this side of the building, that would be a weapon that would be more suitable to making that shot than a handgun.
Yes.
And if those officers thought they were undertaking fire, then they know that there's a threat from this individual on the west side of the building.
If they're taking fire?
If they thought they were taking fire.
Oh, yeah. Then yes.
Would it be reasonable for these officers to think they're taking fire even though there would be no evidence of them taking fire? Could it be reasonable? Maybe
If they're hearing gunshots coming from directly in front of them?
Yes, sir.
Yes. I'd wonder if I'm getting shot at.
Okay. What would verify that for you? If you're taking fire, you're wondering if you're being shot at, but then at some point, what would verify that to you?
Someone with a gun?
Maybe you'd hear or you'd see the
Oh,
bullets.
yeah. If bullets are bouncing off the road or
Right.
either that or you see somebody with a gun, then you know.
And are officers trained to ask for permission before they need to shoot?
I don't know of any. No, I've never.
So if one of these 3 officers says, I see him, can I shoot? He didn't have to ask to shoot.
No, you don't ask for permission. Well, I don't know what the policies are with whoever that was.
Let's
but-
just talk about the law.
Yeah,
There's a difference between law and policies, right?
Yes, sir.
Under chapter 931 and 932 of the Penal Code, you have a right, every citizen, including officers, have a right to self-defense and defense of a third person, correct?
Yes, sir.
If somebody, and this applies to everyday citizens as well, if somebody is is carrying a weapon and they see someone being attacked with deadly force, I don't need to ask permission to use deadly force to stop the use of deadly force against that third person.
No, you don't.
And so,
Okay, that is an important fact here because there have been some accusations, and I'm not able to hear 100% of what's going on when both trials are going, because when both trials are live, I get both sounds, and so it's just chaos in my head. But it is true, and you know, that is something that a lot of people misperceive in this situation, that they had to ask permission. If he had a clean shot on the perpetrator, anyone had a clean shot on that perpetrator, and that perpetrator, they know, is going to harm somebody legally, morally, and ethically, they can take the shot. Department may not like it, but
if this
we'll see what they say.
felt they were being shot at, saw an individual with a weapon, and had the time to ask for permission to shoot, that officer didn't have to ask for permission to shoot.
He didn't have to ask.
And you wouldn't have asked for permission
No.
to shoot. And you know that because you have training and experience. If you felt you were being fired upon and you saw someone on the west side of a school building and you heard through dispatch that there was someone at the school with a gun, discharging the gun, and you heard those discharges thinking you were part of the subject, you would take that AR-15 and you would put rounds downfield, right?
I wasn't there, but I have to believe I would.
That's such an honest answer. Thank you for that. Only one other officer answered that way. Everybody else answered like that they knew they were going to do something.
No,
Thank
you
for saying it that way. You would like to believe that you would put rounds downfield to try to stop that attacker from going in that school.
Yes, sir.
But there's nothing legally that would have stopped one of these three officers from doing that, right?
No.
Let's say that they didn't shoot that officer. That officer did not discharge that weapon. And this, as we know, this animal made it into this door. Do you have any knowledge of school policies of whether that door should have been locked?
So the chief Arredondo, the town that I live in, Batesville, it has a school district that's part of Uvalde, and
yes, sir.
And we had done a walkthrough where he walked us through the campus and he showed us that the doors were locked. So I would have assumed that
they should have been locked.
That they should have been locked.
And so other officers would have assumed that as well, maybe?
Yes.
Right? Okay. But this door should have been locked. All school doors should be locked. Right?
Yes.
But if for some reason, if these three officers saw this shooter get into this door, in your training experience, you would agree that those officers should have driven to that west side door and breached and gone into that door following this shooter, right?
If they saw someone with a gun going in there, yes.
Would it make any sense to you, practically, legally, tactically, why they would drive all the way around to this side of the building and enter the other way? Does that make any sense?
No.
So out of the four officers, the four first officers at the scene, between Adrian Gonzalez over here, there's no evidence, and he did not see this shooter, and these three officers, who had a better line of sight of this shooter?
It would have been over here.
Who had a better opportunity to stop this shooter?
It would be the three on this side. If they actually saw the shooter, then it would be them.
Who had the ability to stop this shooter?
Whoever had a rifle.
And someone on the southeast side of the building could not see when this person entered the building, correct? From where their vantage point was.
Well, if they're from over there, you wouldn't be able to see anything around that corner.
Right. So out of these four officers, who would have known from vantage points? Who would have known when that shooter entered the building? These three or Adrian?
It would have to be those three.
It would have to be these three, right? And so if it has to be these three, whose responsibility would, because they know, to chase this animal from going into this building?
It would have to be whoever saw him on this, whoever had visual of them.
And can you think of any reason why they wouldn't run and chase into this west building? Can you think of any reason why they wouldn't do that? Tactically.
I don't know.
I don't either. Just want to talk about the breach briefly. I think you testified that when they unlocked the door, they didn't use a Halligan, they didn't use a sledgehammer, they didn't use a wedge, a pry bar, nothing, right? They got a key.
Yes, sir.
And do you know now that Adrian Gonzalez is the one that found the key for them?
No, I didn't know that.
Okay, so they finally got the key, and then they open this door and they breach. And when you guys come in, the shield takes fire. Right?
Yes.
Because actually somebody in the back of the stick, the back of the stack, takes a graze to his head.
Yeah.
And then they return fire and they send that son of a bitch to hell, right?
Yes, sir.
That's what it is.
May I interrupt? Yes, sir. I want to start with what you said about waiting for other officers to arrive versus going in by yourself.
Yes, sir.
What is your training if you're by yourself and you hear an active shooter?
Stop the killing. We're going by alerts training. It's stop the killing.
Do you wait for 3.5 minutes?
No.
What do you do when you hear the gunfire?
Approach it. Stop it.
Approach the gunfire and stop the gunfire.
Yes, sir.
That's pretty standard police work. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Nothing new about that.
No.
And so if you just hear the gunfire, but you can't see the gunfire, what do you do?
Can you see that?
If you hear the gunfire but don't see the gunfire, what do you do?
Try to assess situation, see if you're getting shot at, or if somebody else is getting shot at.
And if there's shots and they're not at you, what do you do?
Look for where they're coming from.
And how do you look for where they're coming from?
Take off in any direction where you think it might originate from.
And that could be from the sound of the shots fired.
Yes, sir.
When you got to Uvalde, how did you find out where the shooter was?
Just by asking.
And you followed the direction from the people you talked to?
Yes, sir.
And did it take you 3.5 minutes after being told where the shooter was for you to act?
No.
Did you stand there for 3.5 minutes trying to decide if I should go forward?
No.
What did you do?
I just ran wherever they told me he was at until I met with the other officers.
Even though it could be dangerous for you?
Yes, sir.
You also said that you walked with Chief Arredondo. I want to make sure we're clear on that. Chief Arredondo, the chief of the Uvalde Consolidated School District.
Yes, sir.
The chief of the school district where this happened.
Yes, sir.
And why were you with him?
So the town I live at, that school is part of Uvalde School District. He was a fairly new chief at the time, and I'm not sure if we reached out to him, he reached out to us, but we were going to do a school walkthrough so the deputies could become familiar with that school. So we did a walkthrough. I'm not sure if it was a year before that, months, but it was shortly after he was hired. And that's where we went through and he unchecked all the doors. Not every single one, but every door he checked was locked.
And what was his response to that?
He was proud.
He was the security for the school.
Yes.
And he was proud that his people did as he, the security chief, had said.
Yes.
And when you say you wanted to be familiar with the school, tell me about that.
Well, I was familiar with the school. I grew up there. So unless they renovated, added an extra room, other than that, I knew the whole layout. But the other deputies, they needed to become familiar with it.
So before something horrible happens in a school, the people that are going to be in charge of responding to it go familiarize themselves with the layout of the school.
Yes, sir. Because that school don't have security. There's no campus police there, or wasn't at the time.
But if there were campus police, you would expect them to get familiar with the school before something horrible happened.
Yes.
That's consistent with what police work is all about. right?
Yes, sir.
And did you know Adrian Gonzalez?
I don't know if he recognizes me, but I mean, I know that he worked at the PD, and I remember he worked at one of my kids' daycares.
And did you see him in the hallway that day?
No, I don't remember anybody on the other side.
And if you hear gunfire and you're by yourself, what do?
You have to, if there's active killing going on, of course, you're supposed to stop it.
So what does that mean? What do you do?
Find the source and eliminate it.
Is time of the essence?
Yes.
If you wait longer, what happens?
Possibly death. More people die.
You're trained on that.
Yes, sir.
The time is of the essence.
Yes, sir.
Every second counts.
Yes, sir.
And because you've been trained and the defense has sponsored you on that issue, if there's a police officer in a vehicle here by this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th building, in front of the 5th building, okay, and you hear gunfire over here, and you're by yourself, what do?
You have to head towards the gunfire.
So what direction would you take?
The direction where I heard it.
Would you show us with the?
So it depends where.
Okay, once again, here's a problem I have with this line of questioning. Number one, do you remember, think back to yesterday and the day before, where they were talking to different ballistic people, and they said that it is very hard to tell where the wiring is coming from, especially in that area, due to the topography of the land and the building structures. You have a gunfire happening. Two people can be standing side by side, and I can say, I could have sworn it came from back there. And they can say, no, it came from over there. And you run in separate directions. It is all in, and he says you run to where you heard it. Now, mind you, they're getting ready to go up to that map, and they're going to sit here and say, well, I was here and I heard this or whatever. But they have the luxury of knowing where that is coming from now. I'm anxious to see how he answers this, because in all honesty, it's all about perception at this point. When you're talking about somewhere you hear shot, he says you run towards where you heard the shot, but that shot, the sound from that shot is ricocheting off of structural and buildings and all of that kind of stuff. It may not be where you think it is. So let's see where he goes with this. This is interesting.
I would have heard it. If I heard it over here, I'd go over there. If I heard it on this side, I'd make my way this way. I just go towards where I hear the sounds.
There you go.
You go on the other side of your car.
If I didn't know where the shots were coming.
Why are you focused whether he went on the other side of the car? DA, your assistant DA, you got a weak point there.
From or they were directed at me. The first thing I do is probably take cover to make sure I'm not being shot at. And then from there, if it's not in me, if it's somewhere else, then I'd approach that.
And if you heard a repeated fire.
Fair enough.
Yes, I'd be under the understanding that somebody else is being shot at.
So it's time of the essence at that point.
Yes.
And then you move.
Yes, sir.
And if you're alone?
Same thing. Take cover if I think I'm getting shot at. If I realize it's someone else being shot at, approach that area.
And if you believe the shots are coming from the teacher's parking lot and you start here, what happens? I mean, is this building covered for you at that point?
It's brick, yes.
If it's brick, it is covered.
Well, I get that, Angela, and that's a good point, that they believe that he was at his vehicle. Well, guess what, boo? He may have sought, all right, I'm in the middle of a Walmart parking lot. I just get off from work. I have a weapon in my vehicle, not on me because I was in uniform for work. And it's 11 o'clock at night. This is real. It actually happened. I get out of my car. I go to shut the door and start walking towards the store. All of a sudden, pop, 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 pop. I dive back behind my car. Even though I had another car next to me, I dive back behind my car, open my door, and grab my weapon. Then I got to thinking, well, was that actually lead shooting going on? I see people running. I don't run. Now, I do advance through the parking lot, but I'm not running because I don't have a vest, not police. I don't know what's going to happen. Now, if I saw the person with the weapon in his hand and he was running around, I would have taken a shot in a nanosecond. I wouldn't have waited for anything. I knew there was gunshots that had been fired. He's running around with a weapon in hand. I would have taken him out. Now, I didn't know that he had hopped in a car and he drove past us. And a lot of people were driving out at that point. Nobody knew. But the point is that I'm not going to fault for someone who hears gunshot, not sure where it's coming from, and hiding behind a vehicle until they can ascertain where it is actually coming from, or at least get a good guess. I just think that, these people have never been in a situation where there's gunfire going off around them. It is so easy to sit back and judge people. We don't know exactly what we would do in a moment. And I appreciate these officers who say, I would like to think so. I agree with that. I think that is a fair comment.
But what happens is you get to the end, to the edge.
There's something in the way, so you'd have to stand far away from it to get a pretty good view. But you just pile around here and see what you see.
And if you see the shooter, what do you do?
Eliminate them, shoot them, whatever you can do.
And if you have a handgun?
You use it.
Preferably you want to get close enough so you don't miss.
You use it. That's why you practice close, medium, and distance firing.
But you use what you have.
What if he has a rifle?
I try to get close to something as I shot to get stable.
But you would still shoot?
Yes.
Even if you had a handgun and you knew he had a rifle?
Yes, especially if there's other officers over here, they'd probably follow suit if I started firing, and maybe they'd have a better chance.
And you might be able to distract him?
Yes, suppress something.
And fire, you could delay?
Yes.
Even if you missed?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So just engage? You would engage?
If I see someone with a gun as I cross that corner right there, yes, I have to.
And would you distract?
Either or.
Or delay?
Yes.
Or eliminate?
Yes.
But you do what you could do to do one of those things?
Yes, sir.
And do you know how full the parking lot was that day? With cars?
I made it out after, I didn't come out of there till it was over, so 12:51, 52. By then it was flooded with everybody. I don't know.
I bet.
Or how many cars were there.
Thank you.
By the time you got there, you were being briefed by people.
Yes, sir.
So by the time you got there, you were taking instruction by fellow officers that you trusted.
Yes, sir.
And they had been there longer than you, so you knew the circumstances. You already been heard. You had heard some of them. So you taking direction from officers that have already been at the scene
and are briefing you because they've been dealing with it for a while is different than you arriving at a scene with a potential witness. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
So the first officer that showed up, if there's a witness there with him on the southeast side of the corner, and that witness could be hysterical, you don't just take directions from a potentially hysterical witness, do you?
Well, I mean, if they say they point somewhere, I'm gonna look and see if what they're saying is making sense.
Well, it's okay. See, you said some things that make sense to me now. You're going to look, you're going to observe, you're going to orient, and then you're going to confirm whether it makes sense or not.
Yes.
What you're not going to do is show up to a situation, you hear gunfire, you think you're being shot yourself, and then you deal with somebody who's a witness saying, over there, you're no reasonable officer is just going to start running over there in this area that you don't see the threat, right?
Yes.
I mean, you would, yes, you wouldn't do that right away.
No, I wouldn't. I'd try to figure out where it's coming from and then head that way.
That's right. And so when you say try to figure out, that takes a little bit of time to try to figure things out, right?
Yes.
It took 376 officers over an hour to figure things out, right?
Yeah.
No, I asked him about it earlier, Judge.
Overruled, you can answer.
True.
It took 376 officers over an hour to figure things out, right?
Yes, sir.
But the government was asking you about 3 minutes with Adrian by himself?
Yes, sir.
So we talk about it takes time to assess the situation. That's observe and orient, and then you decide, and then you act, right? That's what your training is.
Yes.
But it's so much harder when you're not seeing a threat, when you're hearing the threat, right?
Yes.
And you testified earlier, there's no special training. All these wonderful officers here, they don't have special training on hearing gunfire and then knowing exactly where it's at, correct?
Not that I know of.
Neither me as well. And so now I want to direct your attention to So I want to talk to you about what you know now, maybe what Adrian did. They were looking for a master map, a layout of the school, correct?
Yes.
Because you said you were familiar with the school because of your daughter being there.
I knew of the two buildings. I knew where the check-in was and the cafeteria. All the other buildings, I've seen her run from every direction. I don't know which kids go where.
So you know now though that Adrian drove into the trouble, right? All the way in the southeast corner.
Yes.
Right? By himself, right? By himself.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you know now that he was one of the first officers, one of the first 5 in the building.
Yes, sir.
You know now that he was in a fatal funnel with those first 5 officers, and 2 of those officers got shot.
Yes,
right?
sir.
You know now that he stayed in the fatal funnel until he got directions from a supervisor to go call SWAT, right?
I didn't know that.
You know that now?
I know that now.
But if an officer is told by a supervisor, once there's other officers in a fatal funnel or in a situation, to go get help, get SWAT, would it be reasonable for an officer to leave the school or leave a situation?
Yes, it would be.
If
It would
the
be.
Supervisor tells you
Yes.
to, you're going to follow his instructions, more likely.
Right, and that's reasonable because other officers are there covering and containing, right?
Yes.
And you would
Yep.
agree that animal that was in room 111 and 112, he was contained, right?
Well, he couldn't leave without us
That's my point.
shooting him.
So
Yeah.
he was contained, right?
Yes.
And if it wasn't for those first 5 officers, let's forget the 376 for a second. If it wasn't for those first 5 officers, that shooter potentially could have walked through the whole school and done the same thing to all those other precious children.
Yes.
Potentially.
Yes.
Because without those first 5 officers to contain that animal, there would be nothing stopping him from going to the other rooms, right?
Yes, sir.
So those first 5 officers played a key role in containing, which is part of your training, containing the threat. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And then so you also know that Adrian ultimately, not only did he go to the danger initially by himself, not only did he go into the school as one of the first 5 officers, not only did he stay into the fatal funnel, not only did he take instruction from his supervisor to call SWAT for backup, he ultimately found the map of the school so they can make further assessments. You know that now, right?
Now I know that.
And you also know that he's the one that found that master key to give to them to breach, so you guys could breach. Correct?
Now I know that, yes.
And you also know that he, with other officers, once he saw that hallway was covered, they are the ones breaking the windows and helping those other children get out. There's pictures and video of him getting out, right?
Yes.
You know that now.
Yes.
So Adrian wasn't just standing around for 3 minutes doing nothing. You would agree with that now that you know this, right?
Yes.
Would you think that's a mischaracterization of his behavior?
Everybody says different things. What I say doesn't matter. They're gonna have their own opinions.
That's right. And really what ultimately matters
Good
is
man.
12 people think. But what I'm saying is everyone has an opinion, and we're trying to talk about some of the facts.
Okay.
Right? Do you agree that facts matter over people's opinions?
Yes.
We have to analyze the facts. And so I'm presenting facts to you, and you're just sharing your thoughts with me, right?
Yes, sir.
1 second, Joe. Did you have knowledge? Did you come to find out that radios were not breaking into school? Do you know what I mean by breaking?
No, I understand.
Yeah.
We have that problem in my town, but I found out about it later, yes.
Okay. Will you explain to the jury, because that's a term of art, breaking, if a radio breaks, will you explain to them what that means?
It's pretty much if you don't have signal, like inside a building, it's hard to make communication with dispatch or anybody else who has that radio. It's just a brick, doesn't work.
And so maybe that makes more sense why the supervisor instructed Adrian to go outside to call for SWAT, because radios weren't breaking just like in your town?
Yes, sir.
And direct your attention to that breach that you and the other board TAC officers did. That, again, this wasn't your decision, but that took an hour to happen. That breach took an hour before it happened. From when you got there, it
Yes,
took an hour.
yes, sir.
But the government asked you about 3 minutes of Adrian being by himself, right?
Yes, sir.
But it took over an hour for that breach to happen with 376 officers there?
Yes, sir.
That's the witness, Judge.
Yes.
June, I know you're not liking his form of questioning, but it is legal. And if there is objections to it, then why is the assistant DA objecting?
Officer, if we could, once again, we have a police officer in a vehicle at this spot, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he hears shots fired in this area, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there's a witness there, I believe, has been the representations, correct?
Yes, sir.
When the officer hears the shots fired and a witness gives you information, what do?
I'll follow up on the information.
For what purpose?
If there's shooting going on, to stop it.
Stop it, eliminate the shooter.
Yes, sir.
Don't you go get a map?
Not if I hear the shots. I'll try and figure out the general direction and then approach it.
Don't you go get keys?
No, if it's outdoors, you don't need keys.
If it's outdoors, you don't need keys. You don't have a family phone.
No, sir.
You don't need a map. You don't need to go get keys. Do you need to stop and evacuate people?
No.
So the fact that you may end up eventually evacuating people doesn't say what you were doing those 3 minutes, correct?
No, sir.
But he certainly wasn't approaching the gunman.
No, sir.
And you didn't hesitate to do that.
I just asked and went.
You just went.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Absolutely.
He asked about there's no fatal funnel outside, right?
Yes, sir.
You ever heard of a fatal field? I made it up. So a fatal field, yeah, don't worry, that wasn't a trick question. So if I'm in a field, an open field with no cover, a handgun versus an AR-15.
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah, it's bad, right? And so you don't just run without any, you said follow up on information. And follow up on information means assess and figure out, right?
Yes, sir.
And listen and observe. Again, in that scenario, there's still been no line of sight. A shooter is not in your view, in Adrian's view, right?
Yes, sir. No, sir.
I mean, and then we can see the distances. These are long distances, right?
Yes.
And so you talked about taking that corner, and it's called cutting or slicing the pie. The jury's heard about that.
Yes, sir.
But you also acknowledged that AC unit with that fence changes the tactics on that corner, right?
Yes.
First of all, we know now, and they're not even contesting this, Adrian does not see this shooter, correct? Right?
Yes.
And Adrian can't tell if it's on the west side or the north side. He just hears shooting, right?
Yes, sir.
So whether he should run east or west, maybe getting instruction from a person that's frantic and stressed out, right?
Yes.
And stress, as we've heard other witnesses, but you know through your training and experience, can do interesting things to your sight, your perception, and your hearing, right?
Yes.
You've heard of tunnel vision?
Yes.
You've heard of auditory exclusion?
Yep.
You've heard of perception distortion, correct?
Yes.
Perception distortion means that what really happened is distorted by stress, so your perception becomes your reality, and you think that that's what really happened.
Yes, sir.
And that can happen. And that's why you're trained that if somebody is excited, understandably, by the way, nobody is criticizing this young lady at this point, but that you're not going to just do whatever they say immediately. You have to wait, assess, follow up on the information, meaning it takes a little bit of time.
Yes, sir.
Especially if you don't have line of sight of the shooter, right?
Yes.
If you have line of sight of a shooter, like those 3 officers in the corner, you don't have to, your assessment's going to be a lot quicker.
Yes.
Right? So the 3 officers in the corner, if they were getting information from a very understandably excited witness, but they can assess that words they're getting because they have a visual, because they're following up and they're observing and orientating themselves to the circumstance because they can see what's going on, right?
Yes, sir.
Very different, right? And so those officers had a line of sight. One of them asked for permission to shoot and had the ability to shoot and stop, right?
Objection repetitive, Your Honor. I will sustain that objection.
But what we know for sure is nobody from that corner followed the shooter into the west building.
No, sir.
What else we got from this witness?
No. Well, I'm doing, check one thing, just, yes, sir. Do you know now, but by the time that Adrian radioed in potential position of the shooter, he was already in the building?
Yes.
Pass the witness, Judge.
Okay, recall either side.
No, Your Honor. No, Judge.
Okay, sir, you are excused with our thanks. I'm gonna tell you the rule's been invoked. You know what that is.
Yes, sir.
Just try to avoid talking about the case until you know the case is over with.
Yes, sir.
It's your today. Thank you very much.
You know who went into the fatal funnel? My
Ma'am.
sister went into
Yeah.
the fatal funnel.
Ooh!
Did she need a
Ooh!
why you need a
Ma'am,
Whoa!
Y'all see that she
Whoa!
didn't lock her door. She went into the fatal funnel. She did it. Not you, fucker.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking you to disregard the outburst. I,
Okay, let's listen to that.
you know the case is over with. It's your today. Thank you very much.
Wow!
You know who went into the fatal funnel? My
Ma'am.
sister went into
Yeah.
the fatal funnel.
Ma'am,
Did she need a key? Why you need a key?
ma'am, go ahead and have a seat.
Locked? Y'all
Yeah.
saying that she didn't lock her door. She went into the fatal funnel. She did it. Not you, fucker.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking you to disregard the outburst. I forewarn these folks, if they do that, there's not going to be any warnings. They're going to be removed for the rest of the trial. That's unfortunate, very unfortunate. So thank you very much. We'll see you back here at 1:30, and remember my instructions, 1:30.
I'm trying not to cry because that was raw pain and emotion. And I'm surprised it hadn't happened sooner, in all honesty. I really am. That's tough. That's very tough. And I can't imagine sitting there as a family member and loved one and listening to this day in and day out. It's tough for us to sit and just listen where we are, much less them, and don't hold any judgment, but apparently somebody felt that they had to share, and I'm trying not to cry. That is intense. It is unfortunate. This whole situation had a bunch of failures. I'm not going to blame any one person, but why were the doors not locked? Not to say that he would not have found a way, but if you have someone from the funeral home calling the police, telling them there is a man running towards the school with a weapon, and the doors are locked, it would give more time. I just, wow. Let's see. I'm reading a comment particular or anything. Yeah. You know what? I think I will. I think I will, Angela. I've reached out before. We're talking about reaching out to firefighters, EMS, or first responders. I might see if I can reach out to one of our tactical team people and see if they'd be willing to come do it via Zoom and talk about this case. But I got to be honest, I think that unfortunately it's too close to home, and they wouldn't. If it was somewhere in California or New York or some way out of state, that's a different story. But this is too close to home, and some of our people did go down and help work with some of the recovery efforts. So it does hit close to home. Yeah, poor lady. I think so. I think she's a victim's sister. I can't understand her as much as I would have liked to. I wonder, let's see. Okay, it did not get captioned. I'm looking at my captioning, and it was just too chaotic for it to caption. Dag nabbit, I was hoping it did. I was hoping it did. They had 77 minutes, and that is not fast. But there were some there, you know, I have to say, whether you're for or against the defendant, I'm not going to get in that argument. I hate it when you get a sticker in your sock. I'm not going to get into that argument, but I will say that blaming one or two people for the entire situation to me is not right. You had school system failures at the schools level. You had system failures at the state level. There were multiple failures here. No, you're right. But SF in Texas, they did not have 77 minutes to close the doors. They had minutes before he got in the property. But technically, though, those doors should have been locked. Those doors are designed, and if they're like our schools, they shut, they lock. You have it's not like a house or a business where you can keep it open. I mean, those locks were designed those doors are designed to stay locked, to not be open all the time. The natural position on those doors are to remain locked. And then if you need to enter or exit, you use a key. They do have a fire break in case there's a fire. There are safety measures in on it, but those doors should have been locked. The classroom doors are supposed to be locked. They're not locked. They had all the technology. Sorry, music started playing on the Uvalde stream. The teachers' doors, they admitted that the school doors, the classroom doors were supposed to be locked as well. They're not locked. The doors that go outside were not locked. Why? That is one question I have. I'm saying from when yes, at the funeral home, they didn't have much time. No, they did not. But they had a woman who was standing at the door, holding it open for someone to bring stuff in. She saw the guy. She saw the weapon. She kicks the rock. She runs in. She believed that that door would have functioned. Sorry, it wouldn't hide. Would have functioned like it's supposed to. That door was supposed to lock as soon as it shut. And the system failed. It did not lock. Why did the door not lock? Now, one of the DA said, well, yeah, that door may not have locked, but if it was locked, he'd go to another one, right? And another one. Yeah, he would have. And if they're all locked, he's not getting in. And that would give, they talk about deterrent. That's a deterrent. It would have given time for the police to get there and hold him outside. There may have been a shootout outside, but it wasn't in the classrooms. So the first line of defense failed. Where is the accountability in that? I'm playing devil's advocate. When the defense gets up and puts theirs on, I'm going to be the same way with the defense. Where is the accountability for those doors? You had the guy on the stand today saying that was my job. I did not hear why did they fail? What happened? That was a system failure. Line number one. Line number two, the classroom doors were not locked. You have multiple teachers get on the stand and say, no, the school did not provide us with magnets. And the magnets go between the door and the door jamb. And it's a little magnet that sticks there and it keeps that thing from locking, keeps that little tongue going into the groove of the door and locking. It's just a plate, that magnet is flat, the door closes, that thing slides in and they can open and close all they want. And then they can pull that magnet and the door will lock. Well, problem is that what last teacher that got on the stand said the school issued them the magnets. Now, I don't believe her. When you have all of these different teachers saying, no, the school did not issue us magnets. Those were our own doing to make it easier on us because we didn't want to, and like one of the teachers said, if a student went to the bathroom, when they came back, they had to knock on the door and another student would open the door or the teacher. In my humble opinion, I think there needs to be a restroom in every classroom. Just saying. Some classrooms have them. It depends on what kind of classroom you're in. So, mods, do we have anything? I'm trying to look in Discord that we need to that we can show. We've already talked about Morrissey. Let me go to breaking news because I know that there's been some breaking news and I've not been able to. We haven't had a movie lately. We need to do a movie. I'm not going to do that. Well, they're going to return this court. The Gonzalez Uvalde trial will return 1:30 Central Standard Time, which is an hour from now. The au pair affair should be returning any minute. Oh, let's get some happy news. If I can get everything to, when I do a live, I need 3 more screens when I do a live. Otherwise, everything is double screened. Missing 12-year-old Ryan R.J. Davis has been found safe, according to the Oklahoma State Police Bureau of Investigation. In Facebook on Sunday, the 11th, Davis was located in Chickasha. The OSBI appreciates all of our local law enforcement partners and search groups. The boy had been missing since January 2nd. It reported Sunday afternoon. The spokesperson for Hunter McKee said that United Cajun Navy made contact with RJ and took him back to the hotel where authorities processed him and took him to the hospital. He appears to be fine physically, according to the news. The United Cajun Navy is a non-profit grassroots group out of Louisiana that assists in search and rescue efforts for disaster recovery. The boy's mother, Kimberly K. Cole, and stepfather, George Franklin Cole Jr., were arrested earlier this week in suspicion of child abuse and, as of Sunday, were still listed as being in custody. It is not yet clear whether the charges are directly related to RJ's disappearance, but the arrest came after officers interviewed the parents and obtained evidence from a search warrant. Authorities say that Thursday, January 8th, they believe that RJ was still alive prior to Sunday. He was last seen January 2nd near Chickasha Quality Inn. The searchers were targeting that vast rural area from Cement to Chickasha, which is within an hour's drive of Oklahoma City. The search included properties associated with the family. It is unclear from the OSBI's Facebook post whether Chickasha, the boy, was found where, but he was found safe. He is alive. That is a good and positive thing. Hey, we are back in court over here. Why did it not share? Give me a second. Why is it sharing? Hold on. I'm going to have to do a little reset. Give me a second. All righty. Got one. Got two. Let me share. It's not sharing. Give me a second. The jury is coming back into the courtroom. This is the gentleman who's accused of having an affair with his au pair nanny, who is from out of country. They went online, created a profile on a dating site, a hookup fetish site, and they used his wife's name and created a situation where a guy came to the house with the knife in anticipation of fulfilling an EPAR fantasy. And when he arrived, they unalived him and her and tried to claim it was a attempted, I guess, break-in burglary red room, and it was self-defense.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. All right, your next witness?
Judge, our next witness is Dr. Kessler.
Dr. Kessler?
It is quiet in the breaking news section today. That's a good thing.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Could you please state your name and spell it for first and last name for the court record, please?
Yes, Dr. Megan Kessler, Meghan Kessler, Kessler.
And what is your profession?
I'm an assistant chief medical examiner, also known as a forensic pathologist.
And what is a forensic pathologist?
A forensic pathologist is a type of doctor who is specialized in pathology, which is the study of disease, and then further subspecialized in forensics, which is the study of disease as it relates to law and medicine.
And where do you work?
I worked for the Commonwealth of Virginia, Office of the Chief Medical Examiner at the Northern District Office in Manassas.
And how long have you been with that office?
Approximately 9.5 years now.
And where did you work before you joined the Virginia Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
Just prior to coming to work in Virginia, I completed a fellowship program with the state of Maryland.
And what is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from the University of Richmond. I graduated from medical school from the Kentucky College of Osteopathic Medicine. I completed an anatomic pathology residency program with Penn State, after which I completed a subspecialty fellowship in forensic pathology with the state of Maryland Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, and became board certified in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology.
And are you a medical doctor?
Yes, I'm a DO.
And you said you were board certified. Could you tell us how board certifications are acquired?
To become board certified, the requisite training, years of education is required, as well as obviously taking an examination and continuing education to recertify.
And do you belong to any professional associations?
I do not.
Have you provided any training or educational presentations to others in your field?
Yes, I regularly am involved in training pathology residents from Walter Reed and the University of Virginia, pathology assistant students from Old Dominion University, other interns, forensic fellow within our agency, local medical examiners, and others.
What kind of training did you go through with the medical examiner's office when you arrived?
After I arrived, I'm required to maintain my dual board certification in anatomic and forensic pathology, also my state licensure in medicine, and the continuing medical education that's required.
And what do you do as part of your job as a forensic pathologist at the medical examiner's office?
My primary duty is to complete autopsies to determine cause and manner of death and collect evidence and write reports as related to that.
And have you testified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology in a court of record before?
Yes.
And have you done so in Fairfax County?
I have.
Do you know how many times?
I'm not sure in Fairfax. Within the Commonwealth of Virginia, it's at least 50 times, and likely a majority are in Fairfax.
At this point, Your Honor, I would offer Dr. Kessler as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
I have no objection.
No objection. All right, she'll be so offered. Thank you.
And did you perform an autopsy on the bodies of Joseph Ryan and Christine Banfield?
Yes, I did.
And prior to the performance of those autopsies, where were the bodies of Joseph Ryan and Christine Banfield kept?
After they arrived at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, they were intake and put into a cooler within our secure facility until the time of autopsy.
And before you performed each of their autopsies, did you break open the seal of the bag containing each body?
Yes, both bodies, the transport bags, were sealed with a wire seal through the zippers.
Before we discuss the particulars of each autopsy, did you prepare a report documenting your observations and findings?
Yes.
Okay. What I'm going to do is I am going to ask for Commonwealth Exhibits 11 and 12 to be displayed to the witness and counsel only. And I am also going to pass out paper copies to the witness, if I could, please.
You've seen these, Mr. Carroll, correct?
I think I have a copy. I just wanted to look at it. Thank you, Judge.
Do you need to look at them?
I mean,
Go ahead and review them to
It's
make
the,
sure.
it's the redacted.
It's the, yeah.
oh, okay. Looks good to me, Judge.
All right.
Okay. So I'm first going to show you on the screen what has been marked as Commonwealth's 11 and ask you if you recognize it.
Yes, may I scroll through?
Yes, I think. It's also, you have a paper copy of it in your hand.
We'll do that. Yes, I have a copy of this CME1 report of investigation, my autopsy report, my handwritten notes from autopsy, and a copy of the certificate of analysis, the toxicology report.
And now I'm going to show you Commonwealth's Exhibit 12 and ask you if you recognize this exhibit. It's the other paper copy that you have.
Yes, there is a CME1 report of investigation, a copy of the death investigator scene report, a copy of my autopsy report, a copy of my handwritten notes from autopsy, as well as the certificate of analysis, the toxicology report.
Okay. And are these your autopsy reports from your examination of Joe Ryan and Christine Banfield?
They are.
Okay. And Judge, at this point, both exhibits I would ask for to be entered as Commonwealth's Commonwealth's 11 and 12. They should be sealed.
If we could approach this for a moment.
Sorry, I had to find my mouse. It was not where I left it. So unfortunately, I've not been able to listen to this as much as I want. But the allergy season, y'all. But that said, we are now going to be getting into what appears to be the ME, and we need to be mindful. Be careful to take care of yourself. Some people do not do well with that stuff. So make sure you take care of yourself. Okay, guys?
All right, so 11 and 12 under seal.
And during an autopsy, are you able to determine a person's exact time of death?
No.
And why are you unable to determine a person's exact time of death?
To be short, the science is unreliable and not quite there. There's a lot of different factors, including why somebody has died, what physiologically is going on inside of them that change things that happen after death. There's a lot of things in the circumstances and the environment around them, the temperature, the light, the airflow that can change the rate at which things change after somebody has died. So it makes it difficult and unreliable to pinpoint an exact moment that somebody has died.
And when you perform an autopsy, what does that entail?
An autopsy is a comprehensive examination of somebody after they have died. It is documenting as they are received. It is documenting things externally, so as simple as hair color and eye color, any injuries on the outside of their body. Then an incision is made and an internal exam is completed, documenting any natural pathology, any injuries on the inside of the body as well.
And do you take photographs when you perform an autopsy?
Yes.
And did you take photographs during these autopsies?
Yes.
I'd like first to talk about the autopsy of Joe Ryan. Were you able to determine his height and weight?
Yes.
And was his body clothed when you began your exam?
Yes.
After documenting the clothing, what did you do with it?
The clothing was removed, photographed, and packaged and transferred to law enforcement.
And did you take any physical samples from his body?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe what physical samples you took and what you did with them?
What's called a PERC kit was completed, which is a physical evidence recovery kit. It's something that consists of specific samples to include head hair, swabs from the oral cavity of the mouth, the underwear, comb of the pubic hair, pulled pubic hair, genital swabs, and anorectal swabs. Also, a sample of blood on a blood card and fingernail clippings. In addition to that perk kit, I also did swabs of the palms and the backs of the hands and fibers from one of the hands as well.
And what did you do with these samples after you finished collecting them for the physical evidence recovery kit?
I placed them in sealed bags and transferred them to law enforcement.
And can you describe for the jury what your physical findings were from the examination of Joe's body?
He had 2 gunshot wounds.
And where were those 2 gunshot wounds located?
There's a gunshot wound of the head. The entrance was on the right side of the head. And there was a gunshot wound of the chest, which with the entrance on the left side of the chest.
I am going to first show you Commonwealth 13, and I'd ask that to be displayed to the witness and counsel only at this point. And Judge, as we described, these photos are sealed.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize this photo?
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
It's a photograph from autopsy that has the ruler with the case number N2023-00363 on it.
And what does the image depict?
It is a right profile view of Mr. Ryan's head.
And is it a true and accurate depiction of the wound as you saw it and when you performed Joe Ryan's autopsy?
Yes.
Judge, I'd ask to admit this as Commonwealth 13 and publish it to the jury.
Any objection?
No.
All right, 13 under seal to the jury.
Can you tell the jury what is meant by the terms entry wound and exit wound as it pertains to a wound caused by a bullet?
An entrance wound is where a bullet enters the body. An exit wound is where it might exit the body and leave the body.
And were you able to tell if this wound to Joe Ryan's head was an entry or an exit wound?
Yes.
How can you tell that this bullet was an entry wound?
It's an entrance wound. It has a characteristic round appearance with an abrasion to the edges of it. And also, there is no exit. A bullet was recovered from the wound path within his head.
And what means, if any, exists that would inform a medical examiner's determinations regarding the distance from which a person had been shot?
When a gun is fired, not just does the bullet leave the muzzle, soot, dirt, debris, there is burning gunpowder flakes that are leaving the muzzle as well. And if the gun's fired close enough to the person, the skin, it can be deposited and cause some characteristic injuries on the skin. If it's fired from farther away, those particles are light enough that they kind of drop out and they don't leave any evidence.
Were you able to make any determinations about the physical distance between Joe and the person who shot him from your examination of this head wound?
Based on this examination, the distance is indeterminate. There's no evidence of soot or stippling on the skin of the wound.
And in relation to where the entry wound is located, can you tell us where and how the bullet traveled after entering Joe's head?
The bullet entered the skin on the right side of the head, injured muscles of soft tissue, the skull, the facial bones, the bones around the eye, the right eye, and the left cheek, and caused fractures of the base of the skull, bleeding on the brain. And it traveled from right to left, back to front to back, and downward.
And given the path of travel of the bullet through those areas, which of Joe's bodily functions might have been impacted or would have been impacted, and how?
It is causing, the wound path caused bleeding on the brain, which is an injury of the brain. It impacted his eye. He can no longer see, he has no eye. There's evidence that there was breathing of blood, hemoaspiration, and swallowing of blood.
And what if any effect would you expect this injury to have on a person's ability to see, speak, or make vocal sounds?
So the injury, the gunshot wound path injures the right eye. The left eye is still intact. He could see, potentially. To be able to speak or make noises, the injury is not of his larynx where the vocal cords are, where the sounds are generated. So potentially could still make noises. There's no physical injury of that area.
And in the course of your work as a medical examiner, are you able to quantify in terms of time the speed at which a bullet wound would be able to kill someone?
Sometimes.
And can you describe those temporal differences? How you would describe them?
There are times when I can say a wound is immediately or instantly fatal, and that's typically when it's an injury that disconnects the brainstem and the head, ceasing breathing and heart functions. This wound is still intact. This wound is considered rapidly fatal, meaning seconds to minutes, injuring vital structures of the body with some survival.
And given that you found no exit wound caused by this bullet, were you able to locate the bullet, and where was it?
Yes, a bullet fragment was recovered from the left cheek just in front of the left ear, and bullet fragments were also recovered through the wound path in the head.
And what did you do upon locating this item in Joe's head?
The bullet fragments were photographed, placed into a bag, and sealed and transferred to police.
And at this point, I'm going to retrieve Commonwealth's Exhibit 14. I'm going to pass up, if I could, what I'm identifying as Commonwealth's 14. And I'm going to ask if you're familiar with that exhibit.
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with it?
It is a bag containing my bag, which I sealed, and that bag contains a note card labeled fragments, my signature, as well as the fragments.
And is this exhibit in the same or substantially similar condition beyond the packaging as when you removed those from Joe's head during the autopsy?
It is.
And Judge, at this point, I'd ask to admit and publish Exhibit 14.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 14. How do you wish to publish?
Judge, we'll just leave it there at this point in time because I'm going to move on to
All right, that's fine.
a few other things, and then we can publish a bit later.
Okay.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Commonwealth's Exhibit 15 photograph, and I'd ask for this to be displayed to the witness and counsel only. Can you see the photograph?
Yes.
Can you tell us what this image depicts?
It's a photograph after Mr. Ryan has been cleaned up from his head down to his torso.
And how do you recognize it?
It also has the ruler with the case number.
And is this a true and accurate depiction of this chest wound as you performed Joe Ryan's autopsy?
Yes.
Judge, at this point, I'd ask the court to admit this as Commonwealth's 15, and this can be published to the jury.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 15 under seal and to the jury.
And was there any evidence present that would have helped you determine the distance between this injury and the firearm that inflicted it?
There was no visible soot or stippling on the skin around this wound.
And when you examined his clothing, the clothing that was present, did you find any defects in that clothing that he was wearing when you began your exam?
Yes, there was a hole in the left side, the front side of the shirt.
Okay. I am going to show you Commonwealth's 17, 18, and 19, their photographs. I'm going to ask for them to be displayed to the witness and counsel only at first. This is 17, 18, and 19. Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes,
And how do you recognize them?
they are photographs of the shirt, the first of which had the ruler.
And is this this shirt that you removed from Joe Ryan during his autopsy?
It is.
And are they all true and accurate depictions of the shirt as you saw it during the autopsy?
It is.
Judge, at this point, I'd ask the court to admit as Commonwealth 17, 18, and 19, the photographs of the shirt, and then allow them to be published to the jury.
You want them under seal also?
Judge, I don't think that these need to be under seal. There's
That's
nothing.
fine.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 17, 18, 19.
So first showing 17, 18, and 19. And if we could terminate the view to the gallery at this point.
Yes, thank you.
I am going to show you Commonwealth's Exhibit 20, which is another photograph. And I'm going to ask for it to be displayed to the witness and counsel only. Can you see the photograph?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
It has the ruler with the case number and is a photograph of the middle section of Mr. Ryan's body before the clothing and medical intervention has been removed.
And is it a true and accurate depiction as you saw this view during the autopsy?
Yes.
And at this point, Judge, what I'd ask the court to do is admit Commonwealth's Exhibit 20, and I'd ask for this to be sealed.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, 20 under seal, thank you.
And then you said before medical interventions were removed. Can you describe the medical interventions?
As seen in this photograph, there are 2 EKG electrodes on the lower portion of the abdomen. You can see one on the arm. There's also a chest seal, which is an adhesive seal over the gunshot wound on the left side of the chest.
And the chest wound, is the chest wound an entry wound or an exit wound?
An entrance wound.
And how do we know this?
It is round, has an abrasion, and a bullet is recovered from the body.
In relation to the end, where the entry wound is located, can you tell us where and how the bullet traveled after it entered Joe's chest?
The bullet injures the skin, soft tissue, and the muscle, the rib cage, the pericardium, which is the sac that the heart resides in, the heart, the aorta, which is a major blood vessel coming off of the heart, and the outside of the esophagus, which is the food tube to the stomach, and the T8 spine. The bullet traveled from left to right, front to back, and upward.
And given the path of travel of the bullet through these areas of Joe's chest and his upper body, can you tell us which of Joe's bodily functions would have been impacted and how?
The injury of the rib cage will impact breathing. Rib cage is needed for breathing. The injury of the pericardium in the heart puts a hole in the heart, so therefore it is now bleeding, leaking blood, and no longer pumping blood to the body effectively. There are holes in the aorta, which is a major blood vessel carrying blood, so now it is also bleeding. And there is injury of the T8 spine, the actual bone that the spinal cord is in. And the spinal cord itself is markedly softened, it's contusion, and bleeding around it. So it is also injured.
And given that you were, that there is no exit wound that we've seen, were you able to locate this bullet?
Yes.
And what did you do upon locating the bullet?
It was removed and photographed and sealed and transferred to police.
Do you recall where in the body it was removed from?
It was removed from the T8 spine.
And at this point, I'm going to show you what's been marked, what I will identify as Commonwealth's Exhibit 21. Are you familiar with that exhibit?
I am.
And how are you familiar with it?
It is the bullet with the labeled card, bullet chest with my signature inside the sealed bag, which I sealed and initialed.
And is it in the same or substantially similar condition as it was when you removed it from
Yes.
Joe's body during the autopsy? And Judge, at this point, what I'd ask the court to do is admit this as Commonwealth's Exhibit 21.
Any objection?
No objection.
21?
And Judge, if we could just simply allow the jury to see the exhibits, I can walk.
Did you want to do it with a document camera or?
I was just going to walk them around, or not.
I prefer the document camera if you could, it'd just be easier, but if you're concerned about it. You just have to touch the top button. There you
The privacy screens are making it difficult.
Yes.
And these are the fragments that you recovered from the head, is that correct?
Yes.
And then, are you able also to see this on screen?
I am.
And is that the bullet that you recovered from the chest?
Yes.
Going to, these have been admitted. When you examined Joe's heart, was there anything about the structure and its injuries that was significant?
As I previously said, the bullet traveled through the heart. So now the heart is leaking, bleeding, and is no longer able to effectively pump blood.
And are you able to make any determination about his condition when that bullet injured his heart?
There was 1,200 milliliters of blood in the left side of the left chest cavity, which is 1.2 liters. So with the hole in the heart, some blood will leak passively out. However, to get 1.2 liters of blood into the left chest cavity, there has to be some sort of a pulse indicating there is some survival for at least an amount of time.
And regarding the blood that was on Joe's face, did either the head wound or the chest wound result in that amount of blood on his face?
There's a gunshot wound to the right side of his head, and as is, when I received his body, there was blood from his nose, ears, and mouth. And that injury of the gunshot wound to the head injured the skull and the facial bones, which injured the sinus cavities and the airways. So it can result in blood coming out of the ears, nose, and mouth and onto the face.
And do you have a reasonable opinion within a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause and manner of death of Joe Ryan?
Yes.
And what are they?
The cause of death is multiple gunshot wounds, and the manner is homicide.
Now I'd like to turn to the autopsy of Christine Banfield. Were you able to determine, I'll give you a moment to get situated. Were you able to determine, I'm sorry, was she clothed when you examined her?
She was partially clothed with socks.
Did she have anything else on her person other than clothing?
Yes, there were glasses on the top of her head and her hair. She had a necklace around her neck. She had earrings in her earlobes, and she had 2 rings on her left fourth finger.
And were you able to determine her height and weight?
Yes.
After documenting her weight, her socks, jewelry, and glasses, what did you do with the items?
The personal effects were photographed and packaged and transferred to law enforcement.
I'm going to show you a photograph that I'm going to identify as Commonwealth's Exhibit 50. And I'd ask for it to be shown to the witness and counsel only at this point. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
It has the ruler with the case number on it.
And what is depicted in the photo?
It is the glasses after they were removed from her body.
And is it a true and accurate depiction of the glasses that as they were collected from Christine as at the time of her autopsy?
Yes.
Judge, I'd ask the court to admit this as Commonwealth's Exhibit 50 and publish it to the jury.
Okay, any objection to 50?
No objection, Your Honor.
50 in evidence?
And I'm sorry, you said these glasses were found where on her person?
The top of her head.
And at this point, could I ask for the gallery view to be terminated?
Thank you. Would the jury also, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you take any physical samples from the body?
Yes.
And can you describe what samples you took and what you did with them?
Yes. I also completed a PERT kit, a physical evidence recovery kit, which included the standard samples, head hair, oral swabs, underwear, combed pubic hair, pulled pubic hair, vaginal swabs, anorectal swabs, a blood card, fingernail clippings. In addition to the standard samples for the PERT kit, I also completed swabs of the palms, swabs of the backs of the hands, swabs of both sides of the neck, and swabs of each breast. And I removed various fibers from her body.
And what did you do with those samples when you collected them?
All of those samples were packaged and transferred to law enforcement.
And is there a particular, is that also in a physical evidence recovery kit?
Yes.
Okay. And if we could, let's talk about the physical findings from your examination. I'm going to direct you to page 6 of your report in the section titled Evidence of Injury. And Judge, if we could display Commonwealth's Exhibit 11 to the jury.
They're seeing it.
Okay. There it is. Okay. You described some of the wounds as cutting wounds and some of the wounds as stab wounds. Can you describe the difference for us, please?
By definition, both wounds are sharp force injuries, so some injuries that are caused by something sharp, like a knife. Stab wounds, by definition, are deeper than they are long on the skin, and cutting wounds are longer on the surface of the skin than they go deep.
And I am going to show you a series of photographs at this point, and if I could have the view now be to counsel and the witness only for this portion. I'm going to show you a number of photos that I'm going to identify by number as I move through them, and just ask you to look at them at this point. I've got Commonwealth's 22, Commonwealth's 23, Commonwealth's 24, Commonwealth's 25, Commonwealth's 27, Commonwealth's 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39.
It should be 39 and
Sorry.
40.
Sorry, not 38, 39,
Not 38.
not 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, and 49. Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes.
And how do you recognize them?
They're all photographs of Ms. Banfield at the time of autopsy that have the ruler with the case number.
Judge, at this point, and are they a true and accurate depiction of what you saw as you performed the autopsy and took these photographs?
Yes.
Judge, at this point, I'd ask the court to admit the photographs, and then I'm going to talk about them and display them.
Right. Any
Judge,
objection?
may we approach?
Yes.
How's everybody doing? Wake up. I do love this judge. It's a nice, clean courtroom. I'm happy for that. Nice, clean courtroom. Yay. Finally, we get a clean courtroom. Finally, a clean courtroom. Finally. What do y'all think about that? I love it when you buy these and then they don't stick. I wonder how long they sat in the warehouse. For those of you who don't know, we have a gaming channel in our Discord. Please go to our Discord. Let me get it up in both of the medias. Come join us in Discord, especially if you love Animal Crossing, because we're getting ready to go into a massive new update in Animal Crossing. And so we've created a safe place for people to play Animal Crossing. So yay. Yes. So I've had Animal Crossing 3 years now. I think it's 3 years. Let's see. Maybe 2.5. My sister got me hooked on it. Yep, she did.
All right,
And she passed
so
away.
I will enter into evidence then 22, 23, 24, 25, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, all entered evidence over the objection of the defendant and under seal.
Thank you. All right. Okay. If these can be published to the, okay, gotcha. Looking at Commonwealth's exhibits 22 and 23, can you describe where on Christine's body this stab wound appeared?
This is the left side of her neck, and it's a stab wound that's horizontally oriented on the left side of her neck with a cutting wound extending from the superior, which is the top aspect of the stab wound on the left side of her neck.
And going forward to 24 and 25, can you describe where on Christine's body this area of multiple stab wounds appeared?
Yes, this is the left side of her face and neck. I'm sorry, the right side of her face and neck. There are multiple stab wounds and cutting wounds in this photograph. There is a vertical stab wound depicted as letter C on my autopsy report, which injures muscle and goes to the bottom of her skull and causes a fractured notched defect. There are 3 stab wounds on the left side of her neck that you can also see in this photograph. They're closely oriented and on the skin. The wound paths commingle, meaning overlap underneath the skin and the muscle in her neck. And they injure the left jugular vein, which is a major vein in the neck, the right carotid artery, and the larynx, which is the breathing tube, the epiglottis, the esophagus. There is a stab wound at the anterior aspect as well, kind of towards the front of her face with a cutting wound, as well as an abrasion present in this photograph.
And can you describe the various depths of the wounds that we see here?
The wounds range from a quarter of an inch deep to up to 2.5 inches deep.
And what means or observations, given your training and experience, informed your conclusions regarding the number of stab wounds on the side of Christine's neck?
In terms of the number, I counted. And for the ones that are very closely oriented beside each other, I use my training and experience to reapproximate them, the elastic fibers in the skin, kind of pull them apart more so that I could reorient them to be able to kind of put them back together to see them better.
And are any of the wounds that you described on this side of her neck or the other, are any of them immediately fatal?
No, they're all rapidly fatal injuries.
And did you note any additional injuries to Christine's body during your exam?
Yes, she had.
Go. Wait.
Commonwealth's Exhibit 26.
Hold on. Okay, I need to describe, we have Miss Diane in the house, but she's over in the au pair trial. Unfortunately, I can't hear when we have both trials at the same time because they're talking at the same time. So Miss Diane can interpret one trial, and then I will try and interpret with captioning the other one. We've got two trials at the same time. So we're doing the Gonzalez Uvalde, which is our priority. And then the second one is the double red rum with Brendan Banfield.
Do you want me to do both in my trial? The lawyer and the witness. Okay.
I can't hear because I got both trials at the same time interfering and my captioning's going. All right. But right now we're here till lunch is over. All right, let's go. We are coming back from lunch. Miss Diane, if you could switch over to the Uvalde trial, which means you're going to have to come out of this one and log into that one. Thank you, beloved. Yeah, we love Miss Diane. Diane is coming in the house. We love Diane. We got a new poll going for the trial. Let me go look in comments. What is the poll? Because I can't. Do you feel if you were a juror,
26.
if you feel you were a juror, could you disregard the outburst from the victim's sister earlier? Yes or no?
Any objection to 26, Mr. Kerr?
I'm sorry, good.
Any objection to 26, the knife? Okay. All right, entered evidence, 26.
If we could remove it from the, and then if, Dr. Kessler, that item, Commonwealth's Exhibit 26, as you're looking at it, is that item something that could have caused the wounds to Christine Banfield's neck?
Yes, it is a single-edged knife of a compatible size with the injuries on her neck.
And if we could display it on the document camera?
Sure. Maybe. It's the button on the top, if you could. There you go.
Yeah.
There's a button that zooms in and out too if you need it. There you go.
Thank you. We can put it away for now. Okay. I would like to talk about some of the additional injuries that you noted in your report. The photographs that we're going to be looking at have already been admitted, but they are under seal. So we're looking at Commonwealth's Exhibit 27. Can you describe the injuries that are depicted in that photo?
In this photograph of the front of Christine's head and face, there is a abrasion on her forehead. There's an abrasion on her left eyelid. You can see abrasions on the left side of her chin.
And then moving on to 28 and 29. Can you describe the injuries that we're seeing in these photos?
This photograph shows 3 abrasions on the left side of her chin.
And I am going to go back to 24, which we've seen before. Is there an additional injury that you noted that we can see in this photo?
Yeah. On the right side of her chin at the angle of the jaw, there are contusions, which are bruises.
And going forward to Commonwealth's 30, and you describe the injury that we see here.
That is an abrasion on the underside of her chin.
And in Commonwealth's 31, can you describe the injuries additional to the stab wounds that we see?
There's an abrasion at the kind of the back side of the neck. There's a bruise on the top of the right shoulder.
And moving forward to 32 and 33, can you describe the injuries we see in these photos?
In this photograph, there is a cutting wound on the top of the left shoulder with 2 adjacent abrasions or scrapes.
And in Commonwealth's 34, can you describe the injuries that you see in this photo?
In this photograph, you can see a bruise on the front side of her right arm, the upper chest on the right side, and the left side.
And in Commonwealth's 35, go ahead.
Is another photograph of the bruise on the front side of her right arm.
And Commonwealth's 36 and Commonwealth's 37, can you describe this injury for us?
This is a photograph of a bruise on the inside of her right arm.
And looking at Commonwealth's 39, can you describe that injury for us?
And that is a more close-up photograph of the bruise on the front side of her right arm.
And Commonwealth's 40.
This is a photograph of her body from the right lateral, the side, which includes the bruise on the front of her right arm.
And Commonwealth's 41, can you describe the injury for us in this photo?
This photo shows a portion of the right hand, the palm, and the right forearm, and there are abrasions across the forearm.
And 42, Commonwealth's 42?
Is a bruise on the back side of the right hand.
And Commonwealth 43, can you describe the injury in that photo?
This is the inside of the left arm or the medial aspect, and it shows bruises.
And you say medial aspect, what's that part? What does that mean?
The inside, the side that's closer to your body.
And in Commonwealth 44, what injury do we see here?
This is the front side of her right thigh, and there is a dark bruise and a fainter horizontal bruise across the front of the right thigh.
And in Commonwealth 45, can you describe what injuries we're seeing here?
This is a picture of the left leg at the knee, and just below the knee, there is a bruise on the left leg.
And in Commonwealth 46 and Commonwealth 47, can you describe the injuries that we see in those photos?
These are photographs of the front side of the right thigh. The first photograph is further away, the second is close up, again, of a bruise.
And in Commonwealth 48 and 49, can you describe the injury in that photo?
This is a photograph of the back side of her left leg at her calf. The first is a far away picture and the second is a closer up photograph, also of a bruise.
When I was reading your report, I noticed that the abrasions are all described as orange or red. Is there any significance to orange and red abrasions?
The color red typically describes bleeding or what we call vital reaction. So the body is perfused. There's blood in the capillaries and the blood vessels around that area. The heart is pumping, there's a pulse. Vital reaction are typically associated with red abrasions and injuries. Orange abrasions are a little more unclear. They can be what we call perimortem, which is at or around the time of death, or they could be postmortem after death, and they are lacking that red vital reaction.
And I also noticed that the contusions or bruises are all described as purple, blue, pink, gray. Is there any significance to these colors?
As we're all well aware, bruises can come in a variety of colors. Typically, after a bruise appears, it can have a different appearance on different people. And as a bruise breaks down and heals and ages, it can change colors. Typically, a bruise that is more than 24 or 48 hours, a bruise that is yellow or green is typically more than 24 or 48 hours. Just because a bruise isn't yellow or green doesn't mean that you can age it.
And so if you noted green or yellow contusions, would you be able to tell us how old those were?
That would be more definitive evidence of, yes, that is an older bruise.
So is it fair to say that the bruises that we see on Christine Banfield are not as old as a yellow or green bruise would be?
There are no yellow or green bruises, so therefore there is no definitive evidence of older bruises.
And I want to talk a bit again about the wound paths in the cutting wounds and the stab wounds on Christine's neck. Is there anything about their location on her body, their shape, their commingled nature that can tell us anything significant about her condition when they were inflicted?
Because they are closely oriented, the shapes are needed to be reapproximated, which could indicate movement by her or the assailant in the knife, which indicates she is alive.
And when you examined her respiratory system during the autopsy, what, if anything, did you find?
There's evidence of hemoaspiration, breathing of blood into the lungs, and swallowing of blood into the stomach, indicating she's alive.
And when you examined her gastrointestinal tract, what, if anything, did you find?
There's blood in her stomach from swallowing.
What is the significance of finding blood in the area where you found it?
It's from the injury of the upper airway and the esophagus, so the breathing tube and the food tube in the neck, and that blood is traveling down into the lungs and down into the stomach.
And I know
Okay, we do have, let's see if I can do this. Yeah. Okay, we now have the court coming back in from the Uvalde, Texas versus Gonzalez. We will be interpreting that one. Miss Diane, you can interpret that one. I'll try and interpret the other one. Oh, fun is what Miss Diane said. So I'm going to remove me and have her. Okay? And then I'm going to be on this one. And this will be fun because I'm going to be interpreting using captioning from the live itself. Uvalde, Texas. Yes, that is you. Yep, that be you, boo. That be you, boo. Have fun. I'm going to be doing it over here. At least you can hear. I have to read. So right now, I hope Miss Diane is going to be more available for us in the future because I'm misinterpreting and it's so hard to interpret all by myself. Oh, she's all mercy, pity, pity, mercy, pity, pity. It was, what was it in that? Oh, what is that show, Mrs. What's that show where the queen, oh my gosh, and the girl, there's a writer who talks about the queens and all of them in YouTube. It's set back in the Victorian era. Oh my gosh, what is the name of that? Like Downton. Yeah, well, anyway, the queen has about like 10 kids and none of them have had children, but one of them had one and lost them. And she's so lack of sympathy, and she's talking about they're not producing heirs. There's so many of you, and all you're doing is you've got 50 illegitimate heirs, but no legitimate heirs. And then this guy starts sobbing because he was married and had a wife, and they both died. And she goes, condolences, condolences, prayers. And she talks, and then she talks, I think it was condolences or sympathy prayers or something like that. Oh, I think it was sympathy prayers. And then she's talking to him and fussing at him, and he's, oh, she goes, sympathy prayers. It was funny. And this is like a year after it all happened, and he's wailing like it happened yesterday. Well, you know, you can't ever put a label on someone's grief. Lord knows I know that one. Oh, another friend of mine died, and on the 23rd of Wednesday afternoon, they're having her memorial, and she's native, and I'm like, I can't go because I got court. It was beautiful. It would have been exactly of what she would have wanted. She would have been really happy. The food was good. The pork tenderloin, which I provided, and Herbie helped me cook and help provide, was delish. I had people who normally don't hand out compliments on food, complimenting the food. So everybody brought a dish. It was wonderful. It was, you know, I finally feel like I feel like the burden of grief is leaving. It was kind of good because it was like all the grief of everybody I've lost over the year. I've lost 1, 2, my dog is 3, relationship 4, Jennifer, and then Willow. So 5 major losses, not including my son's business, in a year, and a couple of near losses. So I've been able to, I feel like I can breathe. I feel like I woke up Sunday morning and could take a deep breath, and you know how you've been sick and you go outside and the air is nice and crisp, and you take that deep breath and your lungs are like, oh, that's kind of how I felt Sunday morning. So everything's done with that. There's nothing more to do. And the song this year is Staying Alive, Staying Alive. That's what you do when you're doing. By the way, if you don't know the rhythm, staying alive, bum, 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 staying alive. I used to teach basic CPR, and let me tell you, I used to do, I got the rhythm in me. I got the rhythm in me. That's another one. You get tired of staying alive, do the I got the rhythm in me, baby. It's the same rhythm. So anyway, we are waiting patiently. Okay, here we go. We are in court. Where's my sound? Hold on, let me get it back. All right, we had our little chit chat. Now it's time for me to go to work. I'm waiting for mine. I am playing mine. Okay, here we go. We're back in court.
Listed as lumen. What does that mean?
That means inside the stomach.
And does the amount of bloody fluid have any significance?
There was 50 milliliters of blood in the stomach, so that's, some can travel passively, but that's how much was present in the stomach.
And do you have a reasonable opinion within a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause and manner of the death of Christine Banfield?
Yes.
And what is that?
The cause of death is multiple sharp force injuries, and the manner of death is homicide.
I don't have any further questions for you. Mr. Carroll is going to have some questions for you.
All right, cross-examination.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Kessler.
Hello.
How are you? Sorry, I just need to get my act together a little bit, Judge. Dr. Kessler, looking at Joe Ryan's autopsy that you performed, there were injuries on one of his hands. I think we talked about it when we were in person. Do you recall discussing that?
Yes.
And what's the nature of those injuries?
There's, on his left thumb, there's a bruise on the back side of it. There's a bruise on the palm side of the thumb with a cut or a puncture.
I'm sorry, what was the last part?
On the palm of the left thumb,
Okay.
there's a bruise with a cut, puncture injury.
Okay. And would that be consistent with the knife that you've viewed?
It could be.
Okay. Now, was there any sort of discussion as to toxicology with regard to Mr. Ryan? Did you do any sort of testing regarding that?
Yes, toxicology was completed.
And what, if anything, came out from his system at that time?
The toxicology was positive for THC, carboxylic acid, 11-hydroxy tetrahydrocannabinol, and was inconclusive for tetrahydrocannabinol in the blood.
In the blood?
Yes.
Okay. And so what would that breakdown of what you just testified to, what would that indicate to you?
Those are typically components of marijuana. However, I defer further questions regarding the toxicology to the toxicologist.
Okay. Would it be, well, then I don't want to put you on the spot and say anything about that. I won't ask that question. And tetrahydrocannabinol is either marijuana or a byproduct of marijuana, correct?
Perhaps.
Okay. And would it be within your bounds to be able to say that there was marijuana smoked prior to this time when they ended up in the Banfield house?
I can't say that.
Okay. But it was evident in the toxicology?
It's in the blood.
Okay. Now, in your dealings with the Commonwealth Attorney's Office, how many people did you talk to? Do you recall?
I don't recall.
Was there one person that was the person in charge of discussing things with you in the medical examiner's office?
There's typically a representative from the Commonwealth Attorney's Office who is assigned the case.
Okay, and do you know who you spoke to about this case?
This case is from 2023, so the Commonwealth attorneys have changed throughout the course in regards to this trial here today. I discussed the case with Ms. Sprisler and Ms. Sands.
Okay, did you talk to anybody else in the Commonwealth Attorney's Office?
Relevance, what's the relevance?
Um,
You want to approach the
Yes.
relevance? Okay. And we are the co-defendants next, is that correct? So I'll get on the
Do you have an opinion?
I can't help the video is kind of a glitchy right now.
We are the co-defendants next, is that correct? So I'll get on the bench and we'll bring her out. And then we'll put her in the witness stand, they'll come out, and then we'll swear her in, okay? Everybody okay with that? All right, we'll see you in 5305.
All rise.
Did they say co-defendant? Oh my God, this is strange, y'all. All right, here we go. So we'll be back in a moment.
their licenses, what they're certified in, and then all the classes they've taken.
And have you done that kind of running the PSR, the personal status report, for Adrian Gonzalez?
When I was asked to, yes.
And does Adrian Gonzalez, did he train also for your school?
What happens is that the departments sometimes request that we need a certain class, and it's up to the coordinator to say we have the class or not. And in this case, the school district was requesting to have a certain class, and the coordinator said, yes, we're good to have this class. So he gave me the paperwork, said, let's get started. We started posting, and then we started getting all the paperwork ready for that training.
And was the trainer that was selected Adrian Gonzalez?
On record, yes.
And do you know Adrian Gonzalez?
Yes.
And is he the man sitting at the far end of the defense table?
Yes, sir.
We stipulate. Thank you, Ron. And so you've talked to me about you gather all of the paperwork for the training. Is that correct?
Sir. Yes, sir.
And then as training day comes, do you have additional duties?
Just make sure I hand all the paperwork. If it's in-house in the office area, I make sure I give the paperwork to the instructor. Or if it's off our area, out of our area, I give that to the coordinator so he can take that over to wherever the training is taking place.
And how do you keep up with who attends the course?
I see the sign-in sheets.
Excuse me?
I see the report of training and the sign-in sheets.
That paperwork is all given back to you as well?
Yes, sir.
And then what do you do with the paperwork?
And then once I check attendance, I check everybody that signed in on the reported training and everybody that signs in on the attendance sheet for the AM and the BM, because if it's an 8-hour training, we do 2 sign-in sheets, one for the morning session, one for the afternoon. So I just verify all the attendance signatures are on all paperwork.
So is it safe to say that you take care of the paperwork for the continuing education for law enforcement from start to finish?
Correct.
May I approach your honor?
Yes, sir.
So in showing you exhibits 1027 through 1035, do you recognize what that document is?
Let me get my other glasses, please. Where do you want me to see?
Can you tell me what that document is?
This is a personal status report, the PSR report for Mr. Adrian Gonzalez.
The same man in the courtroom today, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
State offers exhibit 1027 through 1035.
We tendered this earlier today.
That's the sign for wait. Yes, ma'am. Can't hear you. You're not on. You got to unmute yourself, Boo. You're too small for me to read. Yeah. No, you're about this big to me right now. You literally are that big because I've got 2 streams up here. I got 2 feeds over here. I got I know. I've got comments for one stream here, comments for this stream, and I got Discord here. I mean, it's crazy. Okay, back to court. Back to work. Oh, that's right. I can Zoom. They're labeling and sticking every one of the papers for evidence. I can't turn my hand perfect enough. So I do evidence kind of. Evidence. I can't.
After speaking with the defense, they would prefer that I offer this as one document. I have no objection to offer it. State's Exhibit 1027 as the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement Personnel Status Report.
We don't, no objections presented there, Judge.
All right, submitted.
May we explain that to the jury?
Yes.
Starting with page 1, on the top left, at the top, it shows that this is a personnel status report. Is that correct?
Correct,
And it's for Adrian Gonzalez.
correct.
And the next section, could you tell us what career and professional training is?
You're talking about the service history? Where?
Excuse me?
I'm sorry, what did you ask?
What is the section, the top section there, career and professional training?
Oh, okay. It just, it says where he received his training hours. It's got institution, it's got Southwest Texas Junior College. He has 83 college credits. The total higher educational hours are 83 hours. And then it says total higher educational points, 1,660 hours. Total military hours is 0. So the total is 1,660 hours.
Okay. So there's a difference between education hours and total higher education points.
Mm-hmm.
Is that just TCOL assigns a number of points to each educational credit hour?
It means that he submitted his college, Southwest Texas College transcript to TCOL, and they recorded 83 hours.
Thank you. The next section is service history.
Okay, yes, sir.
And does it indicate how long Adrian Gonzalez has been a police officer?
Yes, sir. It indicates when the service started and when the service ends.
And what was Adrian Gonzalez's first work with law enforcement?
He started back in 2010. He started working as a peace officer for the Uvalde Police Department. And the service ended on 7/16/2021. And then he went to work for the school district starting July 19th of 2021 through November 18th of 2022.
And you say the school district, is that the Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District Police Department?
Yes, sir.
And so was he working there on May 24th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
As a police officer?
Yes.
So how many total years did he have with the Uvalde Police Department?
It shows here with the Uvalde Police Department as 10 years, 10 months.
And with the school district?
1 year, 4 months.
Thank you.
Mhm.
If you'll now go to the second page.
Okay.
Award information. Could you tell us what information is contained in that?
What is contained in that is his level of certification. Whether he's a basic peace officer, intermediate officer, advanced officer, master peace officer license, and the school-based law enforcement officer.
And those certification that you just read out, Adrian Gonzalez has each of those.
Yes, sir.
Not just the basic peace officer, but all the way up to master peace officer,
Correct.
as well as certified as a school-based law enforcement officer.
Correct.
Thank you. And then we have a major section called courses completed. What are we speaking about here?
That is, that's where the officers take all in-service trainings. It starts with the very last training that they've had all the way to the beginning.
So it starts with the most current?
It starts with the most current, yes, sir.
So it kind of goes in reverse order?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And if you would, could you go down to the bottom of page 2?
Okay.
And could you tell us what course that is?
That is the SBLE Active Shooter Training that was held on December 17th of 2021.
And how many hours credit did Adrian Gonzalez get for taking the active shooter training course in December of 2021?
8 hours.
And was that at your institution?
No, well, we reported it, yes.
Oh, so
But-
this just means you reported it?
Yes, sir. I believe that, yes, that's what it says, Southwest Texas Junior College, LEA.
And that's your group?
Mhm.
Thank you. And on the next page, page 3.
Okay.
At the top, school-based law enforcement training. Is that also at your?
No, sir.
Okay, where was that?
That was taught at the Texas State University Texas School Safety Center.
Thank you. And then to finish out 2021, is there a total number of unit hours that he took that year?
Yes, sir.
And how many was that?
101.
Going to the bottom of page 3. Are you familiar with who the Middle Rio Grande Law Enforcement Academy is?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell us who that is?
That is us. We used to be called the Middle Rio Grande Law Enforcement Academy. And then we switched our name over to Southwest Texas College Law Enforcement Academy.
Okay. And so can you tell us course number 2050? I think it's the 4th line from the bottom, what that course is?
2050 is the very first one on that. The SWAT class, other than 3301 or 3310, is that? The class is 2050. That's the course number, 20.
Do 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 do. Does anybody know what SWAT stands for? I do. Put it in the comments below.
Are we ready for the jury? Ready for the jury, Mr. Carroll?
Okay, mods, I have a question for you. In the Brendan Banfield trial, the au pair is on the witness stand. Do we want to take a short break from the Gonzalez trial and then catch up during the afternoon break? So we'll zoom and listen to the au pair testify against him, because it's going to be spicy. So in comments below, please let me know if you are watching the Gonzalez trial, if we should show the au pair actually in the double red room trial of Brendan Banfield testify. This is the state's key witness, and I didn't know. That way Diane and I can appropriately interpret this. Let me know, like right now in the comment. Uh-oh, Diane's leaving me. I can tell you by that hand. Okay. Okay, so the guy and the wife hire the au pair from out of state. Keep it on Gonzalez. Okay, then we'll do that. And she and the guy, husband, hooked up, got intimate, and they basically pulled a poor sucker in off of online, thinking he was going to go meet this guy's wife for a fetish hookup. And when the guy came to the house, the husband and the au pair killed him and the girl to make it look like a red room gone bad, and they would get off scot-free. Wife and the wife. So, but we'll keep it here. Diane, you keep interpreting here. I'll keep interpreting over there. Okay. All right, guys. All right. We honor your wishes.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Commonwealth, your next witness.
Is Juliana Peres Magalhães.
All right, ma'am, if you could stand and face the clerk and raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, you can have a seat.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state and spell your name for the court record?
Yes, Juliana, Juliana Peres, Peres Magalhães, Magalhães.
And how old are you now, Juliana?
25.
And do you know the defendant?
Yes.
What's his name?
Brendan Banfield.
When did you meet him?
Back in October 2021. 22.
When did you meet him? When did you meet him?
Well, can you specify? Sorry.
When did you first meet him?
In person when I first came to the States, and before that, through a video call with the family.
Okay. Do you recall what month or year that was?
When I came to the States?
Yes.
It was October.
Do you know what year?
2021.
Okay. And when you first met Mr. Banfield, what was your relationship to him?
Professional. He was my boss.
And you said he was your boss.
Yeah.
What was your job?
I was their au pair.
And so you said you worked as an au pair. What does that mean?
Au pair is like a nanny position, but somebody comes from another country, providing care for their kids, and in exchange they live with their family. And yeah.
Okay. Do you get paid to be an au pair?
Yes.
How much?
$200 a week.
And how long of a stay did you have as an au pair?
We can have from 1 year to 2 years. But as an au pair, I stayed for a year.
Okay. And did you, so you arrived, you said you arrived in October of 2021, and you said you stayed for a year?
Yeah.
And then did you extend that stay?
Yes.
And how long did you extend the stay for?
I think I might have extended for another year.
Let's talk about when you lived with the Banfield family and worked for them as their au pair. Where did you live?
I lived in their house, in their home.
Okay. And who lived there with you?
It was Brendan, his wife, Christine, and their daughter.
And we know who Brendan is.
Yeah.
Who's Christine?
Christine was Brendan's wife.
And you said their daughter?
Yeah.
What was their daughter's name?
Valerie.
What was your life like with them?
With the family?
Yeah, when you first got there, what was it like?
It was kind of a period for me to adapt to the family, to my job, to the country. But I was very welcome, I guess.
And what was Brendan like when you first came to live with the family and be their au pair?
We barely spoke. Like, my relationship was mostly with Christine and Valerie. Brendan and I barely spoke at all. Just
okay. What was Christine like?
Christine was very friendly, very welcoming, very fair. Yeah.
Did you spend time with her and spend time with Valerie together?
Yes.
And did you spend time on your own with Christine?
Maybe a couple times going to a store or, yeah.
Do you recall if Christine had a blood disorder?
I heard about it, yes.
And do you know the name of it?
I do not know.
Do you know if she took any medication for it?
As far as I know, no.
What was Valerie like?
Valerie is very loving, very caring. She's just...
How old was Valerie when you met her in 2021?
She was 3.5, I guess.
I'm sorry, say that again?
3.5.
And were there any other children that were living in the Banfield's home while you lived there too?
No.
Do you know if they had an au pair before you were their au pair?
Yeah.
Who was that?
It was Amanda.
And when you began working for the Banfields, do you need a minute? When you began working for the Banfields, do you remember what their jobs were?
Yeah.
Or do you know what their jobs were?
Yeah, Christina was RN, and Brenna was working, I guess, as an investigator for the IRS.
At some point, while you were working for the Banfield family, did your relationship with the defendant change?
Yes.
How did it change?
It became sexual, physical relationship.
And do you recall when the relationship changed?
It was August 2022.
And did you keep the relationship, this new relationship with the defendant, did you keep this a secret?
For my part, some of my friends, they knew because I told them, and I used to post on my Instagram. But for his part, yeah, it was a secret.
Okay. You said you told some friends about it.
Yeah.
Do you remember which friends you told?
I told Beatrice about it and Pamela.
And did you take any photos of you and the defendant after you began a romantic or physical relationship?
Yes.
And you said you had posted some things to social media?
Yes.
Okay. I am going to show you a couple of photos. And if I could have this view be to the witness and counsel only, please.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you Commonwealth.
Diane, you're falling off the screen, boo.
This is 51, 52, 53, and 54. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize them?
It's me and Brendan.
And are these social media posts that you made?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, what I would ask the court to do is admit these as Commonwealths 51, 52, 53, and 54.
All right, any objection? Okay, 51, 52, 53, and 54 in evidence.
And we can publish the first one to the jury. Can you tell us who's under the emoji here?
It's Brendan.
And then a couple of these have noise. And then this one, Commonwealth 53, can you describe who this is?
It's Brendan's hand.
And whose leg is that?
My legs.
And the date on the photo that is posted, is that the date that the photo was taken?
Yes.
And this photo here, Commonwealth 54, who's under the emoji?
It's Brendan.
Do you know when this photo was taken?
It's from the same day as the previous picture.
As the previous one?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I want to go back to 52.
Really do this. You do. You don't see.
I can't do that. I'm going to get copyrighted. Not you guys, sorry.
Who is present in that post?
His person behind the emoji.
And who is behind the emoji?
Brendan.
And is it you and Brendan singing in that post?
Yes.
So you began a sexual relationship with the defendant in August of 2022 when you were how old?
I was 21.
And when this relationship began, did you ever think about how it might end?
No, I didn't really think it was serious, a relationship.
And did the defendant ever talk with you about any long-term plans for the two of you?
Not initially.
Not initially. Did he ever, though?
Yes.
When did that talk start?
I think it started after he talked about his plan.
Okay. And did he ever talk about the two of you getting married or the two of you having children?
Yes.
And do you recall when that talk began?
Also, after he mentioned his plan.
Did he ever talk about his relationship with his wife, Christine Banfield?
sometimes he would come up in our conversation and he would talk about it.
And what did he say?
He used to say that she didn't seem to care about where he was, what he was doing. She didn't seem to care about him at all. And that she was helpless and just lazy.
Do you recall when he said those things?
When?
Yes.
Well, many times during our conversation when she came up.
And did he ever talk to you about anything else about his relationship? Did he ever talk about getting a divorce with her?
No, he basically said divorce was not an option.
Did he say why?
Money was involved.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Money.
Okay. Anything else?
Money was involved and Valerie's custody too.
And what about those things? Did he say anything specifically about money or Valerie's custody?
Yeah, he said that he didn't want to have to share Valerie with Christine, that she wasn't good for Valerie. So he wanted to have Valerie full time. And money, because she should have more money than he would if they ever split.
And so he didn't want to get divorced. Did he tell you what he wanted to do?
Yes.
What did he say?
He mentioned his plan to get rid of her.
And you said he mentioned his plan to get rid of her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
When did he talk about that first?
I would say it was in October 2022.
And what specifically was his plan to get rid of her?
Initially, he didn't really know what he would do. He just mentioned that he was thinking about it and he would think better and let me know when he thought about it. Yeah.
Where were the two of you when this first conversation took place?
New York.
And were you on a trip to New York with only him?
It was him and Valerie.
What did you think when he told you that?
At first, I thought he was joking. Yeah, for me, it was a joke.
And you said that you were in New York when that conversation happened.
Yeah.
Did the three of you return to Virginia after that trip?
Yes, we did.
And did he talk about this plan again after you returned?
Yeah.
And did he give you more information or more detail about what he intended to have happen?
Yeah, he said he wasn't going to hire anybody because that is something that throughout investigation can be discovered easily. And that he had heard of a website called Fat Life. He's never done anything on the website, but he heard about it. And that's what he was going to do.
And did he tell you anything more about the plan at this point?
At that point, not really. He was still thinking about it.
And at the end of October of 2022, did you visit a shooting range?
Yes.
And did anyone come with you?
Brendan.
The first time that you went to the shooting range, do you recall signing any paperwork?
Yes.
Judge, at this point, I'm going to display a photograph. I would ask for the display to be to the witness and counsel only. Yes, ma'am. I want you to look at the screen in front of you. Do you have, is there a document on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm gonna scroll through this document for you slowly.
Just for the record, could you, the exhibit number of the
Oh,
document?
it is exhibit number 56.
Thank you.
Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes,
And how do you recognize it?
it's the waiver you have to sign when you first go to the shooting range.
And did you sign this?
Yeah,
Is that your signature there on page 6?
yes,
Judge, at this point, I'm going to ask to admit this as Commonwealth's 56 and allow for it to be published to the jury.
Any objection? All right, 56 in evidence and published.
And I'm going to just bring it back up to the top so that the jury can see it. Do you recall the date on the form?
yeah, October 29, 2022.
And on that date, do you recall shooting a firearm?
Yes,
Do you remember if it was a handgun or a long gun?
it's a handgun.
And was the defendant with you while you were firing the handgun on that day?
Yes,
Did you ever go back to the firing range again?
eventually we did.
Do you remember when you went back to the firing range?
I'd say back in December.
And did you practice firing a firearm on that December visit?
Yes,
And again, what kind of firearm? Do you recall if it was a handgun or a long gun?
it's a handgun.
And was anyone with you when you returned to the firing range in December?
It's Brendan.
Judge, at this point, I'm going to ask for the view of Commonwealth 56 to be terminated to the gallery. And I am going to move to Commonwealth's 57 for the view of the witness and counsel only at this point. Do you see a photograph on your screen?
I do.
Okay. And do you recognize this photograph?
Yes,
How do you recognize it?
it's me at the shooting range.
And do you know who took this picture?
Brendan.
Judge, at this point, I am going to ask to have this admitted as Commonwealth's 57.
All right, any objection to 57? All right, 57 evidence and published.
Did the defendant tell you why he wanted to return to the firing range for that second visit?
Yes,
And why was that?
it's in case I need to use it if something goes wrong.
And what would go wrong? What was he concerned about going wrong? Had he told you more of his plan at this point?
At that point specifically, I can't really recall.
But he told you that he wanted you at the firing range because you needed, in case something went wrong.
Yes,
Is that right?
yes.
After the December visit to the shooting range, what, if any, additional steps did the defendant take to move his plan forward?
It was in January when he created the account on the website.
Okay. So were you present when he created the FetLife account?
Yes,
And did he use his own email address to create the account?
no, he did not.
What email address did he use?
He created a new email account for Christine and Christine's name.
And were you there when he created that email address?
Yeah, yeah.
And do you recall what device he used to create the email address?
To the laptop,
And when you say her laptop, whose laptop are you talking about?
Christine's laptop.
And do you recall what device he used to create the FetLife account?
The laptop,
And when you say the laptop, are you talking about Christine's laptop?
yes.
And do you recall the name of the
All right, you want me to
profile
take-
that the defendant
You want me to take you
created
down, Boo?
for the FetLife
You're
account?
done for the day?
Anastasia Knight,
And was there a photograph added
Okay.
to that profile?
yes.
Who is the photograph of?
It's Christine's body in a bathing suit.
And who added the photograph to the profile?
Brendan did.
And who typed the words for the profile?
I hear that.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Brendan did.
Okay. If I could have the view terminated to the gallery at this point. And I am going to ask for exhibits 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, and 65, all photographs, to be displayed to the witness and counsel only at this point. I'm going to show you a series of screenshots, and then I'm going to ask you about them. So this is 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, and 65. Do you recognize these photos, these screenshots?
Yes,
How do you recognize them?
as the FetLife account.
And Judge, at this point, I'm going to ask to admit Commonwealth's 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, and 65 to be admitted under seal and published to the jury only.
All right. No objection. All right, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, admitted under seal.
Okay, and I'm going to run back through them.
58.
Okay. So Commonwealth's 58, is this the FetLife profile that was posted?
Yes,
And the about section here that we can see, who wrote the words in that? Who composed that?
Brendan.
And then in 59, Commonwealth's 59, is this also a part of the FetLife profile?
Yes,
And then Commonwealth 60, is this the photograph that was used as the profile photo for the FetLife
yes,
profile? And then Commonwealth's 61 here, is this the group, for lack of a better word, that this profile was posted in?
oh, sorry, can you repeat it again, please?
Sure. This photograph here, Commonwealth 61, is this the group within FetLife that you use to communicate with other users?
Yes,
And then Commonwealth 62, is this the post that you and Brendan used on FetLife?
Is there an object? What's your objection, Mr. Leading? Okay.
Okay, understood.
All right. I'll
Take-
sustain the objection.
Take a look at Commonwealth 62. Can you describe for us what it is?
it's a post made on the profile,
And what website was this posted on?
FetLife.
And what was the reason for posting it?
It was what the account was first created, I guess, and to tell people what she was looking for.
And whose idea was it to post this? Whose idea was it to post this?
Brendan.
Okay. We can terminate this view at this point. How did you and Brendan, how did you use the laptop? How did the two of you use her laptop without her knowing about it?
It was because every time she used to get home from work, she throw her backpack by the door, and in the backpack was her her laptop and her work stuff.
And once the FetLife account was created, what, if anything, did the two of you do with it?
Texting other people, other guys. They would also text looking for whatever it is that they're interested in.
Okay. And had Brendan explained to you at this point in time, or was there any explanation given to you about what it was that he was using FetLife for, or what it was he was looking for from another FetLife user?
Yeah.
What was that?
The website is for BDSM, people that like that kind of stuff, and he said we would be able to find somebody that plays like aggressive or that likes playing with blood and that kind of stuff.
And why? What was the what if any reason did he want to find someone like that for?
Oh, because the person would be eventually the person would be invited to come to the house, and he needed to know that the person was willing, or he was going to do what he had in his mind.
And what was he using FetLife to ask other users to do to the Anastasia profile?
Things like pinning her down, gagging her, spanking. Yeah.
And when the two of you used FetLife to message other people, were you, who would do the typing? Were you typing? Was Brendan typing?
To talk to other people?
Yes.
You asked. Sometimes it would be him, sometimes it would be me by his instruction when he was with me.
And were the two of you typically together while you were using FetLife to message other people?
Yes.
And was Christine home or not home when the two of you used FetLife?
She was home.
Always?
Yes.
Why?
Because he always mentioned for us to make sure to log in on the account when she was also home. So it would have, throughout the investigation, it would have been very clear that like whenever she was using the profile, she was home, and yeah.
And you said because during the investigation, why would there be an investigation?
Well, he always thought like in advance. He knew how the investigation would go. Like he always knew, and yeah.
But why did he know?
What did he know?
Yeah, why? You said because he always knew about the investigation. What did he know about an investigation? There hasn't been one yet.
He knew eventually we would have one investigation.
Why?
Because there would be murder, and it's just what happens. Investigation.
And did he tell you that?
Yeah.
What specifically did he tell you about that?
Well, he knew that we needed to have some alibis. He knew that he needed to change his routine a few weeks prior, so it wouldn't be odd that he wasn't, just at McDonald's on that day specifically.
Okay. I'm going to show you a couple of items one at a time. The parties have stipulated to the admissibility of the next two items, or the next several items. The first two are going to be Commonwealth 66 and 67. And Judge, Commonwealth 66, I'm going to ask to have published to the jury and counsel only, and I'm going to ask that these be under seal.
66 and 67?
Yes.
There's an agreement to admissibility, is that correct, Mr. Kara? Okay, so 66 and 67 are in evidence under seal.
Say that again. Let me see. Yep. I'm going to move on. Having a couple of technical difficulties, so I'm going to move on for a minute and then we'll go back to 66 and 67. Did you and the defendant ever travel out of town together?
Yes,
Where did you go?
to Winchester, Virginia.
Do you recall when that was?
When?
When?
Not exact date, no.
Do you know if it was before or after that the defendant created the FetLife profile?
Can I say if I'm not 100% sure though?
You don't recall?
No.
Okay. How did you arrange to go to Winchester together?
He was going for an overnight stay in a hotel for his job.
Okay.
And
go ahead.
And he took his car, his work car, and I took the white car to drive.
And when the two of you were in Winchester, was there ever any posting on FetLife at that time?
No,
And why would that have been?
because like I said before, that he always made sure to.
What's your objection, Mr. Carroll? Your microphone, I can't, it's very hard to hear you. What's your legal objection?
Legal objection She's asked and answered that she didn't do any posting. And so,
Asked and
any
answered.
further question?
I'm sorry, I missed that.
He said asked and answered.
I don't think I asked her if any of them posted on FetLife while they were
Okay,
out of town in Winchester.
Okay, I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Sorry. Did either of you post on FetLife or message anyone on FetLife while the two of you were in Winchester?
No,
And why is that?
because we would only post when we were home and she was home at the same time.
Okay. And were there any other things that the two of you did to make it look like Christine was the one messaging in FetLife? Do you want me to ask that a different way?
Yes, please.
Did the two of you ever message people or post on FetLife when Christine was home and only one of you was home?
Yes.
And whose idea was that?
Brendan's?
And did he say why?
Yes.
And why was that?
Because, again, when he talked about the investigation we would have at some point, he pointed out that the police would have access to where our phones are, where our phones pin, and so we wouldn't be able to accuse him of doing that, because sometimes she would be doing it, posting and messaging, and she would be home and he wouldn't be home, and other times I wouldn't be home, and so there would be no way to actually prove it, and that's the alibis he talked about.
Can you recall any specific instances of how it would have worked for one of you to be home posting while Christine was home and the other one was out of the home?
That normally happened when both of us went to the gym, and he would tell me to leave earlier and go home so I'd get home before him, and for me to log in the account and, text people, talk to people. And other times he would tell me to hang in the gym behind, and he would leave earlier, so he would be the one logging in and talking to people.
Okay. And the gym that you're talking about, do you recall which gym that was?
Yeah, Lifetime.
And did the two of you, and do you know which location?
Yeah, Ruston.
Did the two of you go to Lifetime Fitness together frequently?
Yes.
Did Christine go with the two of you?
It was just maybe a couple times, but nothing. It was normally Rana and I.
Okay. I'm going to go back to Commonwealth 66 and 67 at this point. If we could see 66.
You can publish from the table, please.
Just give us a second. Jury, it's already in evidence. In the gallery. Oh, sealed, no, okay. Yeah.
All right, so looking at Commonwealth 66, can you see it on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. And then at the top of your screen, there's a column that's titled User ID. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. The user ID identified as Anastasia 9.
Okay.
Who wrote the messages from Anastasia 9? Not that specific message, but just in general. Who is the person or persons who are writing the messages from Anastasia 9?
It's either me or Brendan.
And the other user IDs that we see that are largely numbers in this view, are those messages that are received by you and the defendant using the Anastasia 9 profile?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to ask for us to scroll forward a little bit to location number 367 or cell 367. The user ID Taco Supreme 7000. Did you come to know who that was?
It's Joe.
And now if we could switch to Commonwealth 67. The Taco Supreme 7000 profile that you came to know as Joe Ryan. We see that profile, and we see Anastasia 9 communicating in this view of the spreadsheet. Do you recognize these as FetLife chats that you and Brendan wrote from Anastasia 9 and received from Taco Supreme?
Yes.
And when the two of you were using FetLife, I've asked you before what it was that Brendan was looking for. What is it about Joe's answers and messages that attracted Brendan to selecting Joe? Did he ever tell you?
He told me at some point too, but he was always making comments like that Joe was the white person.
Did he say why?
Because he seemed to be like the person who would do the things that Brendan needed the person to do.
Okay. And I'm now going to ask you to look at Commonwealth's 68, 69, 70, 71, and 72, one at a time.
Can you go back to that one first?
Go back to that?
Yeah, you're still connected.
They're the same.
Okay.
And Judge, let's look at 68 first.
We're just getting back to the podium. Hold on.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I do think these are all Excel spreadsheets. And
Okay, do you want
to stay with me?
Yeah,
Thank you.
we're having trouble with Excel from this computer.
Okay.
So first, if we could look at 68 from the witness and counsel views only. And again, Your Honor, the parties have stipulated to the FetLife chats. So I believe that all of these exhibits can be admitted, but I'd ask that they be admitted under seal.
68, 69, and 70?
68, 69, 70, 71, and 72.
Okay. Is that correct, Mr. Carroll? Do you need to see them all? She said you've already agreed to not the miscibility, but just to the foundation.
These are the same exhibits that were provided to council last weekend. They're.
If you could go through them, do you want me to go through these and make sure? Okay. You need to see them, is that what you, okay, I'm sorry, just, if you have your microphone on, I have a lot of trouble hearing you up here. Okay, all right, so you need to see.
I do, my
Okay,
client and I need to
You
see.
could go through all those exhibits, Ms. Brisler.
Okay, so looking at 68 is a short one.
Is that the one
That
that's
is-
on screen right now?
Yes.
Okay, no objection.
All right, so 68 in evidence under seal. Is this 69 we're
This
looking
is
at now?
69.
No objection.
All right, no objection, 69 under seal. That's 67? Is that correct? I'm sorry, 70?
That's 70.
70, okay, 70 under seal.
71, if we could look at 71.
No objection.
All right, 71 under seal, and then 72.
No objection.
All right, so 72 also under seal. Okay, thank you.
Okay. If we could go back to 68. Can you see on your screen Commonwealth 68?
Yes.
Okay. And you see again, in the menu, in the title bar there, you see ID, conversation ID, user ID, body. So the conversation ID that we're looking at, I just want to check and make sure we're both looking at the same thing. 446774523.
Yes.
Okay. So we see these messages between this user ID and then the Anastasia profile. This user ID says, wish I could get you to come meet me at my hotel in Richmond next Wednesday night. And then the Anastasia profile says, thank you, Richmond is too far for me. I'm looking to chat a bit before meeting someone. So why would it be that you guys wouldn't have pursued this user?
Because all along, his plan was for the person to come in the house. Yeah.
And when we're looking again at the Anastasia profile, is it you and or Brendan who is operating the Anastasia profile?
Yes.
Okay. Then if we could move on to Commonwealth 69. So just making sure that we're looking at the same thing on the screen. I'm looking at conversation 447868690.
Yes.
All right, okay. So this person is looking for someone to meet up with at restaurants and coffee shops and just talking and getting to know one another. They'd like to go to an event eventually, and they say they're pretty new to FET World, but willing to learn. And then the Anastasia profile says, I'm not looking to go out on dates, sorry. Why is it that the two of you wouldn't have pursued, why would Brendan have not pursued this person to further converse with?
Sorry, I'm sorry.
It's okay. So this person is asking to meet out in public.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something that Brendan was interested in having the Anastasia profile do?
No,
Why not?
because again, you need somebody that would agree to come to the house. Yeah, so could do the things that he needed the person to do.
And meeting out in public is not something that.
No.
Let's look at the exhibit Commonwealth 70. Ready, I want to stay at the top first. Okay. So again, just making sure we're looking at the same document. I'm looking at conversation ID 452-721-523.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So this user ID messages the Anastasia profile and says, saw your ad, I'm interested, a little bit about what I like and have done in the past. First off, restraints, and I've used rope and some leather cuffs and some vinyl tape. The profile goes on to describe pretty specifically what experience and what equipment that this person has and can bring to this relationship. Is this someone that, is this someone that the two of you might have been interested in?
Can I just read it over?
Say that again?
Can I just read it over?
Yes, of course, take your time.
Yes.
And if you could scroll down a little bit. So this conversation looks like it went on for a little bit longer than the past two conversations. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And then if you look at cell number 931, the profile says, the other user says, I would expect that you might want to meet somewhere in public before doing anything in private. Your call on how or when to do that. Most weekdays I could get away at some point during the day to get a bite to eat or coffee or a drink after work. And then it goes on from there. Did you guys answer that? Take a look at the spreadsheet and let me know if you see an answer to this request to get together.
No,
And why wouldn't you have responded?
because that's not something he was interested in, going for a coffee or meeting in public.
Okay. And then if we could go on to Commonwealth 72. And then if we can move down to cell number 571.
I have to blow it. Say that again. Sorry.
There we go. Okay, so in this conversation, and let's make sure we're looking at the same conversation again. I'm looking at conversation 448599624.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So in this conversation, there's some initial talk, and then in cell number 571, the Anastasia profile says, I don't have restraints. It's something you would need to bring and be comfortable doing. Sounds really intense. And then there's more, but I'm not going to read that aloud. Why did the other user need to bring restraints?
Well, because we didn't have it. And whoever the person was going to be was supposed to bring all the stuff, like the restraints and or cups, whatever the person's supposed to have to bring.
And whose idea was that?
Brendan's.
And what else was the person eventually supposed to bring?
Eventually, you want the person to bring a knife.
Okay. And when we look at cell number 572, this user responds to the Anastasia profile, and this user says, so I'm a vet. We'd need to work up to restraints. I don't recommend them until the second or third time, once trust is there. And then in 573, this user says, if you're for real, let's grab a drink or coffee in public to see if there's attraction, no expectations. I work out in Fairfax County on Tuesdays if you're around. And then Anastasia responds in 574. And is it you and Brendan still operating the Anastasia profile at this point in time?
Yes.
So you tell her, I'm not interested in going on a regular date. That takes away from the excitement and the thrill of the first meeting. Why is that? So this is the third time that we've seen FetLife users saying, let's meet someplace, let's meet in public. And this person says, essentially, I've been doing this a while, and usually we don't get to that part until the second or third time we meet. So why is it important why is it significant why is it again that that the Anastasia profile keeps refusing to meet in public?
Because of the plan I had in mind, that to happen in the house, the person would need to come over, bring their stuff. And because it was not real, it was not Christine talking. So there was no way going out on a date to first meet the person.
All right, let's move on to Commonwealth 71.
71, correct?
Yes. Okay. And then just again, make sure we're looking at the same conversation. I'm looking at conversation ID 446943660.
Yes.
This conversation, and I'm going to ask if we could just scroll through the conversation so we can see kind of the length of it. So it looks like this conversation is longer to me. Does it look longer to you?
Yes.
And if we could look at cell 145. So in this conversation, can you take a look at cells 145, 146, 147, and 148, 149?
Right.
And so this user is still expressing, this is a different user, and this user is expressing discomfort at coming to someone else's house. This user says, I mean, I'm more than fine to play that role, just not at someone else's house where your husband could come home at any time. And then the Anastasia profile, which again, is that you and Brendan as the Anastasia profile?
Yes.
And so you tell this user that he works a set schedule and that she works a rotating schedule, and childcare responsibilities make it harder to plan around, and that they're only comfortable at my house and feel best about being there and recovering and relaxing at home afterwards. Again, the Anastasia profile, you and Brendan are saying, we don't want to come outside of our house. And is this for the same reason?
Yes.
And then this user in cell number 143 tells her, the concept is very hot, yeah, but the way you explain it does not look great on my side if anything were to go wrong. Basically, going into your home uninvited, tying you up and taking advantage of you. Is that what the intent was? To have someone come in
Yes.
and to behave in the manner?
I'm sorry, I'm just going to object to the leading nature of these questions. It's been.
I'll sustain this meeting.
I'll move on. Did you and Brendan ever agree to meet a FetLife user in public?
No.
Did you ever agree to meet another FetLife user at a hotel
No.
or at another user's home or work?
No.
And so ultimately, out of all the users in the Commonwealth 67 and the few conversations that we've explored, Joe Ryan was selected.
Yes.
Who chose Joe?
Brendan.
And did he say why he picked Joe after interacting with him on FetLife?
It was mostly because he made Brendan feel confident enough that he would be the person to play the role they needed the person to play, which means being aggressive and hold her down and come over to the house and bring stuff and all that, yeah.
And did you and the defendant ever use any other form of communication with Joe Ryan?
Yes,
And what form of communication was that?
it was a telegram.
And were you present when the Telegram account was created?
Yes,
Who created the Telegram account?
Brendan.
And how did he do that?
He used her laptop on its anonymous page, and he had her cell phone with him at the time because he needed to receive a code on her cell phone so she could create the account on Telegram.
And how did you and the defendant communicate with Joe Ryan on Telegram?
By texting.
Did you use any other form of communication on Telegram with him?
Phone call, phone call.
And who was it that spoke on the phone with Joe Ryan when you had that phone call?
I spoke to Joe.
Your Honor, if we can switch from the table to the podium.
Which one? The podium?
To the podium.
Okay, podium. Take the jury on.
When you spoke on the phone, did Joe comment on your accent?
Yes.
What did he
Those-
say?
That was the first thing he said. As soon as I said hi, he was surprised that I had an accent. And he asked, "Oh, you have an accent?" I didn't know. And I told him, yes.
Now I'm going to show you Commonwealth 73, and I would ask for this to be displayed to counsel and witness only. And if I could have the court's indulgence for just one moment.
Sure.
Okay. Do you have something on your screen in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. And Judge, Commonwealth 73 has been stipulated, admissibility has been stipulated by the parties.
All right, yes, sir. Okay, that's true. Okay, so 73 in evidence. Thank you.
Yep. And so we could publish that to the jury.
Okay.
I'm going to scroll, this is a lengthy exhibit, so I'm not going to scroll through all of the bubbles, but I'm just going to scroll through a few pages so that you can get a sense of the two parties communicating. Now, in looking at these conversations, we see that the blue bubbles are from Anastasia. Who is operating the Anastasia profile on Telegram?
Brendan and I.
And then we see The green bubbles are from Joe. The owner is Joe.
Yeah.
Did you come to know who that person was, or did you learn who that person was?
Joe?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just when he came to the house that day, the 24th.
I'm looking at page 2. Joe sends a message on February 20th that says, "I'm looking forward to Friday." Who chose February 24th, 2023 as the date?
Brendan.
And did he say why he chose that date?
He did say why, but right now I can't recall.
Okay. I'm going to scroll forward to page 28. Which I apologize for the scrolling, but there is a photograph in one of Joe's posts that I'm going to try to blow up here. Take a look at the photograph. Do you see it in front of you?
Yes,
Did Brendan see that photograph?
he did.
And did he make any comments on that photograph?
Yeah,
What did he say?
that was not the knife he was expecting the person to bring. When he asked about the knife, he was expecting a pointy knife. That would be easier.
All right. And I'm going to move down to page 41. On page 41, we see the Anastasia profile. Again, is that still you and Brendan?
Yes.
Okay. And the Anastasia profile says, "Oh, I forgot to tell you, I do have a dog. She's very nice, but she will be in the basement." Who sent that message?
Brendan?
I am going to terminate this view here. If I could ask for it to be terminated to the gallery. Before February 24th, 2023, the day of, did the defendant ask you to do other things to get ready?
Can you ask differently?
Sure. Did you keep the same cell phone that you initially obtained when you came to the US?
No.
Can you tell me about your cell phone in relation to the date of February 24th, 2023?
Yeah, a few days prior, Brendan told us to trade in our phones.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes.
And why did you do that? Why was it necessary to get a new phone?
Because he told me to get rid of my other phone where it had her pictures and other stuff, and because even if I reset my phone, it was to be able to see the things I had before.
And what about your Apple ID? Did you keep the same Apple ID?
No,
Why did you change Apple IDs?
because they also said that it would be able to see through my Apple ID the things I had on my phone before.
And did Brendan get a new phone as well?
He did.
Do you know, did it happen at the same time or at a different time than you?
A different time.
And was there anything, were there any changes to the home?
Yes.
And can you talk about that?
They changed all the windows in the house. And Brenda's description of the window was more soundproof. That's how I would say it. I'm not sure if that's how you call it, but that was the description.
Okay. And what, if anything, did he have you do with regard to that?
After they changed all the windows in the house, he told me for us to test, and he had told me to go up to the master bedroom, and he would be outside in the driveway, and he told me for me to scream from the master bedroom to see if he could hear anything from the driveway, but I didn't do it.
Okay. Did you do anything different instead?
Instead, he told me so I could go out in the driveway, and he would go up to the master bedroom, and he would be the one screaming, and I would just tell him whether or not I heard anything, and also from the backyard, because the back of the house had trail and neighbors, and he will make sure people didn't hear from there.
And did you do that?
I was out to see if I could hear him, yes.
And could you?
Barely.
And then where did you usually park your car?
My car would park normally in the driveway. Other times I'd park by the mailbox in the cul-de-sac.
And did you park it somewhere else in preparation for February 24th, 2023?
Yeah, the night before I parked in the cul-de-sac.
Why did you do that?
Brendan told me to do so because maybe Joe would come around to see what he was getting himself into, and or maybe in the morning, and then he would see a different car, and it would scare him away, and yeah.
And then, so those are all things that you did. Did the defendant do anything else in preparation for that day?
Yeah, he went around in the neighborhood, checking for ring cameras, doorbell cameras, the doors. He knew that our neighbor, he didn't have cameras, and our neighbor to our left, and our neighbor John in front of us also didn't have cameras, but he was checking for other neighbors, and also changing his routine so the day that happened, he wouldn't be odd that he was at McDonald's like 6 minutes away. So he started leaving the house earlier to go to work, and he would stop by somewhere else to eat breakfast or something. And yeah, and so that he wouldn't be odd.
Okay. How did the defendant know that Christine would be out of the home on that morning?
She was
Or,
supposed.
I'm sorry. How did the defendant know that Christine would be at home that morning?
Yeah, she was scheduled to work that Friday morning, and he had told me that he would talk to her out of it to like change. And so instead of going to work on that morning, she would be off and she would be at home. And
what was the plan for you and Valerie to be out of the house?
they had said about telling her that Valerie and I would go to the zoo, spend all day at the zoo, and we would be leaving the house early. And So, yeah, that was the plan for me and Valerie.
When did you tell her about the plan?
I told her it was a few days prior to, but I told her in person because he didn't want any messages where I would be asking, telling her about it. So the conversation I had with her was in person a few days prior.
And you said the conversation was in person, and why? I couldn't hear you.
Yeah. Oh, you couldn't hear?
Yeah. Why was the conversation in person?
So you didn't have you didn't be me requesting, telling her that we're going, asking to go, and yeah, so he wanted things in person.
And who wanted things in person?
Brendan.
Okay. Was there really an au pairs trip planned for the zoo that morning?
There was not.
When you woke up on the morning of the 24th, what happened first?
I woke up early. I think I had an alarm on my phone and went downstairs to the kitchen.
Do you recall what time you got up?
I would say 6 something.
Did you wake up Valerie that morning?
No, Brendan did.
And who brought Valerie to you that morning?
Brendan.
Did he say anything to you when he left Valerie with you?
She said Christina was asleep.
And what did you do next?
Next, I started getting her ready downstairs. And yeah, for now, I was just getting her ready, like in the living room downstairs.
Did you or Brendan text Joe that morning?
Yes.
And on what platform?
On what?
On what platform? How did you contact him?
A Telegram.
Okay. And in the Telegram messages, we can see instructions for Joe to park in the driveway.
What exhibit is this? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
What exhibit is this on
Oh,
the
I
screen?
apologize, Your Honor. This is Commonwealth 73.
73, so it's already in evidence, so
Yes, it
we
is
can
already in
publish it
evidence.
to the
Yeah.
jury. Thank you.
I apologize, I don't know exactly on what page. I'm just going to move on. I can't find the page at this moment. How is Joe supposed to get into the house?
I had told him during the phone call that the door would be unlocked.
Okay. And who unlocked the front door?
Brendan did, using Christine's cell phone.
And I'm going to show you, if I could have the view to be to counsel and the witness only at this point. Commonwealth 231.
Was that 231?
231.
Thank you.
Can you see that?
Yes.
Do you know what that is? Do you recognize that?
I would say it's Christine's cell phone.
And do you recognize the app that is showing?
Yes, that's the tab they will control the front door lock and the thermostat in the house.
And is this the app that was used to unlock the door?
Yeah,
How is the door going to stay unlocked?
it has to be changed. It has to be deactivated through the app on the cell phone. The person can choose how many minutes the door is gonna
Okay.
lock and
Judge, at this point in time, I'm going to ask to admit Common Laws 231.
Any objection?
Okay.
All right, 231.
And that can be published to the jury.
And published.
Yes. What did Brendan do with the phone, if anything, after he made sure that the door would stay unlocked?
he deactivated the door lock on her phone, and he turned it off and hid the phone in the drawer in the bar area we have, like in the kitchen.
And at this point, we can terminate the view.
All right.
Before the two of you left the house that morning, did you have any other conversation with Brendan?
No, he had, after a text to Joe, he said, Brendan told me he would be leaving the house at that moment, for me to wait a few minutes before leaving the house with Valerie.
What, if anything, did he give you in that morning before the two of you left?
Gun,
What kind of gun?
handgun.
And what did you do with that?
I put it in my pocket, in my sweater.
Who was it that left the house first?
Brendan did.
And what was the plan for him that morning? Where was he going to go, and what was going to happen next?
He was going to stay, he was going to go to the McDonald's, which is, say 5-6 minutes away from our house by the clock tower. And he would stay there until whenever I call him.
And what were you supposed to do?
I was supposed to stay in the car with Valerie to put something on her iPad for her to watch. And as soon as I saw Jariah pulling up the driveway, I was supposed to give Christina a call, but her phone would be off and it would go to voicemail. And I was supposed to call him right away and tell him there was somebody strange coming to the house, and that I was scared, and yeah.
Okay. And so let's go step by step. Did you leave the house?
Yeah.
Did you go to the car?
Yes.
And did you put Valerie inside the car?
Yes.
And did you begin to put a show on for her?
Yeah, I was trying to connect her tablet on the Wi-Fi on my phone.
Okay.
So I could put on a show for her on Netflix.
And then what, if anything, did you see after that?
I think after a couple minutes, I do not know how many minutes passed. That's when I saw Joe pulling in the driveway, and I was still parked in the cul-de-sac, and I called Christine's phone and went to voicemail, and I called Brendan right after, as he had instructed me to do.
And did Brendan say why he wanted you to call Christine's phone and then call his phone?
Yeah, so then you'd have the history, the phone call history on her phone that I had tried to call her. Yeah.
And then what happened next? You said you saw Joe arrive.
Mhm.
What, if anything, did you see him do?
He just went straight to the driveway and parked next to Christine's car. And I called, after I called Christine, I called Brendan, and then he picked up the phone, and I was telling him just the way he had said, and like there is somebody strange. I never come to the house. I'm scared, and he told me he would for me to stay there. He would be coming home, and that he would try to also call Christine.
I'm going to go backwards a little bit. Do you recall when it was that Brendan told you, when Joe arrives, call Christine and then call me? Do you recall when he told you that?
It was throughout the whole process when I think he had all his plan in his mind, and then he just told me how things were going to happen. This is going to happen. You do this, and then you do that, and that's going to happen. But I cannot say for sure, like, the period, like, when that was. I cannot say it.
At this point, you've seen Joe Ryan go into the house. You've made your phone calls. What, if anything, happened at this point?
After I call Brendan, he says he's coming, and then a few minutes pass. Again, I don't know how many minutes, but it felt like forever. And he arrived. He parked his car next to the mailbox, and he got out the car. He was crossing the street, and I got out the car. I got Valerie out of the car too. Then we went following him to the back of the house, to the door that leads us into the basement.
Okay. And whose idea was it to go into the basement?
Brendan's.
And whose idea was it for all of you to go into the basement?
Brendan.
And did all three of you go into the basement together?
Yeah.
And when you accessed the basement, did you go in through the front door of the house? Did you go in through the back door of the house? How did you get in?
The three of us got into the house through the basement door, which was in the back of the house.
And when the three of you went into the basement, did anyone lock the door to the outside that you had just come in after you went inside?
No. After when I started, I did not recall locking the door or doing anything to the door.
Do you recall if their dog was in the basement when you went inside?
I saw her in a flash. And also because I knew she was going to be there in the basement. But what happened with her after that, I don't know.
Okay. Did she go upstairs with you?
What is it?
I'll move on. So is Valerie still with you at this point in time while you're in the basement?
Yes.
Okay. And so what did you do with Valerie?
Brendan had told us to stay there in the basement. And again, I knew we were supposed to stay there, she and I. And he went upstairs to the main floor.
Okay. And what if anything did you do?
I just stayed with her. And after a couple minutes passed by, and I had told her for you to like stay here. And then I also went upstairs to the main floor.
Was that something that you decided to do, or was that a part of, was that something that you were told to do?
It was something else told to do. It was part of his plan.
Say that again?
It was part of his plan.
Okay. And when you say it was a part of his plan, whose plan?
Brendan's.
Okay. So you left Valerie in the basement, and you said you went upstairs?
Mm-hmm.
When you got to the main level, did you or Brendan lock the door at the top of the basement stairs?
I do not recall doing that.
And what, if anything, did you do next?
When I got to the main floor, Brendan was standing at the bottom of the stairs that lead us upstairs. And he was just listening. Then he gestured to me like for me to wait, just listen to the sound. And the sound was like slapping. That's when you're slapping somebody, that's the sound we could hear.
And what, if anything, happened after that?
I think we were listening to that sound for a few seconds, and he took his gun out. And because I also had the gun with me, I just did the same. And he proceeded to go upstairs, and I just followed him upstairs to the master bedroom.
Who opened the bedroom door?
Brendan?
Did you go inside the bedroom?
Yes.
And what did you see when you went inside the bedroom?
When we first get into the bedroom, I could see that the bed we have in the master bedroom was kind of tall. And so from my point of view, all I could see was like Joe. At the moment I knew it was Joe, like on top of Christine, in a way, on the scribe holding her down. And that was my first view as soon as I get into the bedroom.
Were you able to see Christine at all at that point?
At that point, no.
Did anyone say anything when the two of you went into the bedroom?
Yeah, when I got to the bedroom, Brendan said, he yelled, "Police officer." And Christine's first reaction, that was the first time I heard she say anything at that point. And she yelled back at Brendan saying, "Brendan, he has a knife." And yeah, that's when Brendan first shot Joe.
Did you see Joe before he was shot?
Yeah,
What did he look like when he saw Brendan?
shocked.
After Brendan shot Joe, did anyone say anything?
If anyone said anything?
Yeah, did anyone say anything in the room at that point?
Yeah, because Brendan ran to Christine. She was still on the floor, and I think that point she had seen me, and she said she had asked what to do to Brendan. I think regarding to that he shot Joe, and she said my name. She told me, "Juliana, call 911."
And what did you do?
I called 911.
And what happened after you called 911?
At that point, Joe was already shot, so that's the sound in the background. And Brendan looks at me and just, in a way, for me, like to hang up the call.
Did he tell you? Did he say, "Juliana, hang up the call"?
No, he did not.
How did he communicate to you?
A gesture.
And what gesture did he make?
This.
And so what did you do after he made that gesture?
I hung up the phone, the phone call.
What, if anything, happened next?
Next, he was on top of Christine. Joe was laying there, and for me to grab a towel from the master bathroom. We have the closet, and I just ran to the master bathroom and grabbed him a towel and to bring it to him.
And at this point in time, could you see Christine?
Yes.
What did you see Brendan do next?
When I was bringing him the towel, he got on top of her, and that's when I first saw him stabbing her with a knife.
Where on her body was he stabbing her?
The neck.
And were you able to see whether or not he stabbed her one time or more than one time?
When I first saw that happening, I ran to the other side of the bed, and I was just crouching down on myself and covering my ears and covering my eyes. And a few times I looked, and I was able to see him stabbing her, and he would stab, and other times he would hold the knife in a position how that was.
You said he was holding the knife in a position.
Yeah.
How was he holding it?
This position, I think when the way he stabbed, he was just kind of like holding it, putting pressure on it.
And was he just holding on to the knife at that point, or was he still stabbing her?
I was holding on to the knife.
Did you stab Christine at all?
I did not.
Did you touch Christine at all at this point?
No,
Did you get any blood on you?
I did.
And how did you get blood on you?
The blood on my hands, I remember, because at some point when he was stabbing her, I was kneeling, like she was here, and Brenna was like stabbing her, and I came closer, and it was right here, and I knelt on the carpet, and I had put my hands on the carpet, and as soon as I felt blood, I just removed my hands from the carpet.
Why? What did the blood feel like?
It was warm.
Did you get blood on any other part of you?
Yeah. It was on my shoes, but also on my socks.
How did you get blood on your shoes?
Walking around, I would say freaking out, and I was pacing back and forth, and it was pacing and staying in place, covering my eyes and ears, and I didn't want to hear their conversation, and so I don't truly know like how I got blood on my socks.
When did you take off your shoes?
When Brendan had told me 21, 28, he was telling me basically to go to the master, to the closet, to the safe. And he was telling me 21, 28, and it took me a while to know what he was talking about. And I was like, 21, 28, what? And we said safe. And before I started going to the closet, he told me take off your shoes. And I took off my shoes, and I proceeded going to the safe. I got my tiptoes, like with my socks on.
Why was it that you went to the safe?
Huh?
Why did you go to the safe?
Because it was also part of his plan, and for reasons I can't make sense of them now, given that I had the gun with me that morning. Yeah.
But he wanted you to go to the safe?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you a series of photographs at this point. And they are going to be Commonwealth 74, 75, 76, 77, and 78. And if I could have them displayed to the witness and counsel only, please.
Okay.
I'm going to scroll through these photos, and I'm going to ask you some questions about them. So this is Commonwealth 74, 75, 76, 77, and 78. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes.
And how do you recognize them?
These photos were taken at the police headquarters on the date that happened. And the last picture, it's a picture of my shoes and my socks.
And the photos that show us 74, 75, 76, and 77, are those a true and accurate depiction of the clothing that you were wearing that day?
Yes.
And is 78 a true and accurate depiction of the shoes and socks that you were wearing that day?
Yeah.
Judge, at this point in time, I would ask for the court to publish these to the jury.
Push them in evidence.
I'm sorry, if I could admit them into evidence and then publish them to the jury.
No objection from the defense, 75, 76, 77, and 78 in evidence.
And I'm just going to click through them so that they can publish. And we can terminate that view, please.
Okay.
What did you do next?
I'm sorry.
What did you do next? After 21, 28, you went to the safe, came back. What did you do at that point?
At that point, that's when I stand in front of the dresser and the TV, and I'm telling Brendan that Joe is moving. He was moving, and Brendan, he doesn't have any reaction to that whatsoever. And I just start telling him he's moving behind you, and that's when I fired the shot too.
That's when could you say that again?
I fired
And when you say you fired what?
a gun
The gun that was where?
in my that I had in my pocket, the handgun.
Did you hit anyone?
Yes,
Who'd you hit?
Joe.
What happened after you shot Joe?
After I shot him, he falls back.
Did you see Brendan touch Joe's body after you shot him?
Touching, no.
Did you see him interacting with Joe or Christine after you shot Joe?
Well, he was still stabbed in Christine, and he got her blood in a handful of blood, and he starts dripping on Joe's body.
Did you ever call 911 again?
Yes,
Why did you call 911 again?
I called 911 again when he told me Brendan told me he was ready for me to call.
And when you made that call, do you recall what you said?
I think I do not remember everything he said. I remember saying that I guess a friend of mine was being stabbed and somebody was shot, and I couldn't talk the rest of the call. So Brendan took the lead, and he was the one talking to the responder on the phone call.
Did the police arrive that day after you called 911?
They did.
What did you do when the police arrived?
The person on the phone, the 911, she told me to not hang up on the phone and go make sure the front door is open. And so I went downstairs to make sure the door was open. And that's when they were already at the door at that point.
And that day, on the day that the murders took place, did you speak to the police that day?
Yes. I think the first time I spoke to the police was in the driveway, and they took Valor and I to the police headquarters.
Did you talk to the police when you got to headquarters?
Yes.
And did you tell the detectives that you spoke with that day about the things that you testified to here today?
So what I told the detectives that day, it was the version Brendan had told me if I was ever to talk to a lawyer, or this is ever going to happen, like this is what happened. The version I told the detectives that day, and that I eventually also told his lawyer the same version.
Ms. Bristler, is this a good break point for the day? Yes. Possibly? Yes. All right, you want to check with?
Judge, if I could have one moment.
Yes.
Yes, Judge, this is a fine place to stop.
All right, just stay right there, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, since it's 5 o'clock, we're going to go ahead and release you for the day. Just a reminder tonight, don't look at any news, don't look at any social media, do not talk to anybody about this case, and please do not do any outside research, okay? And Deputy Johnson will take you back, and just make sure you get here tomorrow at the correct time so we can start right on time tomorrow at 10 a.m., okay? Perfect, thank you. All right, ma'am, just as a reminder, since you're still testifying, it's important that you do not talk to anybody about this case or your testimony. That includes the prosecutors or the defense attorney, okay? You are allowed to talk to your attorney, Mr. Campbell, who for the record is present in the courtroom today, okay? All right, so you're excused until tomorrow morning, all right? All right, anything further for this evening?
Yes, Judge, I'd like to.
You want to approach? Sure.
I just warmed me up a pretzel and I don't want it to get cold again. I don't like the thin pretzels, but I like the big pretzels. It looks like court is over for the day for the Brendan Banfield trial. So during the break, I am going to read the recap, do my recap. So today we had opening statements. The prosecutors outlining premeditation, a fake BDSM style profile was allegedly created by Christine, named to lure Ryan to her home. Prosecutors say that Banfield intended to kill both Christine and Ryan and claimed Ryan was an intruder. The Commonwealth emphasized motive avoiding divorce and maintaining his relationship with the au pair. The defense countered by maintaining that Banfield and Magalhães, or whatever, I can't ever say that name.
Paul Canero and his younger brother Keith.
There we go. Let me get this done. There we go. I had to fix the other window. They're claiming that Banfield and the au pair walked in on Ryan stabbing Christine and both shot Ryan in self-defense. The same story they told police in 2023. Now, the key witnesses is Julia Peres Magalhães. I'm just going to call her Julia Perez. Took the stand and delivered the most explosive testimony of the day. She testified that Banfield confided in her months earlier about wanting to unalive Christine, that she described their affair as an emotional, manipulative one. Banfield used her. Prosecutor used her testimony to establish planning, motive, and coordination. However, her credibility will be a major battleground in the defense for the days ahead. Forensic and on-scene overview. Joseph Ryan was shot and killed inside the Banfield home. Christine Banfield suffered multiple stab wounds and died at the hospital. The scene did not match a typical home invasion pattern, and digital evidence tied to fake online profile to the home. So right now, that is where we are. That is day one. We're going to say goodbye to them over here. We will see you guys in the morning. And we will be discussing whether we're going to do dual lives or if we're going to do a morning and evening live. But we will see you tomorrow for the Brendan Banfield trial. Thank you so much for joining us. Have a great. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.